Network underscore streamer underscore Discord. Welcome to my channel. 0x2. Welcome to my channel. Stream Elements. Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat.
Oh,
Welcome to my channel.
that's a lot of
Network. Welcome to my channel. Another viewer. Welcome to my channel. Flatearth channel. Welcome to my channel. Discord streamer community. Welcome to my channel. Discord underscore for underscore streamers underscore underscore. Welcome to my channel. Alien Gathering. Welcome to my channel. Free Kaibob Ev. Welcome to my channel. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Yehodamoon. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost 1 is now live. Streaming games plus demos, well. What would new GPU drivers bring? Restreambot. Welcome to my channel. Einfashui42. Welcome to my channel.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid. Be right back.
Zero one Ella. Welcome to my channel. Kata. Welcome to my channel. Raiden 61. Welcome to my channel. Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
It does look good. Yeah.
Which it is. I don't.
Well, it's a mess, ain't it, Sheriff?
If it ain't,
even a young man like you.
doing what?
Hitchhiking. Dangerous.
You know Anton Chigurh by sight, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I know him every which way.
When did you last see him?
November 28th last year.
Seem pretty sure of the date. Did I ask you to sit?
No, sir, but you struck me as a man who wouldn't want to waste a chair. I remember dates, names, numbers. I saw him November the 28th.
Got a loose cannon here. Around a bunch of money, and the other party is out his product.
Yes, sir.
This account will give up $1,200 in any 24-hour period. That's up from $1,000. If your expenses run higher, I hope you'll trust us for it.
Okay.
Just how well do you know Chigurh?
What do you want to know?
I just want to know your opinion of him in general. Just how dangerous is he?
Compared to what? The bubonic plague? He's bad enough you called me. Yeah, he's a psychopathic killer, but so what? There's plenty of them around.
Killed 3 men in Del Rio Motel yesterday and 2 others in that colossal goat fuck out in the desert.
We can stop that.
Seem pretty sure of yourself. You've led something of a charmed life, haven't you, Mr. Wells?
In all honesty, I can't say that charms had a whole lot to do with it. I was wondering,
Yes.
could you validate my parking ticket?
An attempt at humor, I suppose.
I'm sorry. You know, I counted the floors to this building from the street.
And?
There's one missing.
We'll look into it.
One room, one night.
That'll be $26.
All righty. You on all night?
Yes, sir. I'll be right here till 10 o'clock in the morning.
This here's for you. And I ain't asking you to do anything illegal. There's someone who's been looking for me. Not police. You just call me if anyone else checks in tonight. By anyone, I mean any swinging dick. There just ain't no way. hurt you. Need you to drive me on out of here.
Commander Root. Welcome to my channel.
Hello. Hello, Hermit.
Were you in a car accident?
Give you $500 for that coat.
Let me see the money.
Were you in a car accident?
Yeah,
Okay, give me the money.
it's right here. Give me the clothes.
Let him hold the money.
I'll give it here. Give me that beer, too.
How much?
Brian, give him the beer.
Médico. Por favor.
Any word on those vehicles yet?
Sheriff, I found out everything there was to find. Those vehicles are titled and registered to deceased people. The owner of that Bronco's been dead 20 years. Do you want me to see what I can find out about the Mexican ones?
No, Lord, no. There's this much checks.
That DEA agent called again. You don't want to talk to him?
Gonna try to keep from it much as it can.
He's going back out there. Wanted to know if you wanted to go with him.
That's cordial of you. Can I get you to call Loretta for me? Tell her I'm going to Odessa to see Carla Jean Moss.
Yes, Sheriff.
I'll call her when I get there. I'd call her now, but she want me to come home and just mine.
Do you want me to wait till you quit the building?
Uh-huh. You don't want to lie without what it's absolutely necessary. What is it Torbert says about truth and justice?
Oh, we dedicate ourselves daily anew. Something like that.
I'm gonna commence dedicating myself twice daily. Might come to 3 times before it's over with. Oh, what the hell?
Sheriff?
You looked at your load lately? That is a damn outrage.
One of those tie-downs work loose.
How many bodies did you leave with?
I ain't lost none of them, Sheriff.
Couldn't y'all taken a van out there?
We didn't have no van 4-wheel drive. You gonna write me up for improperly secured load on this?
You get your ass out of here.
Buenos dias. I'm guessing this isn't the future you had pictured for yourself when you first clapped eyes on that money. Don't worry, I'm not the man who's after you.
I know that. I've seen him.
You've seen him. Man, you're not dead. Huh.
What's this guy supposed to be, the ultimate badass?
No, I don't think that's how I'd describe him.
How would you describe him?
I guess I'd say he doesn't have a sense of humor. His name's Sugar.
Sugar?
Sugar. Anton Sugar. You know how he found you?
Yeah, I know how he found me.
It's called a transponder.
I know what it's called. He won't find me again.
Not that way.
Not anyway.
Took me about 3 hours.
Yeah, well, I've been mobile.
No, you don't understand. What do you do?
I'm retired.
What did you do?
Welder.
Settling, MIG, TIG?
Any of it. If it can be welded, I can weld it.
Cast iron?
Yeah.
I don't mean braze.
I didn't say braze.
Pot metal?
What did I say?
Were you in Nam?
Yeah, I was in Nam.
So was I.
So what does that make me, your buddy?
Look, you gotta give me this money. I got no other reason to protect you.
It's too late. I spent it. About $1.5 million on whores and whiskey, and the rest of it just sort of blew it in.
How do you know he's not on his way to Odessa?
Why would he go to Odessa?
Kill your wife?
Maybe he's the one who needs to be worried. About me.
He isn't. Yeah. You're not cut out for this. You're just a guy who happened to find those vehicles. I'm across the river at the Hotel Eagle. Carson Wells. Call me when you've had enough. I can even let you keep a little of the money.
If I was into cutting deals, why wouldn't I just deal with this guy, Sugar?
Oh, no, you don't understand. You can't make a deal with him. Even if you gave him the money back, he'd still kill you just for inconveniencing him. He's a peculiar man. You might even say he has principles. Principles that transcend money or drugs or anything like that. He's not like you. Yeah. He's not even like me.
No, you don't talk as much as you. I give him points for that.
Carla Jean, thank you for coming.
Don't know why I did. I told you. I don't know where he is.
You hadn't heard from him?
No, I ain't.
Nothing?
Not word one.
Would you tell me if you had?
Well, I don't know. He don't need any trouble from you.
It ain't me he's in trouble with.
Who's he in trouble with then?
Some pretty bad people. These people will kill him, Carla Jean. They won't quit.
He won't neither. He never has. He can take all comers.
You know Charlie Walzer's got that place out east of Sanderson? Well, you know how they used to slaughter beeves, hit them right there with a maul, truss them up and slit their throats? Here old Charlie's got one all trussed up, all set to drain him, and the beef comes to, starts thrashing around. 600 pounds of very pissed off livestock. You'll excuse me. Well, Charlie grabs his gun there, shoots the damn thing in the head, but with all the swinging and the thrashing, it's a glance shot. Ricochets around, comes back, hits Charlie in the shoulder. You go see Charlie, he still can't pick up his right hand for his hat. The point being that even in the contest between man and steer, the issue is not certain. When Llewellyn calls, just tell him I can make him safe. Of course, they slaughter steers a lot different these days. Use an air gun. Shoots out a little rod about that far into the brain, sucks right back in. Animal never knows what hit him.
Why are you telling me that, Sheriff?
I don't know. My mind wanders.
Halo, belaga, kako ste? Sorry. Greška.
Hello, Carson. Let's go to your room.
You don't have to do this. I'm a day trader. I could just go home.
You could.
Make it worth your while. Take you to an ATM. There's 14 grand in it. And everybody just walks away.
An ATM?
I know where the satchel is.
If you knew you would have it with you.
I could find it from the riverbank. I know where it is.
I know something better.
What's that?
I know what it's going to be.
Where's that?
It will be brought to me and placed at my feet.
You don't know to a certainty. 20 minutes, it could be here.
I do know to a certainty. And you know what's going to happen now, Carson? You should admit your situation. There will be more dignity in it.
You go to hell.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me ask you something. If the rule you followed brought you to this, of what use was the rule?
Do you have any idea how crazy you are?
You mean the nature of this conversation?
I mean the nature of you. You could have the money, Anton.
Yes.
Is, Carson Wells there?
Not in the sense that you mean. You need to come see me.
Who is this?
You know who it is. You need to talk to me.
I don't need to talk to you.
I think you do. Do you know where I'm going?
Why would I care where you're going?
I know where you are.
Yeah, where am I?
You're in the hospital across the river, but that's not where I'm going. Do you know where I'm going?
Yeah, I know where you're going.
All right.
You know she won't be there.
It doesn't make any difference where she is.
So what are you going up there for?
You know how this is gonna turn out, don't you?
Nope.
I think you do. So this is what I'll offer. You bring me the money and I'll let her go. Otherwise, she's accountable. The same as you. That's the best deal you're gonna get. I won't tell you can save yourself, because you can't.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you something, all right? I decided to make you a special project of mine. You ain't gonna have to come look for me at all.
The motel in Del Rio.
Yes, sir. None of the three had ID on them, but they tell me that all three's Mexicans. Was Mexicans.
There's a question. Whether they stopped being. And when.
Yes, sir.
Now, Wendell, did you inquire about the lock cylinder?
Yes, sir. It was punched out.
Okay.
You want to drive out there?
Oh, that's all I'd have looked for, and it sounded like these old boys died of natural causes.
Well, how's that, Sheriff?
Natural to the line of work they was in.
Yes, sir.
My God, Wendell, it's just all-out war. I can't think of any other word for it. Who are these people? Here last week, they found this couple out in California. They rent out rooms to old people, kill them, bury them in the yard, cash their Social Security checks. Well, they'd torture them first. I don't know why. Maybe the television set was broke. And this went on until, here I quote, neighbors were alerted when a man ran from the premises wearing only a dog collar. You can't make up such a thing as that. I dare you to even try. But that's what it took, you notice. Get somebody's attention. Digging graves in the backyard didn't bring any. Oh, that's all right. I laugh myself sometimes. Ain't a whole lot else you can do.
Tell me something. Who do you think gets through this gate in the United States of America?
I don't know, American citizens?
Some American citizens. Who do you think decides?
You do, I reckon.
That is correct. How do I decide?
I don't know.
I ask questions. And if I get sensible answers, then they get to go to America. And if I don't get sensible answers, they don't. Anything about that you don't understand?
No, sir.
Then I ask you again, how you come to be out here with no clothes?
I got an overcoat on.
Are you jacking with me?
Oh, no, sir.
Don't jack with me.
Yes, sir.
You in the service?
No, sir, I'm a veteran.
Now?
Yes, sir, 2 tours.
What outfit?
12th Infantry Battalion, August 7th, 1966, July 2nd, 1968.
Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Get someone to help this man. He needs to get into town.
How those Larrys holding up?
Good, good. I need everything else.
Okay.
You know, people come in here without any clothes on?
No, sir. It's unusual.
She don't want to talk to you.
Yes, she does. Put her on.
Do you know what time it is?
I don't care what time it is, and don't you hang up this phone.
Discombobulated by no count son-in-law.
Llewellyn,
Hey, you.
what should I do?
You know what's going on?
I don't know. I had the sheriff here from Terrell County.
What'd you tell him?
What did I know to tell him? You're hurt, ain't you?
What makes you say that?
I can hear it in your voice.
Well, look, I want you to meet me at the Desert Sands Motel in El Paso. Because I'm gonna give you the money, I'm gonna put you on a plane.
Llewellyn, I ain't gonna leave you in the lurch.
No, look, this works better. Look, with you gone and I don't have the money, you can't touch me, but I can sure touch him. And after I find him, I'll come and join you.
Find who? What am I supposed to do with Mother?
No, she'll be all right.
She'll be all right?
Ain't nobody gonna bother her.
Who are you? Me? Yes. Nobody. Accounting. He gave the Mexicans a receiver. He felt that the more people looking...
That's foolish. You pick the one right tool.
I see. Are you going to shoot me?
That depends. Do you see me?
I always seen this is what it'd come to. 3 years ago, I previsioned it.
It ain't even 3 years we've been married.
3 years ago, I said them very words, no and good. Here we are, 90-degree heat. I got the cancer. And look at this, not even my home to go to. We're going to El Paso, Texas. You know how many people I know in El Paso, Texas?
No, ma'am.
That's how many.
No te acerques. No te acerques.
I didn't see my prednisone.
I put it in, Mama.
Well, I didn't see it.
Well, I put it in, that one. You just sit there. I'll get tickets in a cart for the bags.
You need help with the bags, madam.
Well, thank God there is one gentleman left in West Texas. Yes, thank you. I am old and I am not well.
Which bus are you taking?
Going to El Paso, don't ask me why. It's not often you see a Mexican in a suit.
You go to El Paso? I know it. Where are you staying?
Oh.
Carla Jean, how are you?
Sheriff, was that a true story about Charlie Walzer?
Who's Charlie Walzer?
True story. I couldn't swear to every detail, but it's certainly true it is a story.
Yeah, right. Sheriff, can you give me your word on something?
Yes, ma'am.
If I tell you where Llewellyn's headed, you promise it'll be just you who goes and talks with him? You and nobody else?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Llewellyn would never ask for help. He never thinks he needs any.
Carla Jean, I will not harm your man. And he needs help, whether he knows it or not.
What's the problem there, neighbor? Yep, that'll suck some power. Over time.
You from around here?
Alpine, born and bred. Here you go.
What airport would you use?
Well, airport or airstrip?
Airport.
Well, where you going?
I don't know.
Just lighting up for the territories, huh? Brother, I've been there. Well, there's airstrips. The airport is El Paso. If you want someplace specific, you might could be better off just driving to Dallas. Not have to connect. You gonna clamp him, buddy?
Can you get those chicken grates out of the bed?
What are you talking about?
Hey, Mr. Sporting Goods.
Hey, yourself.
You sport.
Yeah, it's me.
I got beers in my room.
Oh, well, I'm waiting on my wife.
Oh, that's who you keep looking out the window for.
Half.
What else then?
Just looking for what's coming.
Yeah, but no one ever sees that. Beer. That's what's coming. I'll bring the ice chest out here. You can stay married.
No, ma'am, I know what beer leads to.
Bear leads to more bear.
The fuck?
Call the police. Llámate a la policía. Local law enforcement. I'm not on the radio. I met his daughter at the
Buy you a cup of coffee before you drive home.
No money in his room there?
Couple $100 on his person. Those hombres would have taken the stash.
I suppose so. Though they was leaving in a hurry.
It's all the goddamn money, Ed Tom. Money and the drugs. It's just goddamn beyond everything. What's it mean? What's it leading to?
Raiden61.
20 years ago.
Welcome to my channel.
I see children walking the streets of our Texas towns with green hair, bones in their noses. I just flat out wouldn't have believed you.
Signs and wonders. But I think once you quit hearing sir and ma'am, rest is soon to follow.
Oh, it's the tide. It's the dismal tide. It is not the one thing.
Not the one thing.
Yeah, well, none of that explains your man, though. He's just a goddamn homicidal lunatic, Ed Tom.
I'm not sure he's a lunatic.
Yeah, well, what would you call him?
Yeah, sometimes I think he's pretty much a ghost.
He's real, all right.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, all of that over at the Eagle Hotel? Just beyond everything.
Yeah. Got some hard bark on him.
Well, that don't hardly say it. He shoots a desk clerk one day, walks right back in the next, and shoots a retired Army colonel.
It's hard to believe.
Just strolls right back into a crime scene. Now, who'd do such a thing? How do you defend against it? Well, good trip, Ed Tom. Sorry we couldn't help you, boy.
I'm back.
How'd you know I was here?
Who else would be driving up in your truck?
You heard it?
How's that?
Did you hear my... You're having fun with me.
What'd give you that idea? I seen one of the cats heard it.
How'd you know it was my truck?
I deduced it when you walked in.
How many of them things you got now?
Cats? Oh, I don't know, several. Well, it depends on what you mean by got. Some of them are half wild, some of them are just outlaws.
How you been, Ellis?
You're looking at it. I got to say, you're looking older.
I am older.
Got a letter from your wife. She writes me pretty regular. Keeps me up on the family news.
Didn't know there was any.
Told me you're quitting.
You want a cup?
Appreciate it.
How fresh is that coffee?
I generally make a fresh pot every week, even if there's some left over.
That man that shot you died in prison?
Angola. Yeah.
What'd you done? He'd have been released.
Oh, I don't know. Nothing. Wouldn't be no point in it.
Kind of surprised to hear you say that.
Well, all the time you spend trying to get back what's been took from you, more is going out the door. After a while, you just have to try to get a tourniquet on it. Your granddad never asked me to sign on as a deputy. Loretta tells me you're quitting. How come you're doing that?
I don't know. I feel overmatched. I always figured when I got older, God would sort of come into my life somehow. And he didn't. And I don't blame him. If I was him, I'd have the same opinion of me that he does.
You don't know what he thinks. I sent Uncle Mac's thumbbuster and badge over to the Rangers, put it in their museum. Did Daddy ever tell you how Uncle Mac come to his reward? Gunned down on his own porch over in Hudspeth County. 7 or 8 of them come up there, all wanting this, wanting that. Uncle Mac went back in the house to get the shotgun. Well, there's ahead of him. Shot him in his doorway. Aunt Ella come out and tried to stop the bleeding. Uncle Mac all the while trying to get that shotgun. They just sat there on their horses, watching him die. After a while, one of them said something in Indian, and they turned and left out. Uncle Mac knew the score, even if Aunt Ella didn't. Shot through the left lung. And that was that, as they say.
When did he die?
1909.
No, I mean, was it right away or in the night, or when was it?
I believe it was that night. She buried him the next morning, digging in that hard old caliche. What you got ain't nothing new. This country's hard on people. You can't stop what's coming. It ain't all waiting on you. That's vanity.
knew this wasn't done with. I ain't got the money. What little I had is long gone, and there's bills aplenty to pay it. I buried my mother today. Ain't paid for that neither.
I wouldn't worry about it.
I need to sit down. You got no cause to hurt me.
No. But I gave my word.
You gave your word?
To your husband.
That don't make sense. You gave your word to my husband to kill me?
Your husband had the opportunity to save you. Instead, he used you to try to save himself.
Not like that. Not like you say. You don't have to do this.
People always say the same thing.
What do they say?
They say, you don't have to do this.
You don't.
Okay. This is the best I can do. Call it.
I knowed you was crazy when I saw you sitting there. I knowed exactly what was in store for me.
Call it.
No. I ain't gonna call it.
Call it.
The coin don't have no say. It's just you.
I got here the same way the coin did.
Mister, you got a bone sticking out of your arm.
All right, let me just sit here a minute.
There's an ambulance coming. The man over yonder went to call.
All right.
Are you all right? You got a bone sticking out your arm.
What did you take for the shirt?
Well, hell, mister. I'll give you my shirt. Look at that fucking bone.
Tie this for me. Just tie it. Just tie it.
Hell, mister. Look, I don't mind helping someone out. It's a lot of money.
Take it. Take it, and you didn't see me. I was already gone.
Yes, sir.
You know part of that's mine, right?
You still got your damn shirt.
Ain't even what it was for.
Well, maybe, but I'm still out of shirt.
Maybe I'll go riding.
Okay.
What do you think?
Well, I can't plan your day.
I mean, would you care to join me?
Lord, no, I'm not retired.
Maybe I'll help out here then.
Better not. How'd you sleep?
I don't know. Had dreams.
Well, you got time for 'em now. Anything interesting?
There always is to the party concerned.
Tom, I'll be polite.
All right, then. Two of them both had my father in them. It's peculiar. I'm older now than he ever was by 20 years. So, in a sense, he's the younger man. Anyway, the first one I don't remember too well, but it was about meeting him in town somewhere, and he gave me some money. I think I lost it. The second one, it was like we was both back in the older times. And I was a horseback, going through the mountains of a night, going through this pass in the mountains. It was cold, and there was snow on the ground. He rode past me and kept on going, never said nothing going by, just rode on past. He had his blanket wrapped around him, his head down. When he rode past, I seen he was carrying fire in a horn, the way people used to do, and I could see the horn from the light inside of it, about the color of the moon. And in the dream, I knew that he was going on ahead. And he's fixing to make a fire somewhere out there in all that dark and all that cold. And I knew that whenever I got there, he'd be there. And then I woke up.
It was Josh Brolin all along. That's who it was. Okay, that's super funny. go again. So.
Hmm.
Odacci.
Take care. Oh, yes? Farewell.
Farewell.
Meh. How does that even make sense? I don't know. Spellcastering. this for money, but
How's my new favorite bounty hunter doing? Do you have good news? I never doubted you, but I'm impressed nonetheless. Tracking Arjani down and dispatching them as fast as you did. I couldn't have asked for it to have gone any better. After you're done with your business in the temple, I sure wouldn't mind having you around once the Scalebane are under new management. Plenty of jobs to do around here, and even more once I'm running the show.
I help you? Stay safe, traveler. Can I help you?
Let's take a look. Is a game engine glitch discovered by Crucify, which is this channel's owner. Shout out to Crucify. We're gonna link a link to his YouTube channel in the video description. So it lowers your FPS to 0 and freezes your game while active. So right away, right away you can see that it's great. And so, this results in the game doing said stupid shit. 9822 happens when you input the interact E key, so the interact button. On PlayStation it would be X. On Xbox it would be A. More times per second than your frame count. This can be...
Kolica. știi de zamačka. Janine.
Done via macro very easily by spamming the select key regardless of input device. So pretty much all you have to do is just macro the interact button, whatever it is on your platform of choice, and you just need to press it more than 60 times per second. And alternatively, you can map that to your scroll wheel in the trigger, and you can achieve this as well. So this is pretty much a macro. If you introduce a macro into the game, this pretty much breaks the game. So here's the deal. It allows any attack to hit early and become unreactable. It also extends iframes as long as it's active, so you'll see what it looks like in action. It is indistinguishable from packet loss. Here's what it looks like from the victim's perspective. It's pretty much an animation skip. Let's rewatch that. You see that? Boom. I think you'll show the slow motion. Typical Elden Ring fashion, an animation skip. So, as you can see, it turns Transient Moonlight R1 into an attack that is entirely unreactable. But yeah, like pretty much it makes any attack come out before the animation. Okay, so here's an example of the infinite iframe. This one is funny. It's just like, you know, just stand there. Just lag. But it looks like lagging, but it's not. Like, you're just making the game engine lag, technically. And yeah, finally it gives an example of what it looks like from both perspective, the attacker and the defender. So, I know this happens quite quickly, but basically, when you're on the receiving end, you don't see the animation come out before you take damage. So take a look here. I don't know if you can see properly, but yeah, boom, there you go, right here. So he's still with the Kumo in the air, has taken damage, but like on this screen, you know, that's just unfortunate. But on the attacker's side, the animation is already pretty much completed. Actually, look at that. Actually, I think it stops the game. Let's watch again. Yeah, it just lags on... it just lags on the attacker's screen. Like, you can see it better with the halberd. Look at that. It's just a massive frame freeze. Look at that. Wow. Wow, dude. Insane. What a game, man. It really does look like packet loss. I mean, it's kind of recreating packet loss at an engine level. Kinda. This is beautiful. Just ridiculous skips. The problem is that you can get it on demand. That's the problem here. It's that it's an action in game that's causing this. So it's not technically like as if like you were using cheat engine to cheat this. All you technically have to do is press the interact button enough times, and that happens. So it's not like it's something outside of the game that's creating that. It's the input in the game that's creating this. Sorry. So the worst part about 9822 is that it is impossible to tell from packet loss. It's unlikely to ever be patched. I don't know about that. I don't know if it's unlikely to ever be patched. If it's brought to light enough, there's a chance, but you know, I'm not the most positive person when it comes to From Software. We've been burned too many times. Even though the patches have been good, they've not been good enough. So, well, we can still cover this, hope for the best, do whatever we can to get it fixed. And then after that, it's going to be up to you guys to see how widespread we can make this. Like, if this reaches Reddit. But yeah, hopefully this gets fixed. So that's pretty much it. So please raise awareness. Let your favorite streamers know.
Roman_the_Russian.
Let communities of
Welcome
other
to my channel.
know. That's actually a good idea. Let Reddit know. He's right though. So yeah, that's pretty much the game-breaking bug. I would say
Hello, Mr. Roman.
It is pretty game-breaking, if you ask me. That is, you know, that's like a level of bad that is legitimately game-breaking. The good news is that I think you need a macro to do it properly, so it's going to be less common on console. Console players save, not really, because you can technically macro on console as well. I know some players who actually have macro on console. But yeah, pretty unfortunate, honestly. On PC, this is a big problem because on PC, it's very easy to macro stuff. Like on PC, you can just have like a software in the background running. Like I think even DS4 Windows might have macros. I think I'm not sure, but like some basics like controller softwares all have like macros like built into them almost. All right, well. It is what it is. So, this is what we're looking at here. And, yeah, go give this man a sub. I did already, so this is just my, I'm just not logged in right now. But, yeah. There you go. Like, we just need to hold off until Armored 4 comes out. Armored 4 is gonna save us all. Haven't you heard? Armored Core is like redemption. Yes, PC, it's even more dead than it already is. Yeah, I don't know. Elden Ring was our savior from Dark Souls 3, and now Armored Core will save us from Elden Ring. Yeah, that's well said. You've seen people throwing knife, applying instant deadlight. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me.
Ooh.
I can't wait for him to start and find out nothing is actually randomized. Mitch, It's been so long since I've done a randomizer. Why would you wish that upon me? All of your voodoo and your bad luck and your horcruxes are killing this channel. If things aren't randomized, you're no longer my mod. That's it. That's it. Newman will be the new mod. I'm replacing you with Newman. If this better be randomized. It better be randomized. Oh, it's randomized. Suck it, Newman. You lose. Mitch is still mod. Back in a Bloodborne randomizer. I am very happy. It's been so long. Finally, the new PC has come. Finally, we got it set up again because I had to restart everything. Oh, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Good old Bloodborne. It's a boss. Welcome back to Yarnum, dude. Welcome back. Yep. It's a boss. Okay. Uh-huh. Well, let's booty slap it. Oh, that's the crotch. That's the booty slap. I don't think I could win. I do not think I could win. Let's run away. Now, I will say one thing that is immediate to me, because I have been playing Bloodborne on the PS5, is how much smoother it runs on the PS5 versus the PS4 Pro. I know this is a randomizer, but it's so clear to me. The PS5 really runs Bloodborne a lot better. What is that? Probably nothing important. That is Ligarius. And that is the first death. Didn't take us long. Might be out of practice here. Nothing important. Yep. Yep.
Oh my lord.
That came back to haunt me. So guess I'm buying a PS5 now. Smoother Bloodborne endorsed by Blood God. I've talked about this before. Digital Foundry, I like them a lot. But they released a video when the PS5 came out about Bloodborne, and they said it didn't run any better on the PS5, and they did all their technical programming stuff, and it was just wrong what they said. It was just wrong. It's clear that it runs so much better on a PS5. It's clear. All right. Ooh, I can't choose the Parasite, guys. I was just talking about the Parasite. I can't choose it because I don't have a Milkweed rune. If I choose the Parasite, you have nothing. You need the Milkweed rune to activate the cause Parasite. So either Rakuyo or Church Pick. Yo, Bell with a 26-month resubscription, and Mbk with the KO Ken ×5 gifted subscription. Thank you both so much. I appreciate the sub cannon, Mbk. Thank you. Good to see you, Bell. Rakuyo's best, the Church Pick. Church Pick for sure. All right, everyone's picking the Church Pick, so we'll go. Church Pick is one of my favorite weapons, so it kind of feels nice. Ooh, we got to go with the gun. As much as I like the flame sprayer, we kind of need a gun in a randomizer, so we'll take the rifle. We'll take the rifle. All right. Go back. The based pick. I see what you did there. I picked the. I'm explaining the joke. That's how funny I am. Roll the dice? Nah, just pick something and go. Oh, the loading screens are really slow too. What is this? When's the jailbreak on the PS5 coming out? That's what I need. All right, let's see. $67. Could have been 69. That's nightmare phase. Scooch. Gotta get behind her. Oh man, these tables are actually hindering me a bit here. I might die. wow. Oh, I have no healers. Quick. That saved my life. Rally. Still alive, the health sliver. Okay. 72K to start the game off. Nice. You've never seen a Bloodborne randomizer. Is the DLC stuff included? It is. All right. I want to just go up real quick because if an explosion hits me, I'm dead again. There's the good old Cardiac Beast scream. That's honestly music to my ears. Haven't heard that in a while.
What brings you
He's
here?
using a DLC weapon. Are you using your powers of observation? Good sir, it's 2023. We don't do that here. We don't do that now. Is this on PS5? No, this is a PS4 Pro. Can't jailbreak a PS5 right now, as far as I know. Okay, so... Ooh.
Farewell.
Don't mind if I do. A beast cutter? No. I will take a few of these, though. And... We're getting stacked, bro. We're getting stacked. Cool. Now I have all the blood I need. Don't have to worry about that. Got all the blood, all the bullets. Oh, I could change my outfit, too. Zeus is streaming. Good to see you, man. Hey, T-Wolf. Good to see you, too. Hope you've been well. Be right back. Coffee. Ooh, dude, I'm out of coffee. There's the last sip. It's gone.
Gone.
Howdy ho. Let's see. How do we look? It's not the worst thing I've seen. It's not the worst thing I've seen. That's the worst thing I've seen. That is that kind of damage output? Yeah, that's awful. The blood, though. All of the blood. Okay. This game already, man. I can't, it's just too much damage. The scaling is weird. Oh, you know what? It might be because... No? It's not what I thought. Oh, Jesus. Nope. Please no, sir. Please no. What is this Hellfest? What? God damn it! Welcome back to Bloodborne! Frack you! Frack all of you! No! Hey, we cleared it. Easy. What is this? You can't reach me from there. Dude, oh, good thing that hit an invisible wall. Otherwise, I'd be... Look. He doesn't have the height clearance. He doesn't have the height clearance. He's 4 inches too tall. I'm using the RPG elements of the game. Orbinator with the 29-month Twitch Prime resubscription. Water Professor! Dude, it's the whole cast and crew. How does scaling work in a Bloodborne rando? It's randomized. Literally. Like, the scaling it's attempted to work, right? and most of the time it does, but you know, it's not a full-fledged worked-on product. You know, it's a fan-made product, so sometimes, like you see, it doesn't work. But I kind of like that, you know, sometimes you encounter something you can't really kill and you got to run away from it like a little baby. Did you just get the Rakuyo? Did I? I don't pay attention. I did. Good thing I didn't pick it up before. I would have had 2. Ah, but then we could have dual wielded. Oh wait, it's not Elden Ring. Never mind. Elden Ring style combat though. No. No! No, 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 no. Stupid toxic blow dart guy from Dark Souls. I got lots of, oh dude, rally back. Rally B. I got him, watch this, watch this. I'm just healing. Can I get a parry on this guy? Is he parryable? Hello. Oh, I forgot this is shotgun style. It's not really a rifle, it's a shotgun. Is that an invisible? Maybe. Oh, it's, dude, I gotta be super early. There we go. Super early. Oh, really? Dude, I got the double scooch visceral. I'm a master. A god, even. Elden Ring style combat. Staggered. Dude, this is a boss fight right here. Oh, that was a death if I didn't hit it. That was it. That's a one-shot. Guaranteed. That is not the sound those things usually make when they die. Not at all. Okay, I think we're good here. Twins. I love football on TV. Shots of Gina Lee. Hanging with my friends and twins.
Farewell. What brings you here?
Best commercial. I'm not going down there. There's no reason. Oh, it's so beautiful. Why is it so beautiful? God, I love this game. Every once in a while, it's good to not play this game for a few weeks, a few months, whatever it was. Oh, this game sucks. Come on, hit him, hit him, hit him. Blood everywhere. Heal action. Oh. The right hip, just where I like it. Ooh, what's down here? Hello, Poppet. Are you invisible? Oh no, you're a pig! Wait, what? Ooh, a summoner! Don't do it, pig. Got him. Got him again. Zeus, will we ever get to see you shaven? Shaven? I mean, I could shave my crotch for you. Would you like that? OnlyFans? $20 a month? Sub count's looking low, guys. Might have to do it. That's too cheap. You'd subscribe? Drop the link. All right, we got the shortcut. Cooking show, it's happening. Now that the computer's set up and it's working. We will be doing pinball streams and cooking streams. I can work on my setup downstairs. I could probably just bring this stuff down there to begin with. But I do want to get a whole setup for it. So I gotta buy some monitors. I need a new microphone. I need a microphone for downstairs. One that, see, this microphone is an up close one, but I need one that is all around me, right? I can hear you all around me. Got him. Orphan incoming? How do you know? Black goatee with a 21-month resubscription. Thanks, Black. There we go. All right, first boss. Let's see who it is. The last boss. Got him. Let's scooch him. My pick is better than yours. He gave me the damn helicopter. Jump attack. Oh, I missed my stake through the heart. That's too early. I thought he was doing the other one. Scooch. Scooch. Oh, I didn't think he had the distance on that. Nice job. Let's heal. Got him there. Scooch Visceral. Welcome back, Uber. I should not have gone for that. Definitely should not have. That's bad. Let's just heal. Scooching in there. Man, he blasted me, did he not? Wow, he got me with that back step. He's playing very well right now. Damn, the uppercut on the backswing? Who is this guy? Nope. Dude, he's... I am getting tired of him. He's just scooching all over the place. Finally, I got some hits in. That's a style kill. Backstep dodge into a perfect parry visceral. Ooh, I'm just that good. I'm just that good. All right, I don't want to actually... I'll light the lamp, but I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. Karis with the 59-month resubscription. Thanks so much, Karis. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Just cracked 6 eggs, and then my sister tells me not to cook because we're going out.
Huh.
Good to see you, Nick. Hey, Alex. Oh, we did get 170K. Why not spend the echoes? Because I don't want to have to kill all the enemies again. Because it's a randomizer and it's on a PS4 Pro and this is jailbroken. This is not like a super PC, right? If there's a lot of enemies left on the map, could get crashes. So to me, it's worth it to just try to continue the area. Hey, Toru. Ooh, some useless arcane haze. Oh, I can't go there. Where am I going? Pyromaniac.
Do you accept early bus tickets?
We do. In fact, we encourage them. Damn. That Boomhammer bro's going a little crazy. Is that what I thought it was? Okay, is that gas going in a cage? I think it might be. Murloc dogs! I don't think the grandma's gonna make it on this playthrough, guys. Oh, Big Daddy Stagger in the house today.
I know all your tricks. Mother will make everything better.
Mommy? Mommy, I'm scared.
You're now looking at the new leader of the Scalebane, thanks to your help. And I may be a thief, and a rogue, and a backstabber, and wanted in every city you've ever heard of. Despite all that,
These things are just gross. They are.
For a friend.
I mean,
I know exactly how to get us both into the temple. Win-win, right? All we need to do is go on a little jaunt.
if it attacks me, I'm dead.
And fly to our destination. Should be
Alright.
easy.
Not dead yet.
Right? All right. Well, first off, you're going to stop by the oasis. It's a lovely place this time of year. As long as you don't mind hordes of desert beasts who are looking. Once you're done there, you should reach the crystal mine. Not many people go in there and come out breathing. But I'm sure after that, you'll be awfully close to the Osprix war camp. I'll meet up with you just outside of it. Where else would we be getting a giant eagle? That's the plan. Oh, come on. Where's that fighting spirit?
How's the fighting
it's going
spirit?
to work. It's not like you've got any other options.
Yeah, right.
Yes?
Can I help you?
Yes.
Stay safe, traveler.
You too, man. Oh. So it's like unlimited bleeding. That's great.
What is that noise? Oh, I fell! Oh no! I literally fell. I thought I was dead. Scooch. Oh, that's... Nah, I didn't have the distance. Come on. Alright, he's got a little rally back. The blood vials came in clutch there. Yo, 2 frogs with a $6 sacrifice.
Tickets, please.
Thanks so much, 2 frogs. Did Zeus raise the blood splatter? Blood for the blood god. Why wouldn't I? Ghetto. Ah, let it die. It feels like there's a lot of bosses. It feels like there's a lot of bosses right now. It feels like a little bit more than 1% of a chance. Just a little bit more than 1%. How she crawled through that sewer though. I love randomizers because every time I play one, it really doesn't matter where enemies are. You put them in any location and it just works. Oh, the worm. This makes me so happy. I'm glad. I still hear her stomping around down there. Makes you happy too? It better. All right, let's talk to the little girl.
I don't know your voice, but I know that smell. Have you found any safe places? Yes.
I cannot stop anyone who knows the password.
Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you.
It seems her dad came home. And her mom. And another guy. And another guy. 3 guys, 1 lady. I know what they're doing. Black blood? Dastardly. Drinking tea? I love all the blood. Oh, it's so good. Run! I can't fight it. I cannot fight it. Frack! No! No! Whoa! Okay. Oh, dude, this is not right. This is not right. This should be illegal. Fuck this game! Ladder! The ladder. The ladder for the ladder god. Dude, going down the tunnel, that's a trick. They programmed that. That's a trick. Shortcut. Made it. I'm the best. Okay, I can get these guys easy. Maybe not as easy as I thought. Okay. Oh. No? The delay. The goddamn delay.
Something's going on.
Pali svijet.
Ceterizin allogen. Mislim da je to protiv alergije. Tako?
Ceterizin je isto protiv alergije, koliko ja znam.
Nema popisa. Da sam ostavio kutije da znam šta je.
Evo, upustvo, baš da vidim.
Gdje si, malo?
Jeste, Ilija. Cetirazin. To ti je za alergiju. Ček sam.
Kad mi je pauza u 10?
A ne treba ti pauza.
Ne, kad je njima pauza u apotecima?
A.
take this, meet me at the bottom of the river. Take this, meet me at the bottom of the river. No. Kind of a buffer. Have fun getting madame. Merci.
Hello, Snake.
Evasion.
Sekunden noch.
This is by design.
So when I was in 4th grade, I was 4 feet tall. I was 144 pounds, and my doctor told me that I was morbidly obese, and it was a very like self-image wrecking thing for me because he used language that made me think I needed to change as opposed to just assessing where I was.
Is this where we are today? Have young people been so gaslit about health that they believe it's perfectly fine to be an obese 9-year-old? Do they not teach biology or health class in school anymore? Also, what kind of parent allows their 9-year-old to gain that much weight? Why is this guy offended that his doctor did what a doctor is supposed to do and told him to take care of his health? So many questions. Anyway, this is Jubilee's Odd One Out, which is a show that I never thought I would have a reason to cover, other than the one with that really annoying vegan girl. But everyone has already reacted to that one, so there's no point. Odd One Out is a show where Jubilee gets a group of people, picks a topic, and has one faker who does not fit into that group. In this episode, everyone is blindfolded and our 6 contestants have to figure out which one of them is not obese. The game works in a series of rounds. If the plus-size people catch the faker, then the remaining players split the money. If they get it wrong, the faker gets all the money. Usually when people react to these episodes, the audience can kind of play along, but since you can already tell who the liar is just by looking, instead of playing a game, we're going to watch a bunch of people gaslight themselves and the audience about the complications that come along with not taking care of your diet. Let's go to round 1.
Where do you guys buy your jeans from? I actually did just get a pair from Old Navy like a couple weeks ago, and I love it, but it's a little big in the waist, so I do have to take it in. Probably my tailor is out, so I do love it.
I'm still in the mentality when I was like 16, 17, I could fit in medium. So I'm like, oh, I can't go to the same store. It's like, I can't go to a mall and buy clothes anymore.
Okay. I'm probably quite a bit older than you, and I'm still the same pant size that I was at 17. Why is our take like, well, I'm 25, I'm basically a senior citizen now, and I can't do the things I used to do?
We are so
Oh.
So old.
It's like she's completely given up on life before it's even started. And one thing that is immediately noticeable when these obese people talk about their lives is just how many inconveniences they put themselves through instead of making a change. For example, having to tailor clothes is a pretty big topic of discussion in round 1.
I just thrift most of my clothing, and like I have a tailor for my pants anyway. Like back in, yeah, 100%. Especially when I'm back home. I'm 15 minutes outside of New York City, so I usually just commute in there. There's this one thrift store, I don't know if anybody's been, called the L Train, and like that is really good for carrying bigger sizes. Back in my actual hometown, I can go to my tailor very easily. It's like a 5-minute drive from my house. So I thrift like 90% of my clothing. Cheaper, saves energy, and like.
This guy already outed himself. I went to New York last year and pretty much no one is obese there because you have to walk everywhere. As for the tailoring, sometimes tailoring is necessary if you're trying to get the best fit on a piece of clothing, or if your natural body shape while thin deviates from most people, but the fact that tailoring clothes just to get a basic fit was such a major topic of discussion in round 1 is pretty bad. Also, this guy Derek is really something else. Listen to his interview that Jubilee showed right at the start, almost as a way of calming down the fat acceptance hate mobs.
The reason that I chose to do this was mainly because it meant a lot to me to share the idea of like, as you transition away from being in a bigger body to potentially being in a skinnier body, that is not something that like makes you harder working or better at like achieving some sort of goal than the other person or another person that you may see in a plus-size body.
What? Where did they find this guy? I can't believe he said that unironically. Derek is someone who used to be obese and is now thin, but it absolutely does mean you're harder working and more able to achieve a long-term goal than someone who is morbidly obese. In fact, if you're a guy who spent 2 years going from 300 pounds to 165 pounds, then I would say that not only are you more capable of achieving long-term goals than the average obese person, but you're also more capable of achieving long-term goals than the average person.
And going into it, I like promised myself I wasn't gonna tell any lies. I was gonna be very truthful and speak on every kind of experience that I had had leading up to today. I wanted to make sure that what I was saying was stuff that I lived through. I think putting on a character would be disrespectful to the other people that were here today.
I've watched a lot of these over the years, and none of the fakers had to give a speech about how they felt guilty for playing the game. Now, another thing that is very noticeable in this video is how much the people in this contest are trying to lump plus-size people in with people who faced actual discrimination for traits about themselves they cannot change. I think putting on a character would be disrespectful to the other people that were here today. Disrespectful? He's literally...
You go in and find out what happened.
Farewell.
Hmm? Farewell.
acting like pretending to be obese to win a few bucks is like putting on blackface. Or he's acting like being overweight puts you in a minority group. Newsflash, most people in America are overweight or obese, meaning that they're the majority group and thin and healthy people are in the minority. Since woke logic is always based on which group has more people, it should be considered offensive for you to claim that overweight people are oppressed. Alright, that concludes round 1, the most boring part of the game. Let's see who got voted off and gets to round 2.
Farewell. Hmm? Farewell.
Oh, man.
Oh wow, speaking of aesthetics, because I'm very into that topic, these aren't very good smiles. For a good smile, you want more of a U shape, and you want to incorporate your eyes into the smile. These ones are very horizontal, and that's why they don't look good. Technically, the guy on the left, Bradley, has the best one. The good news is that you can retrain that so you don't look like crap when you take photos. I'm not the best at this, so I don't feel qualified to teach it, but you can watch this video here if you want to learn more. Anyway, I thought that was an important tangent because in this era, knowing how to take good photos will get you ahead. Let's hear some woke stuff.
As a woman in a plus-size theater community, it's like I always got the funny roles or the really unattractive roles. And I'm like, I'm big, that doesn't mean I'm hilarious. Like,
Girl, we could talk about this forever.
yeah, so that's super powerful, because performing and becoming into yourself, you either have to be overly confident and fake it till you make it, or it will tear you down.
Well, as a blah, 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 immediately when I hear someone say the words as a blank, my eyes roll over, because every time a person does that, they're doing it not as a qualifier of their opinion, but instead, they're listing off how you should see them as oppressed and therefore want you to agree with them, or you're a bad person who is invalidating their experience. It's never as an engineer or as a neuroscientist or anything that would better qualify the opinion they're giving. Well, personally, as someone who is successful in the entertainment business, I have to say that the reason this plus-size person is being typecast into the same role is because that's how people make money in entertainment. Did you ever notice that most of the successful actors play the same characters over and over? Very few of them have range like Johnny Depp or Heath Ledger and can play people who are entirely different from themselves. Also, if she doesn't like her typecast, then she can lose weight. Welcome to Hollywood. Actors have to change their body shape to get jobs all the time.
How do we all identify? Do we identify, like, what do we use to label ourselves, if you have one?
P-H-A-T. Thank you.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
I have a weird feeling about that one for some reason.
That was a pretty millennial-style reference for someone who looks like a Zoomer. I haven't heard PHAT in like 10 years. However, it doesn't matter how you identify yourself here, because the reason you said as a plus-size woman is to note your oppression points, and the reason you get points for that is because you perceive that other people think of you negatively because you're obese. Changing the language is not going to change how people perceive you, so anything said during this segment is nonsense.
I'll say fat, and then people will be like, oh my God, fat! And then I'll be like, it's not inherently a bad word, it's an adjective.
It's also a noun. The noun form is the one that's not inherently bad. The adjective form usually comes with a negative connotation. That's why you guys care, and saying that you don't doesn't make it so.
Yeah, that's the thing. No, but it is kind of taboo, because it was like, oh yeah, I'm fat. Don't say that, you're beautiful. I am gorgeous, but I am fat.
I didn't say I was ugly.
It's, oh my God,
yeah,
bro.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
I was
People
like,
treat it like it's
right,
taboo, and
right.
that's
So
the
it's too true.
But that's not true, and the reason it's not attractive is because it's unhealthy. I think if you get into the anatomy and physiology of things, you'll find that a lot of stuff that we perceive as unattractive are also unhealthy, like a forward-leaning head. That will cause things like carpal tunnel syndrome or TMJ. Bad breath can be a sign of poor dental health or a candida overgrowth. Mouth breathing likely causes you to get sick more because your nose filters air whereas your mouth doesn't. We are also finding out that mouth breathing may cause more cavities, crooked teeth, and poor nasal pathway development. All of these are things that people perceive as physically unattractive. Physical attractiveness, especially when it comes to obesity, is very related to health. But really, the most unhealthy thing that these people are doing is saying that they are fine the way they are, or that they are all these great things without having done any actual work.
It's such an unhealthy message to send to people. We're all human, none of us are perfect. It's teaching people that you shouldn't need to strive to improve yourself. You shouldn't need to struggle, and when you come across challenges or adversity, the rest of the world just needs to accept that you're amazing the way you are. Imagine if people took that to heart and tried to take that lesson out into the world and apply it to their lives. It would be disastrous for them. They would just get hit with, like, failure after failure.
Yes, it's not a coincidence that when I research the people in my videos with these ideas, that pretty much none of them are successful. That's why I call these ideas psychological poison.
Being fat or plus size does not mean that we're not active, that we're not nice people, that we're not worthy. It really sucks when people treat you differently because you're a size 18 rather than a size 2 or 4.
Well, I don't think that anyone would say that being obese means you're unkind or you're unworthy, but I do think that these people, and this person in particular, doesn't think she's worthy or worthwhile, because if she did, then she wouldn't shovel a ton of food down her throat to the extent that it harms her health and limits her relationship options. And stop the gaslighting. Yes, obesity is limiting your options. You can say you're kind and have a good personality, that's great, but it's not the only thing that matters, and that occurs in other fields as well. When you buy products, you don't just buy for the utility of the product or the personality of the product. You also buy products based on how they look. You want something that has useful function that also looks good. The example I like to use a lot is with these products here. On the left, we have the OSSC, and on the right, we have the RetroTink 5X. These products essentially do the exact same thing. They allow you to upscale a modified retro console into HD. The problem is that the OSSC looks like a blocky piece of crap, whereas the RetroTink 5X has a very nice, simple, encapsulated design with ports that don't create a huge mess of wires when everything is plugged in. The OSSC has the utility, but it doesn't look good, and therefore it is an inferior product, and I imagine that it sells less units. Another example I like to use is this cake that I make for parties. Not only do people say it visually looks good, but it's also a great tasting cake. It has function and a desirable appearance. But as much as these big companies lie to you by saying appearance doesn't matter, you'd be shocked at the millions upon millions of dollars they spend making sure their products look good. You wouldn't use products like YouTube if they looked like crap. This is why I say things like how you smile matters. That's why eating right matters. That's why going to the gym matters. A good product has to have utility, and it has to be aesthetically appealing. Anyway, that's the end of round 2, and believe it or not, they continue to say ridiculous stuff and undermine people who actually try hard to achieve their goals in round 3 as well.
I think the odd one out is probably somebody who lived as a fat person but lost the weight. But usually, a lot of the time, people that do grow up fat or go through weight loss journey, they end up being more fat phobic. That's not in all cases. It's not in all cases, but it does happen a lot.
Yeah, it's because they went through the struggle, achieved the outcome they wanted, and you know what they found out? They probably found out that simply putting your nose to the grindstone and doing the work is actually much, much easier than suffering the consequences that you put yourself through by being overweight. They found out that it's not as impossible as the complainers make it seem. Those people are just making excuses. And you know what I've noticed throughout this whole episode, and we're only halfway through, so there's still a lot more of this to come. Literally no one has said anything positive about being fat. It's all negative. I can't buy the clothes I want. I can't shop where I want to shop. I have to get all my clothes tailored. I get cast in roles that I don't want. People don't find me attractive. People assume negative things about me. Now, I didn't show this, but the faker Derek said that he had to quit the math team when he was a kid because he was too overweight to fit into the team vest and he was embarrassed. Compare that to this Jubilee video of girls who are rating their strength, where they only have positive things to say about being thin and in shape.
I feel like everyone should lift. It's such a great foundation.
You're gonna feel good about yourself. You're gonna meet great people at the gym, and also it's nice to see what your body's capable of doing.
Yeah, weightlifting rocks.
So tell me, if you only attribute negative things to your condition, then how are you fat with a pH? How is this desirable? From what you described, being obese sounds horrible, and you haven't even gotten to the real fun part of obesity, which starts in your 30s and 40s when you have to take 100 different medications because you have joint pain, type 2 diabetes, and heart disease. All of this is way more work and way more suffering than just losing the weight. But the problem is that these people don't want to go out of their comfort zone and are too lazy to learn how to change their behavior. But don't take my word for it.
Turning it on that, I really do think that in my personal experience, people that go from being in a bigger body to becoming skinny feel some sort of resentment, especially because I think they tie achievement to what they've done for some reason. There's this very big principle of look at what I've done, and they push this American dream-esque mentality of genuinely I worked hard and I did this. It's well, not everybody wants to do that.
And that's fine.
I like how he just admitted that they are lazy, and basically everyone agreed. What's funny is what is said next by this person here.
That's fine. If you want to lose weight, do that, but you don't need to project that onto everyone else.
The best part of this is that she says that people are projecting, and then 2 minutes later, she said that she always wanted to be thin.
I think it's difficult too because I grew up fat. I've been fat my entire life, and I've always envied in a way I've always wondered what it would be like to live in a thin body and how people treat you differently. I've dreamt about it.
I love how these people accidentally tell on themselves if you can get them to speak long enough. Joe Rogan says that it's one of the benefits of his podcast, and it's probably why certain people won't come on. It's hard to tell a lie for 3 hours straight. Good liars will say as little as possible. And this person, V, isn't the only one who got caught. Remember how this girl, Marcel, said that obese people are active?
Being fat or plus size does not mean that we're not active.
Well, here's her saying that she gained a lot of weight because she wasn't active.
So I moved to the US when I was 16, and I started gaining weight. The life here is different. I wasn't as active. I wasn't doing sports anymore. And then I was on birth control. So for me, it was hormonal imbalance that made me gain a lot of weight.
Gee, imagine that. 2 + 2 = 4. Finally, someone admitting that the sky is blue and not trying to say it's pink. She still had to blame birth control, though. Listen, birth control has its issues, and it might cause you to gain 10 to 20 pounds, but it's not causing you to gain 100 pounds. That's an eating disorder doing that. But you see, these people all know the answer. They know the answer is to eat less and move more. She said she gained weight because she wasn't doing that. The sad thing is that because this is an addiction and because a ton of people in media are lying to them and saying that they are fine, they are really only going to make a change if something extremely bad happens to them.
I'm a bulimia survivor. I was bulimic for about 8 years, and I also played volleyball and it was in theater and stuff like that. And the only reason I stopped throwing up and binging and purging is because I was losing my voice, and I love to sing, and I got nodes.
Oh no, that's the word. Oh my god.
I went from mezzo soprano to mezzo alto, but yeah, like if it didn't affect my voice, I don't know if I would have stopped.
Yep, that's how it is. This person had an eating disorder, and almost destroying her voice is what caused her to change. Well, she still has an eating disorder, but you get the point. Addicts have to suffer negative consequences before they'll change, and the worst thing people could do to an addict is to prevent them from experiencing a negative consequence of their behavior. Nothing positive will convince them. They have to experience negativity, and that point is communicated here.
Honestly, dating, I've met many guys who were like, I used to be big, so I understand that being smaller is more desirable, and it's just like this conversation just rubs me the wrong way because I've been met with so many people who think like that, and like the worst person I dated was very fat phobic, and they used to be bigger and they lost weight, and they were like shaming me about my body, being like, you know, we'd have better sex if you were smaller and all that shit. Like, oh my god.
No, 100, and it's
See, she doesn't care about the positives, and based on what these people say is fat phobia, she describes what I personally think was probably more so concern as abuse. Her ex was right though. I don't know why no one talks about this, but being more in shape makes sex way more fun. Not only that, but from the perspective of her past relationship, it is incredibly hard to move someone around who weighs that much, and no one wants to be with someone who is instantly out of breath the second they start moving. Just keep adding this stuff to the list of all the things that suck more than actually making an effort to lose weight. So that's pretty much everything interesting that happens during the game. If you've watched this series before, then you might have realized that I already spoiled the ending in the intro clip by showing them in a red light, which means the faker won. Once they realize this, all hell breaks loose and the apologizing begins.
Number 3, everyone can take off their blindfolds. 1, 2, 3.
Wow. I told a heartfelt story about dating someone fat phobic. You guys voted me.
Okay, can we talk about 1,000,001 reasons why it was Derek?
The only one that got me was like the theater. Like I really could relate to that. So I obviously know that
No,
you felt like you really went through that.
That's right. Flag.
No, it was true. That's what I'm saying.
That's an important thing. Nothing. There is not a single. Yeah.
What? Why is he like apologetic? The point of the game is to lie and pretend that you're something you're not. Did the fake vegan have to apologize in the vegan episode? No. Honestly, if they're going to get all offended, then they shouldn't have played the game. They are doing the exact thing that is wrong with Hollywood. We, the viewers, just want to watch people play a game. Meanwhile, the producers are trying to introduce some dumb political message that we don't care about at the expense of the game.
I'm sorry to anybody that shared something personal and then like because of this feels like they were lied to or abused. Like I came into the game with the idea of just having fun, and I promised myself like I'm not gonna lie a single time when I speak. Like I didn't want to like come in here and build a character.
The point of the game is literally to lie. This is what they signed up for.
I swear to God, if anyone's lying, oh my God. Okay.
After this, they show Derek, the thin guy, going on some really dumb tirade.
I hope that in watching this video, somebody can learn that the horrible stereotype that they have of plus-size people, whether that be that they're lazy or sluggish or they don't eat right or they're not healthy.
Not lazy? Bro, you called them lazy multiple times during the game. Do you not remember that?
Well, I was gonna throw up air quotes, but we all blindfolded. Because they like put in the work, that part being air quotes, and like became into a skinnier body. All of a sudden, there's this idea like you aren't working as hard. But again, not everybody wants to work that hard.
Exactly.
Also, you can't be morbidly obese and have healthy eating patterns because overeating is disordered eating and therefore unhealthy, even if they eat the most organic Whole Foods farmers market stuff you can find.
There are people that are plus size that are faster than you. There are people that are plus size that are in better condition than the average human being.
Challenge accepted. They all want to say they're physically fit and healthy, and by stating things that are obvious, I'm stereotyping and acting bigoted. Okay, what's the prize money in Odd One Out? $1,000? Fine. I challenge any of the obese people in this game, as long as they are still obese, to a 100-meter dash, and if they can beat me, I will give them $1,000. So anyone but Derek can claim the prize. I'm not even that fast, so you actually have a chance to win. And I'm completely serious. If you were in the video, then contact my agent with the email on my About page on my YouTube channel, and we'll set this up, film it, and if you win, you get the money. Let's smash those oppressive stereotypes. Anyway, just for some positivity, let's end this with someone who has a take that is not insane.
I couldn't tell like how I had an eating disorder when I was younger and how I overcame that, and then I slowly started drifting back to it, and I'm trying to lose weight now in a more healthy manner. So I wish I could have told that story to the group.
Yes, thank you for calling it disordered eating, because that's what it is. And thank you for continuing to make an effort to change instead of quitting and gaslighting by saying you're healthy, like the fat acceptance people do. All the people who are gaslighting and not referring to this as a disorder are really doing a disservice to the people whose lives are being ruined by the inability to control their behavior. Like I said earlier, the consequences of being obese are much worse than the inconvenience of losing weight. If you actually put in the work to exercise, eat less, and do some YouTube research to make sure you're using the most effective techniques, then you'll see that it's really not as hard as your fantasy makes it out to be. Now, every time I talk about obesity, I'll usually throw in a little weight loss tip. Here's one that I learned from weightlifting. Sleep is actually incredibly important for fat loss. It's been researched. Check out this Jeff Nippard video here. You want to get 7 to 8 hours of sleep per night if you want optimal fat loss. Also, just from a practical standpoint, the more stressed you are from not sleeping, the more likely you are to overeat or eat convenience foods instead of cooking your own meals. Outside of that, as I always say, weight loss is about psychology, not so much about diet and exercise. You need to put yourself in the correct mental space to motivate yourself to eat properly and exercise properly. You aren't going to do that if you're too stressed. One thing I like to do to reduce stress is to reduce the number of problems that I have. If you have 50 problems, life sucks, but it sucks less if you reduce it to 49 problems. And instead of sitting around and letting stuff overcome you, how about you write out a list of problems that you currently have the ability to solve and start knocking them out? It can be an easy one, like maybe you have $500 of credit card debt. Work a couple of extra shifts and knock it out. Or maybe it's something more mid to long term, like $10,000 of debt that you work to solve over a while. Whatever the actual thing is, I'm sure you can list out some solvable problems and you can start making your life suck less by fixing them and crossing them off the list. And what you'll find is that after you've been doing that for a while, is that the bigger problems that you thought you couldn't solve actually become more manageable. Maybe you have trouble losing 100 pounds because there are 5 things in your life that are making that goal more stressful to achieve. Knock those out first, and then turn your focus towards losing weight. The psychological...
Joe Rogan's story starts off with the misfortune of being raised without a dad. He only knew his father, who goes by the same namesake, Joseph Rogan, a cop in New Jersey, for the first few years of his life. After that, he only had his busy mother to take care of him, lacking the level of care and nurturing children usually receive, which he says impacted his relationships later down the line.
Whereas someone who grows up in a big household filled with people and the family was always there and everybody was there, you might take people for granted a little bit, you know, whereas for me, camaraderie and closeness and all that means a lot to me. Yeah. My parents, my mom worked, my stepdad was a really good guy, but no one was ever around. You know, there was no, and when they were done working, everybody was tired. You know, I was a latchkey kid, you know. When I was like 7 years old, I lived in San Francisco. I would go out and do a magic show on Fisherman's Wharf by myself. Just wander around the city. They would open the door, you just leave. 7.
According to Rogan, he had conflicted memories of his father. On one hand, he idolized him like a lot of kids do at that age, and he says his dad was partially responsible for cultivating his interest in fighting.
Well, at the time, I thought that my father was like a hero. You know, he was my dad. I think every kid thinks like that about his dad. His dad is like, your dad's your protector. Your dad is like the coolest guy in the world. That's what you like. Yeah, everybody wants to be like their dad. My dad got me alone, and he said, tell me what happened. And I told him, you know, we got in a fight, we were arguing over King Kong.
There you are. I was wondering if you were going to show up. Oh, please. It was to get you not just any great eagle. We're looking for one named Talon. She dumped me off the first 3 times I tried flying her back when I was selling weapons to the Ospreys. We want her specifically because she and I are familiar, and she'd likely still let me fly her. If we tried to hop on any other great eagle, they'd probably rip us to shreds. And I don't know about you, but I like being. Don't look at me like that. This was years ago when they were far less genocidal. I needed money at the time. How else was I going to stage a coup against the Scalebane? Trust me, had I known they were going to go insane and start a war, let's go thin their numbers a bit, shall we?
Can I still sell my stuff?
Can I help you? Stay safe, traveler. Can I help you?
Okay. This is the same set. Freeze, ignite. Not a caster.
Can I help you? Stay safe, traveler.
Whatever.
Godzilla, and I punched him in the face. And he goes, "Did you cry?" I go, "No." He goes, "Good, don't ever cry." And I remember that, like, whoa, okay. And I remember thinking, all right, I'm just gonna start punching people. Because, like, obviously my dad thinks it's a good idea if I go running around punching people as long as I don't cry.
The flip side is that, to be the kind of person to take no issue with his son fighting, Joe Sr. was allegedly an extremely violent man himself. In old episodes of JRE, Joe claimed to have witnessed instances of violence from his father, though he says they were never targeted at him.
My real father was crazy. He was like a psychotic person. He beat the fuck out of my mother.
Like he would be the type to come home
He beat
like,
the
"What
fuck out of
the
my
fuck's my doing?"
cousin.
Really?
Yeah, he beat my cousin up. He picked my cousin up by his hair, dude. My dad picked him up by his fucking hair. I'll never
Wow.
forget. Threw him in. He was a big guy. Big, scary, crazy cop from New Jersey. Yeah. So that was all my from when I was like real young. I got to see worst case scenario. Someone who just can't keep it together, smacks women, beats the shit out of kids.
Apparently, this behavior extended outside of the household, and Joseph would have his son spectate his brawls with random people.
I would watch him beat guys up at his bar. He owned a bar, and I was 5, and I got to hang out at the bar when I was 5. When I was 5, I would sit there, and I would put money in the jukebox. They would let me put money in the jukebox, and every now and then I'd watch him beat the fuck out of somebody. I was 5. Those are all my memories of my father.
He also wanted Joe to get into karate himself once he was older, but those desires wouldn't come to fruition. as Rogan's parents divorced when he was 5 years old. From that point on, his father would never be in his life again. However, Joe would continue to have somewhat of a turbulent childhood, moving from New Jersey to San Francisco, then to Florida, and after that to Boston, which made it difficult for him to put down any roots. When his stepfather entered the picture, who was the exact opposite of Joe's biological father, he provided quite a different influence on young Rogan.
So I go from that to this other dude who's like super nice. He smokes pot and he's really smart. He's a mathematical genius. He's a computer programmer, and he decides the computer program is not artistically satisfying, so he wants to go to school, and he takes my mom and he marries her, and we move across the country, and all of a sudden I have this new dad and this hippie guy. So I went from living around these Italian New Jersey psychopaths to all of a sudden I'm in San Francisco and it's all like peace and love. It's the 70s, man.
Thankfully, the family would end up staying in Boston. This gave Joe some stability going into adolescence, which tends to be a very chaotic period in people's lives. And he was no exception. As a teenager, he started encountering hurdles related to his identity and what he was going to do with his life. For one, he was getting bullied in high school and just generally felt like a loser.
Most feelings of lack of worth and self-worth come from that feeling as you're developing, as you're growing up.
Yeah.
You feel like you're not loved, or you're not appreciated, or you're criticized too much. You feel like you're a loser. And really be psychologically, it can be very hard to shake.
Yeah, it's
Dude, I was scared of this one kid.
Really?
Oh, so bad. This one kid, one of the reasons why I got into wrestling, this kid, like we had this confrontation in a locker room, and I didn't think we were gonna fight. Like I was just totally bluffing. I don't know what I said or what he said, I don't remember, but I do remember him getting me in a headlock, throwing me on the ground, and then leaning like he was gonna punch me in the face, but deciding not to.
He was also increasingly realizing that he wasn't cut out for a normal job and an ordinary life.
The things that I got interested in, martial arts and then comedy, if I hadn't gotten interested in those things, I would have been because I was just too independent for normal jobs. I was too independent for school. I just didn't want to listen to people. I was too feral. I just didn't want to sit still. If I was with the wrong parents, especially today, I most certainly would have been medicated.
He didn't want to feel like a failure anymore, but knew he couldn't excel at life in the typical ways. So he started trying to find a different area to succeed in. This first manifested as an interest in comic books because, surprisingly enough, Joe wanted to be a comic book artist. This hobby also served as an outlet for him to get away from all the rougher aspects of his life.
For me, early on, it was drawing. It was illustrations. It was comic books. I wanted to be a comic book illustrator. And then it went from comic book drawing and illustrations to martial arts. But it was just another thing that I was very, very passionate about. And that was my vehicle out of my dilemma. That was my vehicle out of my own anxiety and trauma and my own issues and insecurities.
His ambitions eventually transformed into a penchant for martial arts, spurred on specifically by his experience of almost being punched in the face and no longer wanting to be the powerless one in any given confrontation.
I don't want to see that guy that threw me on the ground and could have punched me in the face. It was almost like more humiliating.
That he didn't?
He could have punched me in the face, but he didn't. But that bullying and that guy doing that to me, that fear of like being just helpless made me get into martial arts. One of the biggest decisions of my whole life is getting involved in martial arts. Just didn't want that feeling anymore. Like if someone gives me a hard time, I want to be the one who can decide whether or not this gets violent or who gets hurt. I don't want to leave that into some stranger's hands who might be a psychopath.
Martial arts turned out to be exactly what he needed. At age 14, he began practicing karate, and a year later, he started taekwondo. By age 15, he was sold on it, and it became his whole life. Honing his skills as a fighter changed his perspective on his own capabilities. I was terrified of being a loser. Martial arts gave me not just confidence, but also a different perspective on myself and what I was capable of. I knew that I could do something I was terrified of, and that was really difficult, and that I could excel at it. It was a big deal for me. It was the first thing that ever gave me hope that I wasn't going to be a loser, so I really gravitated toward it. It wasn't just a casual hobby for him either. 4 years into Taekwondo, Rogan won the U.S. Championship Taekwondo tournament at the age of 19 as a lightweight.
That was a Taekwondo tournament. I was 19, man.
Oh. That was you?
Yeah,
with the walk-off?
That was me with the walk-off. You have to walk away and like make it look like it's no big deal. That was how my thought process was. Don't get excited. Make it look like this is what I'm going to do to everybody. Just relax. Just walk off. And have everybody so nervous that you don't even care.
He also became a Massachusetts full contact state champion for 4 consecutive years. These accomplishments allowed him to start building momentum in his life when he otherwise didn't have much going for him.
I didn't know I wasn't a loser until I started winning, until I started doing martial arts. Martial arts taught me that, like, I could get better at stuff. I wasn't really a loser. I just was someone who was, like, in a fucked up situation. So I went from being someone who was incredibly insecure and basically a failure to someone who was really successful at this one thing that was very dangerous, that other people were scared of. And that gave me immense confidence.
He started teaching Taekwondo at 17, given his proficiency with it, and even got into amateur boxing and kickboxing scenes to see what they were about, doubting that Taekwondo was truly the end-all be-all of combat sports. As such, he participated in a few professional fights, knowing that he wanted to pursue this as his career path. In fact, according to him, it seems like there was never any other option. Back when he was 16, his stepdad had arranged a gig working construction.
What a workout. That was fun, eh, traveler? Like you don't. Okay, here's well, it's been a few years. If she doesn't remember me, on top of that, I never liked heights. Hey, plummeting thousands of feet may be a good time for you, but I prefer to have my own 2 feet. Try not to fall off. All we got to do is steer Talon towards the temple, and she should take care of the rest for us.
Let's go, Bert. Oh my god.
It looks like the Ospreys weren't a fan of us borrowing their bird. Get ready for a fight. We're hit. Grab onto something.
Oh no.
Well, that wasn't too bad. Be my guest. I'm good right where I am. Unfortunately, this is where we part. For now, at least. You have yourself a giant snake to catch, and I have a coup to continue. I'll be headed for the temple's gates and letting in a few hundred of... Splitting up is the best way of going about it. I wouldn't be a ton of use to you, and I can move way faster when I'm not worried about you. I look forward to seeing you after your chat with Majasa. You'll be one step closer to your goals, and I'll be about 20 steps closer to my own. Watch yourself out there.
construction, and while there, it only solidified in his mind that a menial job was the last thing he wanted. Fighting, meanwhile, felt like a promising alternative to a monotonous life. But just when he felt like he was finally getting somewhere, reality would catch up to Joe. His record would forever remain at 2-1 because he retired from competition at only 21 years of age. This was because, as cool as martial arts look, there are some tough truths about fighting professionally, such as how difficult it is to compete, as well as the real risk of getting seriously injured, with the prospect of head trauma being particularly worrisome. Apparently, Rogan's success with Taekwondo gave him a distorted view of what he could accomplish in the ring. The reality did not match up with his expectations, which would be a shock to anyone's ego. More importantly than that, he started regularly getting headaches from training, and worried about his health as a result, with the possibility of being kicked in the head looming over him. This career path wasn't turning out how Rogan had hoped, and as such, he was plunged back into the fear that he had experienced as a high schooler, not knowing what to do for work, feeling directionless.
Everybody was scared. That was really at the bottom line of it. We're all young men, and we're on our way to becoming adults, and no one knows what the they're gonna do. And we have a few friends that have graduated high school, and they're losers now, and like, that might be me. Like, that was the big cloud that was always hanging over everybody's head. What are you doing after high school? What are you doing after high school? And it was like this impending date of doom that was coming up. So everybody was scared all the time.
Yeah.
And everybody wanted to be, they wanted to be a man. They wanted to prove themselves. They wanted to be something special, and no one felt special.
He had never taken his SATs because he didn't see himself ever returning to school, but the pressure of being viewed as a failure by those around him finally got to him, and he subsequently attended community college and then the University of Massachusetts.
But I got so tired of feeling like a fucking loser. Like, when I tell people I would always say I was taking a year off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it really, I just had no direction. All I was doing was like doing martial arts and competing. And I just was so terrified of what the future laid. And so I went to UMass for like 3 years, but not like 3 full years. It was like, there was still a lot of credits to be acquired if I was going to graduate. And I just was wasting my time. I was barely paying attention. I was completely half-assing whatever project we had, and then I was realizing, like, why am I wasting my time?
But, try as he might, academics simply weren't his thing. He found the whole endeavor pointless because he wasn't giving it his all, and was spurred on to drop out by various experiences, one of them being a memorable interaction with a science teacher.
I had a conversation with a science teacher. He was talking about Lake Erie being a dead lake, and I said, listen, man, they had a documentary on PBS last night about Lake Erie making a resurgence, and these scientists have figured out these new ways to minimize water pollution and all this shit. And, like, other kids are looking at me like, what the fuck? And he said, in interrupting a class, you showed yourself to be more articulate and more intelligent than you ever showed in the entire semester. So you're totally half-assing everything you do. Like, your writing, everything, paper you turn in, every test you do, every time I call upon you for a question, totally half-assed that. But when you wanted to correct me on something, all of a sudden you knew all the words, you knew how to form the sentence correctly, you knew how to say it with the right impact. He's like, your focus is off. I was like, God damn, that dude's on the money. And I realized, I'm like, yeah, so I'm not stupid, right? I can't listen.
But what was next for Joe if not finishing university? Well, he decided to bet everything on his next pivot, to the last career path he would expect for a roided-up boxer, stand-up comedy. Comics, even ones who do lowbrow humor, tend to be more cerebral than physical. But Joe apparently had enough of that aspect, perhaps cultivated by his stepfather, to make it work for himself. Though that's not to say it was smooth sailing from the get-go. What drew him to comedy in the first place wasn't necessarily his own interest even. It was those around him that encouraged Rogan to try it, because he was always the guy that brought the mood up before fights.
I got talked into doing stand-up by my friends from martial arts.
Well, you must have been funny.
Well, I was only funny because it was like gallows humor. We would go to compete, or we would be about to spar, and I would be the guy who would make everybody laugh. Because everybody was so nervous, because it was scary. You beat the shit out of each other, you know?
He did his first stand-up routine shortly after turning 21, and even within several months of preparation, he was caught off guard by how terrified he was to perform, especially as someone who had competed in combat sports.
But second most nervous was before I did stand-up for the first time. I was shitting my pants, man. I was really nervous. I just didn't have a background in performing. And right before I was going up there, I was thinking all the times that I fought and I should be comfortable doing this.
Right.
But I was fucking shitting my pants.
Even more embarrassing for him were the jokes themselves.
What'd you do, observe?
No, I just told some terrible jokes. Terrible jokes.
Like literally set up punchline?
Yeah, they were awful. The stuff that I'd written, you know, just weird stuff.
Did you write them down?
Yeah. I even had a piece of paper that I brought with me on stage because I was terrified I was going to forget. A lot of guys in the beginning, you knew you were a pro when you could put that paper away. I had one joke that I remember.
All right, there you
this
go.
is my impression of a good-looking girl getting pulled over by a cop.
Do you realize how fast you're going?
No, do you like my tits? Yes, I do. Here's a warning. Like, it was that bad.
But the nerve-wracking nature of it wasn't enough to deter Rogan from pursuing stand-up, because he really enjoyed it. However, as he got his bearings, he still needed a way to pay the bills. So he took odd jobs, delivering newspapers, driving limousines, and working as an assistant to a private investigator. Any kind of job he could get his hands on just so he could keep working on material. During this time, he met various up-and-coming comics from Boston like Bill Burr and Louis C.K., becoming embedded in what, at the time, was a thriving culture of comedians trying to make their way in the world. Some would succeed within the greater Boston area and make a living doing sets at local venues. Others, meanwhile, would go on to the big leagues to be international stars, with TV deals and the likes. Seeing the potential for upward mobility outside of education, Joe pursued comedy as much as possible. A couple of years later, in 1990, he was officially doing comedy full-time. His old sets show a very different Joe from the one we know now.
Put your hands together for Mr. Joe Rogan! Give him
One is here, folks!
I just want to touch him. Press to a guy like a light bulb to a mom.
Because of his raunchy style of humor, he was hired to perform in venues like bachelor parties and strip clubs. He even caught the attention of a talent manager, Jeff Sussman, and ended up moving to New York City to further bolster his career. 4 years later, in '94, Rogan decided to move to LA to get in on show business. He landed his first role on TV in the MTV show Half Hour Comedy Hour.
What's up? What's going on, huh? Doing all right? Yeah. Life's going pretty cool right now, but I gotta stop dating bimbos. It's like the biggest problem I have in my life right now. So I date too many bimbos. But bimbos are good to date every now and then because they're low maintenance, right?
With his success, he was seen as a promising talent in the industry and started being offered a myriad of opportunities. After he turned down an exclusive contract, as well as an offer to do a game show, Sussman, being his manager, sent recordings of Joe's performance to a handful of networks. This started a bidding war, which Disney eventually won, securing a deal with Rogan. During all of this, Joe stepped out of the world of pure comedy to dip his toes into acting for the first time on the Fox sitcom Hardball. Despite his inexperience as an actor, the president of Walt Disney Television took a liking to him during the casting process because of an offhand remark he made about acting. If you can lie, you can act. And if you can lie to crazy girlfriends, you can act under pressure. However, the show suffered due to the hiring of a bad producer who meddled with the script, apparently ruining it in the process. According to Joe, it was a great show on paper until a horrible executive producer with a big ego was hired by Fox to run the show and he rewrote it. Not exactly a great entrance into the world of acting, but his wide appeal kept his career chugging along. He started performing at the Comedy Store in Hollywood, where he became a paid regular, and would continue to perform there for the next 13 years. In 1995, Joe got another shot at a sitcom role with News Radio, which luckily turned out to be a far more acclaimed show. He fittingly starred as Joe Garelli, the handyman at the show's fictional news radio station. And if you know anything about news radio, you'll know he worked alongside a Turkey Tom channel favorite, Andy Dick.
You gotta be careful. Sometimes they mess up. Put a real can of nuts in with the joke can. No. Really? Yeah, man. You gotta double check. I always check myself. Yeah.
And with anyone who crosses paths with Andy Dick, no matter how remotely, it would end up giving Rogan serious grief. You see, Rogan had become close friends with fellow cast member Phil Hartman while working on the show, who confided in him about problems in his marriage to his wife Bryn. Rogan claims he attempted to persuade Hartman to divorce his wife multiple times. This situation came to a tragic end when Bryn, a recovering drug addict, started using coke again, which fellow actor John Lovitz blamed on Andy Dick. Bryn would end up murdering Phil in 1998 while intoxicated with coke and alcohol. Hartman's death impacted Rogan to such an extent that, though he was regularly doing stand-up when it happened, he simply couldn't perform and had to cancel a week's worth of shows. News Radio would be canceled in 1999, and this left Joe in a position to reconsider his life direction. Although he was thankful for the gig as an actor, Rogan was burnt out from doing the same shtick week after week and year after year. He was only motivated by that paycheck, money which allowed him to do stand-up on the side as his true passion. Joe needed to secure another job that would permit him to continue on in the same way with his other passions. Luckily, in 1999, Rogan negotiated a deal for 3 comedy albums with Warner Bros. Records. Also in the works were plans to feature in his own sitcom on Fox called The Joe Rogan Show, which was to feature Rogan as a second-string sportscaster who lands a spot as the token male on a View-style women's show. but this never came to fruition. As his opportunities for gigs on TV dried up, there was a new scene in entertainment that was just beginning to blossom, that coincidentally dovetailed with his first love, martial arts. That new scene was the Ultimate Fighting Championship, or UFC. Initially intended to be a single event when it launched in 1993, the UFC was giving way to the creation of an entirely new sport, though no one knew it at the time. The premise of it, which continues on to this day, was a fighting tournament that pitted every martial arts style against each other, with as minimal rules as possible, in an attempt to end any speculation about which techniques were superior to actual combats, making it an alluring sport for martial arts enthusiasts like Joe Rogan. Joe had been watching the development of the UFC since the early 90s, and like most other viewers at the time, became fascinated with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, as he watched a slender-looking Royce Gracie take down the kind of hulking muscular guys you would see on WWE, not by overpowering them with punches, but by using BJJ techniques to win against them on the ground. It was the performance at UFC 2 that first caught Rogan's eye, and from then on he was hooked. In 1996, Rogan began training in jiu-jitsu, rekindling his love for martial arts, which he had set aside for the most part ever since he became a comic. With the assistance of Sussman, who knew the organizer of the UFC, Rogan scored a gig as a post-fight interviewer, getting the chance to vicariously experience these other fighters' wins and losses. He made his first appearance on the UFC in February of 1997, at UFC 12.
Mark, we can get a couple words of you. Congratulations, unbelievable, impressive performance.
However, for the time being, his involvement would only be short-lived, since he resigned after just 2 years. Rogan just wanted to drink and enjoy the fights as a fan, for the pure love of the sport, rather than turning it into a job, especially when the pay wasn't anything compared to his comedy earnings. On top of that, it was actually costing him money to do the gig. In the early days of less rules and regulations, where the fights were as close to no holds barred as they ever were, the UFC was seen as so barbaric that it was banned in 36 states. So it could only be hosted in, well, the fun states, like Alabama. As such, Rogan was regularly paying travel expenses to fly out to fights, which the organization couldn't cover the cost of since they weren't mainstream yet. Joe Rogan's mind changed on this matter in 2001 after being offered free tickets to each event for him and all his friends by the new UFC president, Dana White. Rogan would end up commentating on 15 different matches for free before finally agreeing to a proper salary, persisting as a UFC commentator to this day, work he's received numerous awards for. Of course, the job is fraught with entertaining and chaotic moments, which seem to be Joe's bread and butter.
Someone spilled ice in the octagon. That's a big problem. That's a lot of ice. He's gonna take the ice on. That'll take a second. That guy's working in. This is a disaster. Oh no, this is gonna they knocked the bucket over. This is Three Stooges. What are you freaks doing? Still too much. Get back in there! You're not done. There's ice all over the floor. What are these guys? They ran out. Oh no, we got it. There's ice everywhere. Those cornermen, someone needs to kick their ass.
His own interview style was as unchained as the fights themselves, as he doesn't hesitate to talk to guys whose mental state is fraught due to having been knocked unconscious mere minutes ago, and he has no problem with being brutally honest with them. For example, when Gray Maynard knocked himself out after slamming his opponent to the ground, Joe disputed him in the octagon about who won the fight.
In the takedown, right after the takedown, he tapped, but you were unconscious. You knocked yourself out in the takedown. Look at the replay. You're totally unconscious. Take a look at this. Look at the replay, bro.
Rogan also got real with an emotional Daniel Cormier, who was just knocked out and lost his fight.
I don't think it's a good idea to interview fighters after they've been knocked out, but I really wanted to give you a chance to express yourself. I know this was an incredible moment for you. It was very emotional. What can you say at all about this and the rivalry between you and John?
I don't know, man. I guess if you win both fights, there is no rivalry, so I don't know.
Thank you for everything, Daniel.
During this time, he was also still working on his stand-up. He recorded his first comedy album in 1999, and it was released in August 2000. A single produced by Warner called Voodoo Poo Nanny was released around the same time as well. Safe to say, its content was truly astounding, light years ahead of its time. Rogan had basically made WAP 20 years before Cardi B got to it.
Voodoo. Punani got the voodoo. Doesn't matter what you do.
She got nothing on that Rogan swag. In 2001, with the internet on its way to becoming a proper force to be reckoned with in entertainment, Joe began writing blog posts on his website, joerogan.net, to help develop material for his routines. That same year, his career in entertainment would take another sharp turn when he accepted an offer from NBC to host Fear Factor. Fear Factor was a game show where contestants would compete for prize money by pulling off terrifying and disgusting stunts. Because of this, Rogan was initially hesitant to host it, objecting to the heinous nature of these challenges. He treated the prospect of hosting Fear Factor like a joke, thinking it would get canceled immediately for being too egregious. But that just goes to show how little he knew about the nature of American media in the early 2000s. He was under the impression that the only thing he would get out of this endeavor was material for his stand-up routines, even attending meetings for Fear Factor while high. But, ironically, his nonchalant attitude and talks for the show ended up actually getting him the role. While other contenders tried to be intimidating, he was just a laid-back guy, and despite his pessimistic predictions, Fear Factor ended up being a huge hit.
It was a preposterous show, like from the jump, and I always thought it was going to be canceled, and it was a giant hit. It was a giant hit.
Huge show.
And like immediately it was a hit. I'm like, this is so stupid. The show is so stupid.
This, of course, made Joe more recognizable on a nationwide scale, especially since the show went on for 6 seasons, with Rogan ending up doing almost 150 episodes of this insanity. Fear Factor led to further television opportunities, and Rogan became the host of The Man Show on Comedy Central in 2003, which was an extremely raunchy series about everything manly that tested the limits of what could be shown on the air. This half-hour comedy show focuses on things men enjoy: fear, women, and well, come on, how much more do you really need? This show features dancing women who often wear semi-revealing outfits, and each episode ends with footage of women jumping on trampolines. Much like Fear Factor, some of the younger viewers may be surprised this was ever allowed on network television, but part of the humor was how absurdly stereotypically it portrayed masculine interests. You'll never believe who watched it, though. Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel. Yes, that same Jimmy Kimmel, who today is all concerned with geopolitical issues on his talk show, was doing bits like, well, you can see it for yourself.
Women are voting. Seems like almost every year now, all thanks to the woman's suffrage movement. Led by Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, pioneers the field of bitching, moaning, and complaining.
Many today shy away from this kind of humor and plug their ears at it, but the bottom line is that this was routine in the early 2000s. And, yeah, people were pretty mad when they discovered this show again. Rogan and his co-host, Doug Stanhope, seemed to have a good time doing their bits, as crazy as they were.
What do you think is the biggest difference between men of your generation and the men of today?
The men of yesterday were a little bit more circumspect about their behavior and their language.
I'm circumspect and I'm not even Jewish.
Try it, champ. You're gonna beat a girl. You're gonna fight like a girl.
However, a year into the show, Joe and Doug started having conflict with Comedy Central over the Man Show's content. Apparently, it was too much even for them. Rogan recalled, "I was a little misled. I was told, show nudity and we'll blur it out. Swear and we'll bleep it out. This has not been the case." And despite Joe entering talks to host his own radio show, his busy schedule prevented it from happening. In 2005, the actor Wesley Snipes of Blade fame would invite Joe Rogan to step into the octagon with him for a real fight. With his martial arts background and growing expertise in jiu-jitsu ever since he got interested in the UFC, Rogan took the proposition seriously and trained for 5 months to get ready. But this spectacle never came to be because Snipes backed out of the fight. It wasn't necessarily that he lost his nerve, though. In fact, the decision had been made for him by the IRS. The Internal Revenue Service had launched an investigation against him for alleged tax evasion, which in 2008 he would be sentenced to 3 years in prison for, and ordered to pay an astounding $5 million in fines. Joe speculated that the actor proposed a fight to turn a quick profit that could help with his debts. If the fight did actually happen, Joe said that he would have respected Snipes' fighting chops, but was confident that he could dominate him with his jiu-jitsu know-how, since he had been training in the martial art for 10 years by that point, and had gotten his brown belt, which is no easy task, since each belt in BJJ takes several years to get on average.
He was in a bad situation where he owed taxes, and the government, they put him in jail. He got put in jail for tax evasion. I think he had bad advisors, and sometimes advisors will tell you, like, there's a law, and you don't have to follow that law because of, and I think he's great, and he's a legit martial artist. It wouldn't have been easy. But I also knew that he didn't have any jiu-jitsu training. And I was like, I know how to kickbox. I fought a lot of Taekwondo tournaments. I fought some kickboxing matches. I'm like, I know how to strike if he doesn't know any jiu-jitsu at the time, I was a brown belt. I was like, good luck. I'm gonna grab you. What the fuck are you gonna do if I grab you? Like, I don't think people understand how helpless you are if you're not trained in jiu-jitsu, or even if you're a blue belt.
It was around the same time that Rogan was feeling a bit bored from working on these scripted and mind-numbing TV shows, so he decided to continue growing his online presence, seeing the potential of the internet. He paid people to film him around the clock while he was on tour with his fellow comics, and turned the footage into content for his website in a series called The Joe Show. Accordingly, in 2005, Rogan filmed his second comedy special, which would be released in 2007. He would later unexpectedly host Fear Factor one last time for a 7th season, but the 2011 revival of the show came to an end after one particularly disgusting stunt was pulled, which I can't describe here for monetization reasons. Let's just say it involved chugging 12 ounces of a liquid known as donkey juice.
We did 148 episodes, and then we did another, I think we did 6 or 7, but only 6 aired because one of them was the one when they had a drink.
No shit.
Dracula
Yeah,
What are you talking
SRB.
about?
A jug.
Welcome to my channel.
Who made it?
Desi Snečk.
Znaš ko me danas zvao greškom?
Oh.
Pođi.
A?
Mogu da ti klipujem samog streama, ne znam kad se desilo.
Ajde.
Predno sat,
Ima.
2. A, mora da... A slepac. 100% je teo da zove mog brata, znaš. Piše, jevi ga, ja sam Kosović Ilija ili tako nešto, a ono, on je Kosović Simo i može biti, znaš kako on ono, znaš kako on gleda ono. Nišani kao, znaš, snajper. Moguće da je... I zajebao se, i ja sam se javio, pazi, ja se javio.
Ne, verujem ja snajper.
Gde si Milane, šta ima? I samo pip, pip, pip. Dobili ste pogrešan, možda ste zvali pogrešan broj, ali dobili ste pogrešan čovjek.
Posjetili ste me na Žikinu dinaštiju, ti oj Milan, znate, me.
Zajebo se, i to daš kako.
Aj,
Skonta je se zajebo, odmah je prekine, koji ludak. A bilo je toga, pre godinu, 2, znaš, da prođeš pored njega. Naprimjer, sad kad bi ti došao nenajavljeno, da ne zna da si recimo u našoj opštini. I kad bi ja i ti recimo pričali, da? I nema šanse da bi provesti ga, znaš. Ali znaš da ne? Dok ne prođeš jedno 5 do 10 metara da vidite recimo hod ili like.
On je kao
Užas,
mačka,
užas.
njemu je sve to mutno, brate.
Užas.
Ljudi su mu, brate, mutni. Znaš šta njemu je
Sve u motion blur.
U IRL upaljen motion blur. I onaj, kako se zove onaj...
Depth of field. Depth of field, ono što je ispred njega to je ono zoomirano, znaš. Sve okolo je, znaš, ne motion blur, baš depth of field, da. Sve okolo je mutno, sve, ništa se ne vidi, to precizno je, bote. Ne znam, ja sam ga branio. Nisam siguran da li mu je pomoglo moje branjenje, ali... Onaj momak se izvinuo.
Ti Milan, bre, na poruku.
Gde, na Discordu?
Na ovaj mobil.
Na telefonu?
Yes.
Nice.
Pronto, sempre pronto.
Kaže ovako. Poruku? Ne vidim poruku.
Na telefonu.
Da nije Viber? Ja to sve isključim, te notifikacije. A Cila je promenio broj telefona, dobro. Ništa. Nebitno. Ko mi je poslao poruku? Koleginica mi kaže da sam propustio rođendan. To je to. To je bilo pre 2 nedelje. Nemam pojma. Ne vidim. Ako opet za internet, oni kum nisu normalni. 100 put sam im rekao da ne mogu da tek tako raskine mogu. Mislim, mogu, Ali ne vidim
Koja je
pointu da...
poruka?
Ne vidim pointu da platim, razumeš, 10-20 hiljada dinara da bi imao brži internet. Što se ja raskinu ugovor.
Ne zna kako da ga platiš.
Ne bi.
Kako da ne platiš?
Kako? Znam i to. Isto ko on.
Čuš mene.
Isto kao on.
A ja na način kao slušam njega nešto, a ja kažem kako da ga platiš?
Ne, isto ko on. Zovneš ga danas i kažeš nešto mi ne radi internet, molim vas, pošaljite nekoga, ovo je ozbiljno. Dobro, smaraš i tako, znaš.
Javljao se na mobilni i nije se javio.
To da mislim, nije to.
Zvao te je bio u brate kolima, nisi.
Ja da znam, jes.
Pa zvoje se mutirajte pa onda.
Ne potrebe da prenosiš.
Neću ništa da mu kažem, odmutira je on tebi svakako, znam ja to. Piši mu na stream.
Ne, probaj tako.
Ne mogu ja ne mogu da pričam, potrošio sam glas. Nemam ga. Sempre pronto. Majko mi. Sve luto. Moj Milan je luto. Lažni.
Ne?
Šta ma sam što zeza?
Šta?
A
morate vratno da ugasiti.
Ugasili smo.
Onaj receiver.
Accent. Da. Mogu bi da se obrijem, i da idem katastrofi. Da. Kekara. Moguće. To ne bi bilo moguće. To ne bi bilo moguće, moj Milan. Let's tell me. Kiss me, kill me, rape me. Save me. Mira. Nikad je majka u životu, brate. Gdje si, Gabriel?
se čujemo?
Čujemo se, Dragane. Dragane. Dragani. Dragane. Dragani. 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 Na 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 na.
A evo te, Bobaš mi pošalje prije 10 minuta poruku, zovem ga, ne mogu ga dobiti. A stigli su, vidio sam, posao mi još jutro da su stigli. Ja znam da ga ne mogu lako dobiti, no prije 10 minuta mi poruku poslao. Gdje peđe?
Tu sam, samo sekund, momci, izvinite. Svaki sekund.
Bez tebe ne mogu da dišem, milo moje nije nam sve dalo, da zajedno gradimo svoj dom, baš mi se ne da duša, baš mi se ne da, a ja samo hoću malo sreće i malo topline. Šta sam na to reći? Da. Jeste. Mali živih.
Ima.
A, tu je Dragan.
Da se radi.
Opa. Ništa izgleda da Milan pokušava da komunicira sa mnom, nije mi jasno zašto.
A?
Nisam ni tražio da mi se izvine što je pljuvao u lice ljudima koji rade normalne poslove i koji sami sebi izdržavaju.
Čekaj, šta sam ja nenormalan, hoćeš mi to reći?
A evo sad ću ja da kažem ovako. Evo ti, sad ću ja tebi doneti da probaš moje patike, pa ako ti se sviđaju moje patike, userem se u te tvoje što si kupio za 100 evra, userem se u njih. A moje patike koštaju 400 evra, znaš, i poklon su. Userem se u te tvoje što si ti kupio za svoje pare za 100 evra, userem se.
Tako je. Misliš neki AMD?
Ne, nije vređao mene. Nije bilo reč o meni. Rekao je ovako, ovim rečima. Čekaj, ne, ima snimak, zašto ja sad sad sebe. Uzeo sam Kesićev računar, kod sebe smo ga odneli kao kućište, pa da ga probamo na moj internet, da vidimo da li ima cepka Hunter, kao da li ima tog mikrostatera, pa ako cepka, useram se ja u taj AMD što vi svi imate.
Znači to je taj faz.
Kao što rekoh, nije on uvredio mene, nego se posrao po svim ljudima koji rade sami za to što, znači sebi priušte ono što imaju, za one pare koje oni imaju.
Normalno, ko ja. Ja sam siromak, AMD, socijala.
Slušaj, i da imaš novca,
Ne bi ni uzeo to.
Imaš 500 evra na jednu stranu, imaš 250 evra na imaš 250 evra na drugu stranu. Za tih 500 evra možda kupiš procesor, ploču, RAM i grafičku. Najjeftiniju grafičku, ali grafičku. Ili možda kupiš samo procesor za 500 evra. Kao što rekao, toliko para niko nema. Nemaju ni Amerikanci toliko para.
A Inteli nisu normalni. Ajmo da. AMD keva, bet. Baš zato što su jeftiniji. Da me boli kurac. Ne znam. Saznat ćemo da nas neko ovdje ne obezglavi. Čućeš ja kako umirem prvi.
Sese.
Si hermite. Aj stavio nokte. Što nokte?
Ne, to ti je okej.
A da, mimo je.
Pa mimo je.
Vidim ja, tek sam kao... Brat hermit. Znači on je sad hermit samo.
Pa da, promenio.
A lepo, to mu je bolje nego šta Grandfather.
Lakše.
Kad bi se nazvao La Cosa Nostra Dracula.
La Cosa Nostra Dracula Srbija. Šta?
Pa to, bukvalno. To je to.
Can I help you?
Stigla. Ružica si bila.
Što je?
Šta bi junače? Ono slomice.
Preko čega? Nemoj mi tu vrata otvarati, znači ti se šetaš okolo s tim prutom.
Šetam se s prutom da sam i šiba.
Ja.
Budala bre.
Vratit se za 2 minuta.
Ne te ne bojiš, samo kad je ovo kjelači.
Ja sam navikao ovako.
Can I help you?
To je nekog ispred. Jeli steak. Je bi im bilo bolje kad bi stavio na najveću ovu rezoluciju. Bi to lepše izgledalo ili bi isto imao kockice fazu.
Šta za upload?
A da, uopšte.
Ne. I dalje bi imao artefakte.
to.
Zato što ti je enkoder takav. Enkoder. Možda sačekaj da izađe novi, taj Intelov enkoder.
A koliko da čekamo? Koliko dugo? Ti od 2019. Koliko streamaš i pre toga?
Za Hunt taj enkoder je kurac. Konkretno za Hunt. Za ostale igre.
Ljudi. Internet. Imamo svi internet. Ima internet za stream. Dovoljno mu je to.
Nema...
Ja sam džabe uzo veći net. Džabe ću posle godinu dana da ga plaćam 400 dinara skuplje. Nepotrebno. Da sam znao,
Overkill.
uzo bi za 1000 dinara.
Nejeftini paket si mogu da uzmeš.
Pa imao sam. Nego ajde čisto zbog tog OBS-a i to kad vidim da platforme ne mogu da podrže preko 7000, a ja sad trenutno sam stavio na 10.000, meni vrati kura 10. Ako stavim na 20, onda će da mi baguje, da mi
Overkill, te bric.
Overkill. Koliko si stavio, Milane, upload? 10 isto? A dobro tebi jest. Imaš jak komp.
Nema to veze s kompom.
Piši mu tamo na chat Snake, oceni mu stream, pošto hoće tvoje mišljenje. Oceni mu ga.
Samo malo.
Čovječe, zbobašan sam priča, si me zdražio.
Spartans... 8-3.
Nema nikog.
Prilično sam siguran da isto kad izađe napolje, znaš, na otvoren prostor.
Imaš i dinamit za debelog.
Odmah ću ti reći. Teško je reći, on se uvijek krije unutra, znaš. Nikad ga nema na otvorenom prostoru.
Nikad nema da ima 1000 stvari napolje.
Ne.
Dve zatvoren prostor.
Evo ga, ide kroz žicu, kill, razvali ga.
Tu luta. I lutaš, bebo.
Možeš i ti lutovat sad ovo, možeš.
To ti ova torbica.
A može li beka da luta?
Ne može, prazno je. Ovo može samo.
Probaj beka.
$75.
Ono što vidim je da ima dosta sharpeninga, koliko ja vidim. Teško je reći, stavio anti-aliasing onaj, znaš. Stavio anti-aliasing dosta jak. Teksture ne nisu kockaste, nego su mutne, znaš.
Njemu je više mutnije. A na što mu je mutnije?
Nekromancer.
Njemu uopšte nema kocke zbog te grafike što je stavio 8 puta i to sve. Onda ne može, nije mu čista slika. A nama je čista slika, čiste teksture, sve. Zato što nema tih kuraca anti-aliasing i ne znam, blur i te kurce i tako to.
Idem samo da jedem pa da se roka.
Ako želi, kaže, ako želi može da ti ga posoši. Čuš se. A šta rade? Zajeba se. Kao, loše to. To sam, čekamo ga. Valeri. Debrix. Na 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 na. La 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 la. La 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 la. Kaže, uloge gde neki glumci nisu baš imali poteškoću da nauče svoj tekst. Ryan Gosling i Keanu Reeves za John Wick, ovaj za Drive. Henry Cavill za Batman vs Superman, Dawn of Justice. Johnny Depp u Edward, ovaj Sorkins. Arnold Schwarzenegger u Terminatoru. A što se? Dobro. Tu sam vičio kada Kešić dođe. Samo kaži, počni da se deraš Peđa. Legao sam na krevetu.
Evo.
Sam! Ajde. Ajde, red.
Sad sam ja. Aha, neki paprikaš. A pojao sam neki sandvič posle bio prije no što ćemo kafu jutro popiti. Pošalju mi, daju mi iz nekog restorana u Palanku kad ostavim hranu, to jest kad ostavim meso, ima neka žena što mi stalno daje sandvič za poneti. A ima onaj sandvič što je u foliju. Ma dobar, odličan. Salata, kulen, ne znam šta ide unutra. Sir, pun svega. Ma da, svaki put kad ostavim meso, spremi mi taj sandvič. To je gotovo u stvari sandvič, no. Mislim da je to kod Savića bilo tako se kupi. U Quickie, fazon. A morat ću da.
Da ti ocenim stream. Stream.
Truf.
Teško.
Ako tam tačno vidim da žena ono krije da ne vide i zamisli na svoj rizik ide i ono.
To je ono, lepo baš. Čekaj, to je iz firme, a?
Ma nije iz druge firme, mislim neki restoran što drže, a ja dostavljam privatno to meso.
To je lepo.
Kod njega...
To je ono fazon veličine ko hot dog, ono da kažemo.
Ne pomeraju. Eto. Eto ti odgovor. Aha.
Ubi. Vidite šta će mi ova pčela napraviti, jeba će mi majku.
Ne, idemo nastavljamo ovo. Zašto bi išli gore? Kada ovamo imamo dva izlaza. Pa ćemo kurac gore. Gaste kjere.
Da, kao što sam rekao. Toliko
o tome.
Toliko uključuje tih efekata za grafiku da kod njega se ni ne vidi uopšte oštro te krošnje i to. Ništa nije bolji stream nego kod tebe, Kunenci. Džabe platio tog internet i...
Najgore sam što ja igram na manje rezoluciji.
Džaba sve isto izgleda. Meni to sve isto.
Stretch, ono...
Ne, džaba isto.
Stretcha ima, ono igram baš...
Sve isto.
Ovo što se kod ono mene vidi sve svetlije.
Kaže da nije platio internet, da ga je dobio džabe.
Ne pričamo o internetu, pričamo o... Twitch Prime, znaš Kesić. Twitch Prime ti je...
Ima li džabe Prime?
Nema.
Ne.
Da ja znam. Nije se falio.
Odakle tebi Prime? Nemaš ti Prime?
Nenad ga je registrovao na mjesec dana, poslije mjesec dana moraš da se odjaviš, pa opet prijaviš.
Ma glupost, ko će se cima s tim, brete. Šta će mi to Snake, zašto?
Nisam ja ništa rekao, to pitaj Nenad.
Nego šta ja dobijem s tim?
Ništa.
Pa ima li razlike na Prime i ovo redovno? Nema ništa.
Možeš da guraš veći taj bitrate i to je to. Što se tiče Hunta nema razlike i dalje izgleda kljako.
Čekaj, koliko, da, to da, ali ovako, kaži mi koliko bi plaćao mjesečno to svaki mjesec?
Ma moraš da se prijavlješ i odjavljuješ
Some games are meant to be experienced in bite-sized chunks, and some can give you tons of worthwhile stuff to do. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 10 games worth spending 1,000 hours in. Starting off with number...
Čekaj ove poletaševe. Pa da uzimam to ako je dolar? Znači svaki mjesec može ono dolar.
Jebo mi je majku, znaš? Zakačio me na 10 metara visine.
Da, svako mjesec se previši da odješ.
Znači, pa to bi mogao da plaćam po euro. Ako je euro. Mogu bi to taman da...
Povećaj bitrate be kad ima li razlike.
Onako imam, onako plaća,
nema, to je Hunt. Nek ti pokrene bilo šta drugo, razumeš, vidit ćeš razliku. Nema.
Nismo uzeli još jedan trag ovdje, počnite ga kao...
Koliko je maksimalan taj bitrate? 100.000, jel?
A ne znam koliko ti Twitch pušta da uploadiš maksimum, to ne znam. Ali na Twitch Prime-u možeš dosta.
Aha, ti vije. Će da te pije.
Donkey? Donkey, yeah, my own Took me a year to fill up everyone's stein.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The episode wasn't actually released at the time,
Moram
but
malo
information
te
about it
hvali.
leaked and got into the hands of outlets like TMZ, who had a field day with it. As for Joe, he only participated in the reboot to chase that bag, although it was for the sake of his family. In his words, I didn't have as much money back then, and also, it was a lot more money than what I got for it the first time. It was a big deal, but I immediately regretted it. What was good about Fear Factor is that it finally made him financially free. No longer would he have to bounce between gigs and acting, comedy and fighting just to stay afloat. Instead, he could do whatever he was interested in. It's a prospect most people only get to dream of, but he had achieved it before hitting 40. On his blog, he would write a post about his thoughts on the show coming to a close, highlighting how stand-up continued to be his true passion in life. Fear Factor has reached its end, and I couldn't be happier or more excited. My first love has always been stand-up comedy, and that's all I'm going to work on now. I never set out to act in sitcoms or host a game show. It's just sort of something that happened. They offered me jobs, and I took them. I've enjoyed it for the most part, but never as much as I enjoy stand-up. The real problem is that I've spread my focus out into all of these other things. My stand-up is what has suffered, and that's the thing that's the most important to me. I rode Fear Factor into the beach, and now that it's done, I'm looking forward to really concentrating on my comedy from here on out. I've got a couple other projects cooking, but they're all related to my actual interest as opposed to just my interest in making money. Don't get me wrong, Fear Factor was a great gig, and I certainly benefited from it a great deal. But for the most part, it was just a job. It was a great job, but still just a job. Stand-up, on the other hand, has never felt like a job to me. It's always been this fascinating, ever-growing and expanding, living art form that somehow I'm a part of. To do it, you have to constantly focus on it and constantly work at it. It's literally an expression of life. The more you think about life and explore your curiosities, the more it grows. The rewards from it are so much sweeter than any aspect of show business, and they're immediate. I fucking love it. And when it all comes together, there's really nothing more fun. It's really like a living thing, a big live collection of ideas that, when put together properly and performed with enthusiasm, actually makes people feel better. And like a living thing, you have to nurture it and feed it in order for it to grow. The more I focus on it, the more I'm aware of how much there is to it. Rogan would post somewhat regularly to his blog during 2006, and there's a couple intriguing tidbits from that time period. Apparently, he got in a spat with a random person online who sent him insulting emails. Rather than ignore the guy, he decided to engage him, which was a revealing moment as far as showing what Joe's character is like. He didn't see himself as a celebrity, he saw himself as just another guy. The post reads, "The other day I was sitting around making phone calls and answering emails when I came across an email from a kid on MySpace that has emailed me in the past being a dick. The email said, 'I hate you, you're not funny.' I decided to engage him in a childish war of insult, and then I posted it all on my blog. Now, I posted it because I thought some people would find it amusing, but it wound up being posted on several different sites on the net and stirring up quite a little bit of controversy. I know a lot of people have ideas about how people in the public eye are supposed to respond to people that are not, but the way I look at it is this. I'm just a person, and when another person acts like an asshole to me, I reserve the right to be an asshole back. I'm not defending my actions, but I am explaining how I think about it, or at least thought about it at the time. People say you're the asshole picking on some 20-year-old college student, to which I say, absolutely, that's what I was going for. Other blog posts detailed his unorthodox adventures, and were probably intended to be incorporated into his stand-up routines. In one, he describes his thought process while high in an airport, wondering how alluring an old lady was when she was in her prime. And in another, talks about the time he went to a viewing for an adult movie, where the director treated it like the premiere of a film. He gets up and he thanks everybody for coming, and then he talks about the movie like it was some really difficult accomplishments, and how so many people told him it couldn't be done. But back in 2005, Rogan had used his blog as a platform for something a little more serious. He accused comedian Carlos Mencia of stealing jokes, which is unfortunately quite a common occurrence in stand-up to this day. Joe had leveled this accusation at Mencia as early as 1993, but it wasn't until 2007 that an altercation would happen between the two. Rogan confronted Mencia on stage at the Comedy Store in Hollywood, and a friend of his, Brian Redband, who would later help him with his podcast, filmed the argument that followed. It was edited into a video which Rogan posted online. The crowd cheered Joe on as he and Mencia yelled and swore at each other, and the video also features examples of Mencia telling similar jokes as other comedians.
Here's this new thing, I don't know if you guys heard this. He wants to build a new wall all down the California-Mexico border. Like a 12-foot-high brick wall, it's like 3 feet deep. So no Mexicans get in. But I'm like, dude, Arnold, who do you think is gonna build that wall?
I propose that we kick all the illegal aliens out of this country. Then we build a super fence so they can't get back in. And I went, who's gonna build it?
Rogan also had the backing of George Lopez, Bob Levy, Bobby Lee, Ari Shaffir, and more in this controversial endeavor, who would, according to Joe, go on to thank him for sticking his neck out on their behalf. Unfortunately, the same talent agency that managed Rogan worked for Mencia as well. They ended up giving Joe an ultimatum: either apologize to Carlos or find another agency to work with. You can probably guess how that turned out.
Really clear, you tell me if this is what you're saying. You're saying you want me to apologize or you can't work with me anymore. Well, we're done. You know, there's no apology, and we're never going to work together.
The reason they did this was that Mencia was a far more valuable asset to the agency because of how much more revenue he pulled in than Rogan. They did not particularly care if that money was being made off of other people's stolen ideas. The Comedy Store also banned Rogan from the premises. Despite the club having been his go-to venue for so long, they sided with Mencia because he was the more popular comedian. Doing the right thing doesn't always go how you want it to, but that's life. Rogan took the blow gracefully and migrated to a different comedy club in Hollywood. The internet, on the other hand, had a much different response than the industry. The video went viral and Mencia's reputation was irreversibly tarnished with the label of joke thief. While reflecting on the incident much later on, Joe said he regretted that the situation had escalated to such a heated and negative conflict, but reaffirmed that he would do the same thing again on principle.
I don't like trashing fellow comedians. I really don't. I genuinely don't.
No.
Did that change after Mencia? You felt a little bad?
Yes, 100%.
I thought so.
You felt bad about it? During the moment of it. I realized how much negativity it creates, and I'm like, okay, a good thing was done where people weren't in danger of having their intellectual property taken by someone who's far more successful. But the weird thing was the anger, like watching the anger. Like, it's like you're throwing meat to a group of piranhas.
Carlos Mencia also revisited the controversy in recent years in an interview referenced by the New York Times. For the majority of comedians, Rogan was looked at, still is, as a kind of hero to the cause. It is ironic that a guy who is now saying you shouldn't cancel anybody at least started the building of his podcast by canceling me. This was a puzzling comment to say the least, as when Rogan gripes about cancel culture these days, it's in reference to politics or people losing their jobs. Exposing Carlos for stealing jokes has nothing to do with being taken to task for a political stance. Regardless, Carlos Mencia is evidently still coping and seething to this day. In April 2007, Joe's fourth comedy special called Shiny Happy Jihad premiered. As the name suggests, he broached controversial topics, but the album was still well received. At the time, if you only knew him for Fear Factor or the UFC, which he feared was the case for most people who knew his name, the last thing you'd expect is him interjecting into Middle Eastern affairs. But by this point, he was well on his way to becoming the guy we know now. The pothead dude who casually riffs on political and religious matters like he's Plato, and then goes right back into saying and doing ridiculous things. Back then, and to this day, Joe really just talks about whatever he's interested in, rather than what he thinks will make him the most popular. Rogan gives his views on suicide bombers, proposes solutions for peace in the Middle East, and debunks the story of Noah's Ark, among other topics. Rogan estimates that only 30% of those who know him have any idea that he's been a stand-up comedian for close to 20 years. 2009 would be another important year for Rogan, and maybe the biggest turning point in his life yet. For one, he married Jessica Ditzel, who he had a child with the previous year, and they've been together ever since with 3 daughters. Himself not getting to properly experience having a father, it was all the more meaningful to him to have children he could be there for.
One thing will happen though when you have kids, you bond with your kids. It's so, I would assume that everyone's bond with their children is very tight, because it's an unbelievable connection you have.
Čubek with camera na stream sniper.
It's not just true unconditional. It's like they're a drug. Like they give you love to the point where, like, my daughter, my youngest, we were playing the other day in the pool, and there was a point in time we were just laughing about something together, just laughing. And I'm looking at her face, and she's laughing, and I felt like I was on drugs. I was like, the love that I have for these people is so intense. And it's also, I didn't get that.
The other event that took place in his life in 2009, one that you're probably more familiar with, was the official launch of his podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience. On that fateful Christmas Eve, the first ever episode of JRE was live streamed to the world. This ties into him just recently forming a family because his wife, getting pregnant, pushed him to move back out to Hollywood. He had successfully escaped the chaos of the celebrity world to live in Colorado for all of 4 months, but he was pulled right back in, and this spurred him on to create the podcast. If you remember correctly, by this point, Joe had already been involved in various content creation endeavors of his own with the help of the industry, which involved the assistance of Brian Redband, and the podcast was intended to be a continuation of the pair's collaboration. At the time, while there were a couple of other comedians with podcasts, it was really only limited to a small pool. The genre was truly in its infancy, and Joe, being an early adopter, is part of why it paid off for him so much. Having finished his career in acting for the most part, he would fully dedicate himself to JRE, while continuing to commentate for the UFC. When it started, there wasn't even the dynamic of bringing on guests like it's known for now, but Joe and Brian quickly realized they had to switch it up, since the podcast quickly got boring with just the two of them. Joe was able to pull comedians with enough of a following to get the ball rolling, and the rest was history. From the early 2010s and onwards, he got to show more of his fighting skills online in lieu of ever getting to have his own career in combat sports. And there's a bunch of videos of his insane kicks floating around on YouTube.
Poštanski broj za sve. Ljudi, ne znam, oni koji, brate, voze u, brate, kurirskoj službi. U stvari znam, najgore stvar što su to najgori posao, to je mučenje, brate. Nam, brate, lika koji nam, brate, dolazi kod nas, uzima robu.
He also finally earned his black belt in jiu-jitsu and got to pursue his interest by eventually starting an MMA podcast. One detour he took back into the world of television was in 2013, when Rogan hosted a show about investigating conspiracies called Joe Rogan Questions Everything. He got into topics from Bigfoot to UFOs and was apparently baked out of his mind during the filming of the entire thing. People may forget about it now, but that was his brand for a good chunk of time. Conspiracies and that good old crud.
Tu je dobra plata, mislim. Tu nema život, bre.
Ma dobra, kurac.
Oni izlaze preko 100,
By 2013, YouTube had also cemented itself as the premier destination for video content online. So the natural next step for Rogan was to migrate his podcast to the platform. I say it was natural in hindsight, but in reality, long-form content was a rare sight to behold on YouTube back then. So he was making a gamble as to whether his movie...
Misliš kao Milan skamuješ, jel to? Radiš regularan posao i skamuješ sa strane, to?
would succeed or not. As you guys already know, it paid off big time, and every year that passed saw names with more and more clout coming on JRE. The average guest went from one of Joe's friends in comedy or MMA to the biggest personalities in entertainment, science, sports, and the list goes on. The question was, with so much content existing of these people, why would anyone be interested in them talking to Joe Rogan in particular? I think the answer lies in the fact that Joe has always been a bit of a wild guy. Unlike products that come out of Hollywood, which are subject to stringent filtering, his podcast is a reflection of him, so anything goes. Juxtapose that against the wall of scripts, lighting, and makeup celebrities are usually put behind before we ever get to interact with them, and the rawness of the podcast has a unique selling point. You can watch a couple of hours of your favorite person just existing exactly as they are in the real world, with no pretense or theatrics. In that regard, it's almost like the key to its success was that it capitalized on the dynamic we've now termed as parasocial relationships, way before that phrase was used widely. But nowadays, Joe is asking Jamie to pull things up, not Brian. So where did Brian Redband go? Well, Brian fumbled the opportunity to rise to the top with Rogan for the sake of Olive Garden. Seriously, he couldn't help himself from bringing up Olive Garden on the podcast at every possible opportunity, derailing conversations in the process.
Ja čekaj, misliš da nisam u pravu? Priču sam siguran da misliš da nisam u pravu.
Because like I know so many girls that I talk to, their boyfriends are like, you know, freaking out about Olive Garden.
I went to the Olive Garden last night and had the best meal because I went to the Olive Garden and guess what? I'm not sitting there disappointed. I'm like, no, this salad is awesome. These breadsticks are awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome.
Well, if I'm being honest, the bigger problem was that he wasn't taking the podcast as seriously as Joe was. And this was best exemplified by one moment in particular, which you could say got unnecessarily heated, but mostly just goes to show how adamant Rogan was about creating a solid product.
Brian would take these videos and make these hilarious little things out of them, little clips, and that's how we became friends.
That's so interesting. I always wondered about that. I thought I would have a much more romantic story.
You never.
It was at the Olive Garden. Hey, by the way, I'm so mad at people hating on restaurants that are like chain restaurants. Like I went to the Olive Garden last night and had the best meal ever.
Another impromptu Olive Garden reference.
Here's check this out.
The worst segue
there's this sushi place in Studio City that has this famous sushi thing called, I think it's called Sardo's or something. No, it's not Sardo's, but it's some other place, Katina or something. And they have this like all-you-can-eat sushi thing for $26, right?
So this just has to do with what we were talking about.
So we start eating it, and then we're like, this is disgusting.
No, what's the point of the story, man? Is there a point?
Yeah, because I went to the Olive Garden, and guess what? None of that ever happens at the Olive Garden. I'm not sitting there disappointed. I'm like, no, this salad is awesome. These breadsticks are awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome.
Your point of this whole sidetrack is that Olive Garden.
Olive Garden, all you can eat pasta, and everything cost me $40. That shitty ass sushi, $51.
Who would want to listen to this? You realize this is a podcast? Who the fuck would want to listen if you talk about how women a good product.
So angry.
No, Brian, I'm being honest with you. This is a product. This podcast.
Joe, why are you so uncomfortable right now?
It's you, dude. You're being weird.
I can feel you're very angry right now.
No, I'm not. You've been awkward this entire time. Brian, you mean are you happy with that story? How that all turned out?
Not your reaction, but I was happy how my story was.
No, not his reaction. Just with the story. With the end result of the story.
Možemo kod kuma svi.
I apologize for bringing up the all.
No, don't apologize. Are you happy with how the end result of the
No, definitely not.
Kod kumara.
I'm not happy how it's ending right now. I did not mean it to turn into whatever happened.
No, you happy with it as a product.
When you're watching a podcast like JRE, the whole thing comes off natural and effortless. But behind the scenes, Joe was particular about guiding the conversations because he knew how crucial they were to the success of the show, and clearly believed in its potential to get it where it is now if he could just nail that aspect.
Yeah, like sometimes someone will interrupt a really good story and take a sidetrack where they talk about themselves, like they have an opportunity to talk about themselves. Like you're in the middle of the story, and you've done this. And it just becomes a real problem.
Over its lifespan, the Joe Rogan Experience has been rife with iconic moments. One of the most viewed episodes was in 2018 when Elon Musk came on as a guest. Unfortunately, when he took a hit of that stinky green, he made Tesla stock take a hit of 9% in the process. In lighting up that devil's lettuce, he also lit up literally billions of dollars in flames. Not only that, but because SpaceX is a government contractor and the substance in question is still illegal at the federal level, the feds were randomly drug testing him and his employees for the next year. It just goes to show how influential JRE is, and how much havoc you can wreak by just giving in to Joe's charismatic coaxing about how miraculous weed is, which he spends a conservative 50% of the podcast doing. Okay, that's an exaggeration. He spends 50% talking about monkeys.
I went to San Diego, dude. That line is
Poštujemo jedni drugima psihički poremećaj.
Serious problem. It would be chaos. You wouldn't be able to leave your house. If there was as many chimps as there were people, you would never be able to get to your car. They would mug you every chance they got. They would rip your and feed off and fuck your ass. If you don't think chimps will steal babies and eat them, you haven't been paying attention to
Ma nema to veze.
Crazy 800-pound silverback bursting through the tree.
A big part of the podcast revenue are its sponsors, and JRE's first sponsor was, well, on brand for Rogan at the time. It was the Fleshlight. Nowadays, Joe profits off of selling supplements, as he owns shares in Onnit Labs, which produces nootropic products such as Alpha Brain. He regularly promotes the supplement on the show, no doubt earning a pretty penny in the process. And speaking of earnings, you've probably at least heard of the exclusivity deal with Spotify that launched his already hulking net worth into the stratosphere. But you may be surprised to find out that the first number the media got a hold of for how much the deal was worth, $100 million, was actually less than half of its true value. With his earnings from acting, comedy, the UFC, the podcast, and now this deal, you gotta wonder just how loaded the guy really is. In 2020, we got a better idea when he moved to Austin, Texas, into a home worth a staggering $14 million. But hey, if he's dodging California's taxes, he might just be saving money. In February 2023, in a surprising turn of events, Rogan's now 81-year-old father would come forward claiming Joe's been lying about him being abusive. His other family helped him release a series of TikToks trying to capture Joe's attention, threatening to unleash some kind of mystery evidence against Rogan if he doesn't comply with their demands. And what is it exactly they want? They just want Joe to sit down and have a private conversation.
Kući još 2 sata snake, ako hoće dođemo na kafu. Što ide na cijev. Ideš i nema se vremena, razumeš?
Ako se nema vremena, ne želim da mu skraćujem vreme. Sad ima svo vreme za jebanje.
Ideš i za Orbas ili šta?
Hoće da treniram. Nije moj trening nego ti kao čovjek.
Za šta? Za olimpijadu treniram?
Da, olimpijadu, gumiš Herkules.
Koliko ne treniraš Arnold, koliko ti treniraš. A on je bio Mr. Olimpija.
Kad se kupa pa ide onda za i onda ide naciju. dođi da skuva kafu, da proba brzinu interneta, da proba to sve. Da skine volcen, pa da obriše volcen, pa da skine... Znaš, njemu je sad najjače da on skida igrici da ih briše.
Briše, zato što ne igra ništa osim one-shotana.
A, to je njega, on benchmarkuje svoj život.
Počeo kao Boris, znaš. Borise, dobro si ga naučio.
Generici.
Ovo je uzeti u supply.
Mrzi me. Nemam.
Meh.
Nje.
Opa.
Opa, šta je ovo Milane?
O?
Kakvi su ovo skamovi ovdje? Već je nova godina. Generajte. You live to die another day.
I don't die another day. I wanna find another way. It's my time to go.
A better days, a better days.
Ne, Madonna.
Znaš što to gledam, ja?
A šta da vidi, uzet će on to.
Ajde, Snake, zovete, dođi.
Šta da vidim?
Kako internet radi?
Voli da ga vidim.
Da ga vidim. Dođem da ga vidim. I... Da ga pohvalim, šta?
A mu kažem, dobro si.
Da ga ja hvalim, šta? Hoće li zahvalnicu?
Hoće na Bali, je. Da popije kafu.
Ti zbog kafe.
A on zbog kafe, ja mislim...
Ovo misli zbog interneta.
What do you think you're doing, my beautiful vessel maiden?
I am breaking the cycle. I refuse to be your sacrifice.
Disgraceful. Rage is unbecoming of you.
No.
This is not rage. For millennia, the vessel maidens have died
Gdje
so
kumara
you
jebote?
could live. Now feel the unending abyss of their despair.
Radi kida.
Pa šta radi, bre? Već bi došao kući.
Why don't you show our guest the torment that now fills you?
What's happening? Get out of my mind!
Better days.
It's not my time to go. I guess I'll find another way. I'll think I'll fight another day. Another day, another day.
Neće to da ti uredi, neće da.
Njom posveti malo pažnje.
Koliko dugo nismo bili u Gigatron skupa da pazarimo za čakarice nešto. Posljednji put monitore, jel?
Svako para smo uštedjeli sve.
Slik došao u brate gaćama i kupio 3. Popišao im su... Popa su...
Nije zlato sve što si je.
Tako je. To jest. Ima i ona. Ne uživa onaj koji ima, nego onaj koji ima.
Nego onaj koji nema.
Better days, better days. About better days. Da. Zapalite ga s nečim, majko.
Bacite ga lavojima.
A kesiš nije to da si htio. Čuva hila.
And with his power, I will not die. I cannot die.
On I dalje fokusira njega.
You think this is over?
Zato što je najmanje HP ima.
And with his power, I will not die. I cannot die.
A?
Opa, ljudi.
What happened?
What brings you here? May Etera guide your travel.
You may find a treasure, my friend.
Kažete kad budu baš prišli. Tu sam ja, bre, samo sam lego na stolicu.
Ti spavaš dok Milan tryhard, ne?
Ne.
A ne traja ti tu velika, zatvorio si već.
Meni je Hunt Snake, znaš ti od onakih gameplaya što smo igrali godinama, što smo rageali, ko što smo igrali
čovjek legu u krevet I ono kao ok igrat.
I to ti je to, Hunt je meni sad postalo kao limunada, vrat. Razumeš?
Malo dobiješ, malo izgubiš. Isti kurac.
Mogu, loše sam spavao.
A pogledaj samo u koji je fokus beka, jebote.
Ko je tu? Ujebote, ovo je Roka napolje. O, dvoje ubio, ajmo. Skači. Da.
Ovo ne da njih iznenadi, nego iznenadi vas.
Uđi.
Će me ubiti još pčela. Ne može jer ga je pčela ugrizla.
Jesi, odradio si i ovaj moje.
Da je dobar.
Jeste, dobro jeba.
Pofali.
Dobro si jeba, Mil. Hoćeš mu dolaziti na kafu ili da kuva sam sebi?
Sam sebi.
Sam sebi.
Sam sebi, sam sebi.
Sam sebi, sam sebi. Ne veruje ti? Sad ću ću.
Welcome back, traveler.
Sorry, čekaj da vidimo da li ima nekog okolo. Pa da izđem.
She fled using another one of those rifts. You showed up a minute too late.
Better days. Čisto, ajmo napolje.
Ajmo.
Evo, prozor ovdje.
Valjalo bi malo i odspavati.
Ne, ja, brate, mogu još.
No telling where or when she is. It can't mend the main timeline. But it should still
Pa mene se ozda spava. Ja sam do sad malo prije radio.
Dobro, možeš popiti kafu.
Pa upravo se popi.
Ja moram Turčina, znaš šta je point? Ja sam pio Grand Ono 2 u 1, a to je kurac. Moram jedan Turčin da me... Sad ću da pozovem jedan broj i da kažem počni.
Oh, yes. Farewell.
Počni. Aaaa! Zapalio sam se.
Ma jedu reč.
Da stavlja 2 ili 1 kafu. Opet on pitave.
Samo ako ćemo kod kuma da je pijem.
Da.
Pa što da ne?
Trebanje sneg na sve... Sve ove... Trikove... Neću ti
pa
ništa
kod kumare šta? Pa kumara je kući svakako.
Znaš sneg, rekao je neće ništa uraditi. Dođi slobodno.
Za čega ti trebaju živci kad ideš kod kumare?
A ne može on decu da sluša.
Deca, ne može on decu da sluša.
Onda nemaš živaca ni za mene. Ako nemaš za decu. Vrlo jednostavno. Lako menjać od nikada. Za 8 mjeseci ništa ne naučio.
Nije ti dan danas šta? Pa ništa, drugi dan otiđite na kafu i gotovo. Ne mora danas.
Što? Da je rekao ne može otići kod kumare zato što je kumara zna da bude težak kad popije. Ali rekao je da ne može zbog dece.
Da. Better days, better days.
Guess I'll find another day.
With his dad, with no cameras, as they say, though I'm not sure why there would be any cameras or what is even supposed to come of this conversation. If you're wondering why I have a skeptical tone towards these people right out of the gates, I think you'll understand once you watch the videos. While I have to maintain that everything on both sides is alleged for legal reasons, anyone who's had to deal with insane family members will enjoy these clips. Joseph incessantly slams the table, points at the camera, and talks about Rogan's lack of balls as he claims that family is everything, while his daughter implies that familial matters should stay secret, threatening Joe with quote-unquote Pandora's box. And her half-brother talks about Joe Sr. being a real New Jersey cop, so of course he could never do anything wrong, while doing incessant finger motions. It's just a totally unhinged video on the whole, which I think I need to share with you guys.
Lied about me. Your father. If you lied about your father, what do you give up the world? Tired of it, Joe. Just had enough. If you can't talk to me face to face, you're a punk ass. That's all you are. You got all the money, everything, but you know what you don't have? You don't have no heart. Somebody takes you ain't got two balls.
I love when I see the comments. They just want the money. They want the money. I have a box, Pandora's box. And if I open it, Joe, things will get really ugly. But see, we don't roll that way. Us psychopaths from New Jersey, we don't roll that way.
Italian psychopaths.
Italian psychopaths. Whether or not you like it or not.
You're Italian.
He's 3/4 Italian, whether or not he likes it or not.
I don't know, but you better look in the mirror real quick.
Joe Sr.'s claim is that Joe's mom told him lies because she was vindictive after the divorce, but Rogan originally claimed to have witnessed the abuse firsthand. It's a strange state of affairs, and while Rogan is probably aware of it at this point, he has yet to respond. Joe Rogan's newest endeavor is a comedy club called Mothership Comedy, as his love for stand-up still has yet to fade. Seeing as himself and his friends have faced controversy after controversy, with Joe especially coming under fire these past couple of years, he wanted to create an establishment he couldn't be kicked out of, because, well, he owns the thing. Following this, various other comedians have moved to Austin, and it's overall an exciting time for the stand-up scene. Whatever your personal opinions are about Joe Rogan, we can all agree that it's captivating to watch him bounce between a myriad of different occupations in a way that almost looks haphazard from the outside, and still end up on top of it after it all. You can't help but empathize when someone talks about being bullied and feeling like a loser, only to conquer it all and make stupid amounts of money doing so. And well, it's nice for me to tell a story that isn't all bad for once. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Over the years, we've taken a look back at many things in the gaming world that have gone extinct, and the many problems gamers sometimes have. So today we're taking a further look back at 10 more gamer problems that are now dead. Starting off at number 10, let's talk about not owning a memory card. As you know, video games are expensive. They were expensive then, they're expensive now, and sometimes it meant you could get the game, but not the actual physical device you needed to save your progress on. You can end up in that camp for a variety of ways. You save up all your money to buy a video game console and one game, but not a little extra for a memory card. Or maybe a relative got you a shiny new console for a gift, but forgot to include the memory card because they didn't know any better. Regardless, many of us were just stuck without a way to save. Now, coming from the older days, it was fine. There were password systems, or you just dealt with it. You remember maybe pausing your NES and leaving it on all day while you went to school, hoping that you would come home and the power didn't go out, or your parents turned it off by accident and you could just continue your game. That was painful, and I'm glad we don't have to do that anymore, because more often than not, your parents would just see it and turn off the console and totally screw you over. Or maybe you didn't have a PlayStation memory card or something like that, and you tried to beat the game in one sitting. You are a hero. You're doing something that today's gamers can't always do for either attention span or time reasons or what have you. Now, moving on over to number 9, if we're talking accessories and peripherals, how about having to untangle a mess of controller cables? Back in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, in general, you were just dealing with more wires overall, whether it was cables to hook up the console, or of course, those long, pesky controller wires. Things were just messy, and it was very, very hard to really wrangle everything together. God forbid you had other siblings that also had their own controllers or their own video games, or if you were crazy enough to throw them all in one bin, it would be an absolute mess every single time you went to grab a new controller because you'd have to spend so much time untangling everything. I actually look back at my skills at untangling. There was a point where I got so good at untangling any controller, any mess. I was so slick, I was so practiced at it, and now I barely use that skill at all in real life because I never really come into contact with that. Oh no, the charging cable for the Xbox controller or the PlayStation controller. It's not as big of a deal as having multiple full controller wires and just a bunch of other crap around your TV. That stuff, coupled with the fact that there were always so many cables around, sometimes you couldn't tell what was plugged in, or you'd accidentally step on it or trip over something and yank something out. You can't have been the only person that would have an entire console be pulled out of like the TV cabinet because somebody walked by and stepped on the controller cable. What a mess that was. I mean, we have a lot of things to complain about with modern gaming, but I'm glad wireless technology has come a long way. Next, over at number 8, this is a silly problem to have, but it definitely happened to some of us. Turning your console on late at night, only to have that blaring startup sound either wake up your siblings or your parents, and then you're in trouble. Because for a lot of us, like maybe we had to be sleeping, you know, for school the next day or whatever. But sometimes you just want to game all night. For me in particular, I remember for some reason out of anything, the sound of the GameCube and the sound of the PlayStation 2, those startup sounds being incredibly blaringly loud. And sometimes you don't notice immediately that your TV volume is turned up too loud until it's too late. The first couple of notes before you lower the volume down of the GameCube jingle were pretty loud. That blaring blah of the PlayStation 2 firing up. That type of thing, to even older consoles, really have gotten us in trouble many times back in the day. It's cheesy, it's hokey to mention, but you know what? It's true. Please prove us right. If any of you have experience or like a story or something of that happening to you, let us know in the comments. Now, next over at number 7, waiting in line for a new video game launch. Now, that still happens occasionally. Sometimes there's a good retail store or a big new game release that will have some sort of celebration in store, but with the rise of digital gaming, many people are just pre-ordering on their console digitally, or just not pre-ordering and just downloading it when they want. Or they're ordering the physical game from Amazon or whatever. We've talked in the past about how video game retail has it rough. I always say support your local mom and pop game store if you have one, because it's not always the easiest for them to make money compared to the giants. But I got sidetracked. Really, it was those long lines for all those big AAA releases. From the early days of game launches to PC releases, even like expansion packs, to, of course, up until the last few Call of Duties, people would line up in front of stores around the block. Oftentimes, that was the best way to get your hands on a copy of a game quick, because if you walked in the next day, it'd probably be sold out. Things have changed over the years, but that was a real fear for a time, and you wanted that game, damn it, so you waited. And sometimes it was freezing cold, or it was raining, or you had to stand next to a really, really annoying guy. That happened to me a lot. I always remember that. But you know what? We do whatever we can to get the game. Am I right? Next over at number 6, something that's dead is games that span multiple discs. Reaching a point in the game and having to get up, open the console, and put the next disc in. That stuff is long gone. It had a dying gasp with just game sizes being so long for you to install on your console that would have fit on a DVD towards the end of the Xbox 360 era. But there was a time where games wouldn't even span 2 discs. They'd span 3 or 4. Some RPGs back in the day were absolutely massive, and we miss actually that exciting little bit of, ooh, insert the next disc, because you never know what's going to happen once you fire that disc up. Where are we going to go next? There was some sort of sense of wonder or adventure to even getting up and putting another disc in. I know it sounds stupid now, you had to be there, but yeah, there was just something a little special about it, and although it's dead, we do miss it sometimes. Next over at number 5, oh man, there was a different way back in the day to really get guides or cheats in video games. It was the simpler times. Small, busted websites like CheatCC, or guide websites like GameFAQs, where you'd scroll endlessly through a bunch of text, you know, black text on white screen. Usually the people making the guide would recreate the logo using symbols and characters. It was really cool, but that was all we had, and a lot of times with the way computers worked, where it was like there was one computer in the home, you'd have to pause your game, get up, and walk over to the computer. Now, things are completely different. You get everything on your phone, you access things right on your console, or if you're a PC gamer, it's right in front of you. And while people still make guides on some of those websites, a lot of those websites still work. Most people just get their guides now from one of 1,000 different websites. We missed the earlier, humbler days of cheat websites, guide websites, but we can go even further back to when they didn't even exist. You had to either figure a game out for yourself completely, or hear it from a friend on the playground, or go to the store and buy a physical guide, an actual book. All that stuff now, dead and long gone. Next, over at number 4, fixed camera angles. We've seen this one pop up a lot in our comments and stuff, and a lot of people argue that they are dead, and they celebrate that they are dead. People like the freedom of way more camera angles, the ability to see everything around you in a 3-dimensional space. Yes, sure, of course, but those fixed camera angles had a very specific purpose if you were a survival horror player. You know specific games like Resident Evil. That was really part of the charm. And some games are kind of keeping that spirit alive. You know, some indie games, some games inspired by old school titles are just keeping those fixed camera angles, but you really don't see them anymore in big mainstream popular games. And most people are glad they're dead. We think they serve a certain purpose sometimes, but even still, if we move separate from that, just better video game camera technology and better indicators. Do you remember in the earlier days of 3D games how many times you get hit by an enemy that you couldn't see that was directly off screen? Now games allow you to move the camera way more freely, or not even that, just give you really helpful little markers or sound cues on screen to when you know you're going to be attacked by somebody you can't see. Most recently, something like the newer God of War games. You know when an enemy behind you is going to attack you, so the game at least gives you a window. Still, camera angles back in the day used to be a nightmare, and we're glad some of the crappier ones are gone. Now down to number 3, there was a time, and this time is long gone, but when games were broken, they were just broken forever. If you came across a weird glitch or a quirk in your game, well, bug fixes and patches didn't really exist for certain games, specifically home console games, so you had to put up with whatever was in that game. Of course, if you were a little bit craftier, a little bit more technical, there could sometimes be fixes or workarounds, but for the average young player, if there was a weird visual glitch or bug in your game, that was just how it was. On the other hand, the more cynical gamer can argue that games were just released in better states then. They were released more as a full finished product, and now things can be more easily fixed, so why not fly a little closer to the sun? Either way, however you want to look at it, it was a much simpler time where you would just turn on the game and it would be good to go. You wouldn't get stuck waiting for a new patch to download or anything like that. We probably sound like weird old complaining grandpas by now at this point, but hey. Now, down to number 2, we have to talk hardware costs and really availability, specifically around PC gaming. I mean, high-end PCs back in the day were really insanely priced compared to today's gaming rigs. And people will still say that the average gaming PC is still a little bit prohibitively expensive. But back in the earlier days, if you wanted a PC to play like very early World of Warcraft, or even going further back, something like Doom, things were not as accessible. A lot of PCs would run those games, but sometimes you needed extra stuff, or stuff would break. You'd need a new sound card, or a fan would shit out, or really anything. A lot of times, parts were really expensive and not so readily available. You couldn't just run to any old store to grab them. You'd have to go to a specialized hardware or an electronics store and hope they had that exact thing, or maybe even go to almost like a small trade show. There was a place by me, an event space, that every couple of weekends they would hold a big event where manufacturers or companies would set up tables and sell electronic parts for you there, and that's where you had to have to go get them. Not only that, but we also didn't have the resource of so many great websites like Newegg or PC Part Picker that could break down exactly what we needed. If you wanted to get way up in the guts of your PC back in the day, you had to be much smarter and way more versed with computer technology, because it wasn't something that you could just Google or fire up a YouTube video from your favorite neighborhood PC gamer tech guy. Now, that stuff was far more complex. Things have gotten much better now, and we're grateful for that. Now over at number 1, something silly is installing PC games before Steam or the other modern storefronts that make it pretty easy. You basically click a button and then wait a while. Installers and launchers in the 90s and 2000s weren't that bad, to be honest. Most of the time it was fine. But when there was an error, there was an error, and you'd be holding your breath, hoping it doesn't happen. You'd be watching that bar, hoping that something wouldn't happen that you'd have to really try and fix. Because like we said in the previous point, resources and fixes weren't as available. It wasn't easy to get a refund if something just didn't work with your machine, and there was no support page or Steam forums to just hop on to see if other people were having the same issue. Things were often a little bit more obscure, and you just had to hope for the best. Hope your machine was good, hope the game was optimized the best, because if not, you were for SOL. And I mean, you probably know what that stands for. So for as many things we complain about in the world of gaming today, as you can tell, things certainly have progressed and we have developed truly as a species of gamers. Regardless, let's talk about this stuff down in the comments. If you have more examples for us for like a part 2 type video, we'd love to hear it. If you had fun with this video and like what we do, we just upload videos every day talking about games. Clicking the like button's all you gotta do to help us out. We would really appreciate that. And if you're new, consider subscribing because we put out videos every single day. But as always, just thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
A_OK. Welcome to my channel.
Video game history has tons of highs and tons of lows. And although most of the time we're trying to look at the bright side of life, sometimes to appreciate the good, you have to really take in the bad. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 10 of the worst moments in video game history. Starting off at number 10, the scalpening, also known as the next-gen console's massive launch shortages. So, the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series launched in 2020, and we all know what was going on then. It was a little pandemic or something like that, and the global supply chain pretty much got messed up. About a year later, a lot of us were kind of thinking, you know, it's about to get better, right? And then it started coming out that, like, major electronics component suppliers told Bloomberg, yeah, no, we're not going to catch up anytime soon. It's going to be tight till September 2022, and a lot of their customers, meaning, you know, console makers, weren't even going to be served until 2023. So that told everybody, yeah, this is going to be a long-term problem. And all the while, scalpers were laughing all the way to the bank. Like, there was a pandemic going on with a disease, but there was an epidemic going on with scalpers. They just swooped in, bought up all the consoles, and left a lot of gamers not playing PS5 and Xbox Series, but instead empty-handed, sobbing in the corner. Like, you can understand why consoles sell out quick, but these folks would set up these bots to buy up every single console they could as fast as possible, and they didn't even want the damn things for themselves, just hoarding it like a dragon with gold, waiting for some kind of a sacrifice or something from us. I mean, higher-end customers were willing to pay like $1,500 bucks, even more sometimes, for a PS5. Most of us were just turned into console-starved maniacs, waiting in suspended animation for the time when they finally have these damn things again. It got better. I was at the store the other day. I saw like a ton of PS5s just on the shelf, and I got like whatever the opposite of nostalgia is. And at number 9, the terrible 2013 Xbox One reveal, which was kind of supposed to be this big triumph, with Microsoft winning this generation of the console wars before they even began. Instead, it kind of was a disaster. Like, with even the lead up to it being kind of a parade of negative press for Microsoft, it was their chance to show a lot of it wasn't true, or at least kind of massage it to justify the extreme measures of, like, forced connectivity. Stuff that was rumored and, you know, kind of turned out to be true. Probably the thing that pissed off people the most was if you were going to buy a game on a disc, you weren't able to, like, take it into GameStop and sell it, which was obviously much bigger then than it is now. But that thing was basically bound to you, which was unheard of. So the company failed spectacularly with this thing. Like, most of the key announcements just fell flat. Like, the TV integration was all right if you're in the United States, but most people aren't. Mandatory Connect was also, like, disturbing. Like, the camera's listening out for you even when it's quote-unquote off, which it never actually was. And Microsoft tried to say, there's strong privacy protections, but, you know, it was an always-on camera inside your living room. I just remember all the HAL from 2001 Space Odyssey comparisons alongside the Big Brother 1984 comparisons. Like, there was not a lot of positivity towards that. There was also the loss of backwards connectivity, which that stung a lot. So instead of winning the console wars before they began, Microsoft found itself on the back foot. They came out early and laid down all their core features, and they were just widely unpopular, not just with, like, vocal video game forum regulars, but people who typically were...
Reći ti sljedeće nedelje, utorak, sred.
Što ovaj urla, bre?
otvorila. Bukađi.
Zatvor 2 traga ima.
Were evangelists for Microsoft. It was such a disaster for Microsoft that they actually considered abandoning the Xbox brand. And that came right out of Phil Spencer's mouth. Like, that's bad. And number 8 is the death of the Adobe Flash Player. Like, I know not everybody here is my age and remembers the golden age of Flash games where there's tons of free interactive content you could just access all the time because Adobe Flash Player was something that anybody could make a game in. And man, oh man, are there some good ones. I mean, not just games, there was cartoons and stuff like Homestar Runner. That's pretty much inaccessible for quite a while. But worse, a lot of games are just gone. It killed access to thousands of Flash games online, and so many of them were never remade.
Igra s nama, ali priča na trećoj vezi.
Igra s nama, okej.
Treća veza, četvrta tamo.
Ma nema vremena za vas.
Da, pitanje. Ja mislim da smo mi njemu Kesiću kurve.
Mislim...
Da.
Ne znam kako ja ti to pišem.
Smo mi njegove kurvici. Ja mislim da jesmo.
Ođebo se.
Oh my god.
Pusti ga meni, Kesiću, taman treba mi za uppercut,
Ma može ti to Idris uradit, čovječe, šta se tu glupiraš?
Normalno da mu je otvorena kapije kad ga boli kurac. Tebi je otvorena, Kesiću, kapija. Ostavljaš?
Ma jok.
Viš ti kako on ostavlja, već. Kako mirno. Pa, dušica moje. Crveno, uđi.
Koji miće? Pa nemam pojma.
Kesiću, mi smo mrtvi, bre. Ja sam izgubio kocku zbog bačara.
Misliš bučar?
Šta ti kaže Idris? Treba si ga zvat, šta mu govoriš nezgodan prilaz, nek nođe nek vadi.
Ne baci stikicu, Milane, više.
Ne znam ko je miće.
Neki je crven, uđi unutra, baci stikicu. Uđi na prozor, stani samo. Ani tu. Ama stikicu baci, bre. Uglavne šta radiš ti? Šta si promašio? Ti to ladno bacaš žicu umjesto stikicu, ja... Kesiće!
U strahu su veliki oči.
Kako si failo ovaj meč smo izgubili zbog njega.
Nemoj preći da ne stvaraš.
Šta bi ovo, brat? Izbuši me čovjek, jeba mi majku.
3 automata, ajde.
Zapali bossa. Da.
Zapali bossa. Zapali bossa. Tu ti, pored tebe.
In another platform, because frankly that's the way that these people knew how to make games. We had dynamic HTML and HTML5 kind of take over the space that Adobe Flash existed in, and I'm not going to defend Adobe as a company, but Apple was probably who really led the charge to destroying this. They criticized the closed nature of the Flash platform and claimed that dynamic HTML and HTML5 were the future. They were open and way better, and you know, funny thing about that, there is absolutely nothing like that now. Like, when all of these independent, random people could just make games and upload them, and it was like a thing, it was a movement in its own way, while the protocol might not have been open, that sure seemed way more open than whatever the hell we have now. Like, fortunately, there are Flash emulators out there, and the Internet Archive has worked to preserve this stuff, but still, there was a time where this was the internet. Like, there was this crazy movement of odd, strange things. Fun games like Q-Op and Hot Wheels and a lot of other just, like, really interesting original stuff, and it's just kind of dead now. I don't really think a substitute's happened. At number 7, let's talk about the 2014 cyber attacks at Christmas. Christmas morning, the sound of wrapping paper rustling, children laughing, and millions of gamers cursing loudly at their television screens after plugging in their new game consoles. You see all these gamers curled up on the couch ready to sink their teeth into the new game they were waiting for, particularly the multiplayer ones. But let's say somebody wanted to use the PSN or Xbox Live game store and download something, or there's a day one patch, or whatever. There's a lot of stuff that involves the internet and video games the last couple of generations. For millions of gamers in 2014, you just got an error message and couldn't do anything. So a group called Lizard Squad, which, I mean, is a funny name. I gotta at least give them that. Didn't like them a whole lot, though, because it was a DDoS, distributed denial of service attack they launched on Christmas Eve on Xbox Live and PSN, just rendering the services completely unusable. And went on for a second day, too. Like, gamers across the globe got bricks for Christmas, at least, again, for a couple of days. What's interesting is there was a rival hacking group called the Finest Squad, who didn't have as good of a name. I'm not gonna lie. Lizard Squad, much better name. The Finest couldn't beat the Lizards, and the Lizards claimed responsibility for this huge, annoying attack that took several days to fully recover from. And although it seems like a distant memory, honestly, I think I still feel as mad about it now. Like, whatever problems hackers have with these large companies, I'm likely to agree with, so why are you punishing me, the person who wants to play a game? At number 6, the video game industry's thankfully brief love affair with NFTs. NFTs, non-fungible tokens, tokens that you cannot funge. It really seemed like the gaming industry was going to fall into an even deeper pit of mini payments and microtransactions, but thankfully this did fail pretty spectacularly. Perhaps even as spectacularly as the Xbox One reveal. So NFTs are about as popular as an annoying dude wearing socks with sandals making a pineapple pizza and forcing you to eat it. Yeah, people have different tastes and all that, but man, people get mad as hell when you say any of that crap. Same goes for NFTs. Like, we're talking about an industry where microtransactions, DLC, expansions, I mean, I'm not going to say that every single example of those things is bad, but over monetization is something that we've complained about for well over a decade. So Square Enix and Ubisoft, among others, decided, hey, how can we figure out how to make that worse? Oh, I know, by making supposedly unique items that you could, in theory, have anywhere in any digital world because you own it. Literally zero of those things worked out, because in order to have an item that you bought in one game and another game, there has to be an asset for it in the other game, so the idea of them simply being unique, that's a big no. Then you would have to have different publishers agree with each other that purchases from one game would carry over to... It's really stupid, actually. Anybody who's familiar with business, not just from the perspective of a consumer, but also from an implementation perspective, it's dumb. But all these executives saw dollar signs, tried it out, and got stomped on by everyone else. Thankfully. I mean, it could have gone way worse. They could have succeeded, and they didn't. For a minute, it really looked like they were going to force all this crap on us, though. And number 5, the great Nintendo delisting. So back in March, a ton of Nintendo gamers were frantically clicking the buy button, sweating profusely, desperate to buy Nintendo classics before they're gone forever, because Nintendo shut down the Wii U and 3DS eShops. So, yeah, around 2,000 digital-only games went dark on March 27th. You had a Wii U and wanted to play any of their digital-only games? No, them's is gone. Same goes for 3DS. If you had any inkling to purchase a game using the eShop on either of those platforms, yeah, that's a no. No more. It's done. That also meant Virtual Console was just gone. So now the only retro games you can play on a Nintendo platform are through Switch Online. And that's cool and all, but that distribution model is completely different than the Virtual Console. And a ton of games that were only available through there are just gone as well. This is going to be an ongoing problem, too, because a lot of these titles may not appear somewhere. I think that this sucked so badly, just given there's no alternative for so much of this content through Switch. Like, are they going to preserve this video game history? We'll see. And at number 4, now we're really getting into some of the worst ones. Horse armor, the canary in the coal mine. Now, there's kind of a misconception with people when they look back that this is kind of like a harbinger, the first microtransaction, but it actually wasn't. It was certainly the biggest and most noticeable. In 2006, Bethesda offered Oblivion players a cosmetic upgrade for their in-game horses, armor, for just $2.50. Now, this sparked a ton of outrage. They saw it as a blatant attempt to profit off of what was literally nothing. Now, at the time, the word microtransaction wasn't really widely adopted, and most gamers referred to it as bad DLC. Despite the fact it pissed what seemed like everybody off, it was actually a pretty big success in sales and proved the business model of profiting off of small cosmetic purchases in big budget games that already cost $60. This is pretty much single-handedly credited for the widespread adoption of microtransactions, particularly the dumb ones. And its legacy lives on in the predatory monetization tactics used by game publishers today, which we love to refer to as horseshit. And number 3, the 1993 United States Senate hearing on violent video games. So in 1993, the United States Committees on Governmental Affairs and the Judiciary held congressional hearings with spokespeople from companies like Nintendo, Sega, Acclaim, Activision, etc. because of a moral panic over the perceived impacts of violence in video games.
Please think of the children!
People like Joseph Lieberman, Herb Kohl, Hillary Clinton were all highly critical of the quote-unquote realistic depiction of violence in video games, keeping in mind, if you look back at Mortal Kombat, the crap that caused this, to call that realistic, oh my god. Now, I think this whole thing's stupid. Research has shown there is no causal link between violent video games and real-world violence. And there's been a lot of research done, not just by people defending video games, but by people attacking video games. No one's found crap. That said, I don't entirely hate the result, having a rating system for video games, even though, yes, the ESRB is certainly flawed. But no more will children be corrupted by such games as Night Trap, which, holy crap, did anybody even want to play Night Trap? An FMV game on the Sega CD? I mean, it's good that children can't just walk into a store and buy something that's not made for them, but man, I don't remember this fondly. And number 2 is the 2011 PSN hack. Way back in the spring of 2011, millions of gamers around the world found themselves cut off from their favorite online service. Certainly it's just down, though, one might think, right? So all this happened because of an
Što ne pođeš, da? Pa radi ti onaj Mađar na pumpu. On zna, brate, sve brojeve. Pa onaj Mađar na pumpu radi, jebo.
Znao je ometanje signala i tako.
A? Pa da će ti čovjek, jebote, zna cio iđeš, dolazi kod njega da toči, jebote, šta ti?
Gledaj. Jel proveravaš ili ima rođena spojevima na onim spojkama i to, na Eiffelovom tornju?
Jesi čistio cijev?
Da se ne daj Bože ne sruči nešto u dvorište, znaš, to me brine. To oni oližu.
Što ti ne ofarbaš? Što ti ne ofarbaš?
A još kesiću, bre.
Naplatiš i to što
pa kaže da dođem po bajs, kaže, za 15 minuta. Pa jes, raka me pođem.
Ne naplatiš,
hoćeš igrati ti još kesiću posao?
Pa nemam pojma.
Šta ću, Milone? U tebe zavisi. Ja sam tvoja kurva, svakako. Ajde.
Pa ćeš ići na benzinsku ili...
Jač. Multitasking.
Što si ne maram, pa pođi reši to, evo.
Ova igra sa AFK igračem.
Ima da ti vraća smrdaru u kupatilo, jebote.
Nego s Neradom. Nerad igra, vrate, Volcen trenutno igra Huntu.
A ne, znaš šta, sa Nenadom je dobro zato što ja radim na razvijanju svojih veština. Primoran sam da pola mape igram solo protiv triosa.
External intrusion on PlayStation Network and Curiosity, which we're not even going to get into what that is. But personal details from about 77 million accounts were compromised. So on the first day of the outage, Sony said it might take up to 2 days for us to restore the services. And then they confessed the next day that they'd been hacked. They were pretty quiet, so people started speculating, and a few days later, Sony finally decided to say, hey, personal details of millions of people, stuff, it's out there. So, usernames, email addresses, birth dates, home addresses, PSN passwords, purchase histories, security questions, and also Sony didn't rule out the possibility that credit card data had been stolen. It was a wake-up call for gamers and companies alike, reminding everybody that it's super important to have good online security, and it took 23 days to get everything going again. It did not inspire confidence or trust in Sony, a dark brand that they dealt with for quite a while. And finally, the video game crash of 1983. Essentially just a large-scale recession in the...
Gledaj, molim te, pošto sam ti tagovao sam tebe lično. Tebi će da ima da ti se svidi. Gledajtiš još, tražit ćeš mi još. Razumeš, tražit ćeš mi još. Boris i ona vrate lica, to je ništa, ovo je bolje.
Mozet. Idemo na Mozet.
Ugasi njegu Bože kad ih digneš. To se čuje na pola mape.
Pa to je sjajno, mislit će ljudi da...
Pukni pičko i
ne
volje ti.
Iskoljavam nešto, bre. Neko iskoljavanje, bre.
Ovi su u pizdu, vrati.
Kome? Odigramo koju, pa ja idem u manu.
Aj, ali mogu se ovo...
Dok se ja vratim onako fino, nalizan je tamo na ovom.
Si vidio, stani. Moraš da vidiš, pogledaj.
Još radi.
Volim te, a poslije. Ne baci stikicu, Milane, više.
Ne znam ko je...
Nek je crven, uđi unutra, baci stikicu. Uđi na prozor, stani samo. Stani tu.
Šta radi on to?
Ja, promašio sam.
Ama stikicu baci, bre.
Sam sebe.
Ubio mi šta radiš ti, sine.
Promašio sam, jebem ti dugme u
Šta si promašio? Ti to odmah bacaš žicu umjesto stikicu, ja ne...
Pa promašio sam dugme, jebo.
Kesiću!
Vidi, promašio ga, gledaj.
Nemam komentar.
Ovice, ne pucaj, zabori si čekaj.
Znaš ti promašio dugme, znači isto je stikice i brate, još ja vidim on nategu onu žicu na bossa, a boss na metar, da ga ne promaši slučajno.
To ne baci koncentrine.
Šokovi.
Koncentrine to ne baci na bossa.
Ma da bre, Nenade, jebote, bacio koncentrinu na, brate, metar, brate, umjesto stikicu koncentrinu, a ješ najgora stvar što je bacio i ubio samog sebe. Ostavio sebe na jedan health, to je ga...
Nije onih stikica.
Izgazio, brate.
5000 sati.
Zato što...
Could you help me? I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Nasmijem me.
Sad snake. Oh! Oh.
Ovdje idu ljudi, ej!
Mione,
Has to be avoided.
Mione, ti znaš da možeš da ponišiš to?
Actually, we should talk about the Ammonite
Mione?
end, I guess.
Nenade, jel ti dolaziš ili šta radiš tamo?
Ja odlazim.
Ti odlaziš.
Idemo.
I know, it seems they don't know more, man.
Znači, nemoj da mi pucaš ako nema siguran kill.
Imao sam sad siguran, ali ovdje je 5 ljudi, znači...
No, so these are so the conclusion I got in
Ti pucaš.
Ja da ih malo zbudim. Just su oni ovdje.
I don't have any connection right now because I still missing chunk here, bear. Speedy fellow dear, how you doing? I'm doing great, man. Trying to figure out this second chapter here now. So definitely these.
Ja su vati u svoj koncentrinu.
Mr. Soulsby.
No me provjeriš ovdje, majk, jebem.
Kakav nob. Kakav nob.
I actually should try to talk to the... How you doing yourself, Spirit Baby? Oh, Spirit Baby, you notice that I changed brand, the baby.
After the incident the other day, it seems customers are staying at home.
Oh, okay, doesn't tell me anything? Okay. So can I go actually to the... We're going to the kitchen. It's so midnight. Are you doing yourself a Spillif? Are you still playing Hunter Spillif or you moved it completely? Do something else? Okay.
Pazi, jer ulaziš ima koncentrina,
Steve,
može da preskočiš ako znaš kako da preskočiš.
If I need to, I'll work to
Shoot!
Okay.
my family.
Jedna ekipa ovdje metro.
Just like my brother. Anna's gone and Gearvest too, so I will be staying here. Emma's gone.
Smarter Die is a local clinic to the local clinic, but where's the local? The clinic is no one.
I will be staying here.
Dragon War Seth, how you doing, man? The clinic looks like the one we saw there with the bed. Like this place here. I cannot enter anywhere. It's been a while indeed, Dragon Ball Z. Yes, I did change to Hermit. I'm the only Hermit on Twitch. Only one Hermit, man. Simple. There's a chicken here.
If we stay out much longer, I'm going to need some supper.
Mislim da je skontao, ali je previše bio ponosan da kroz prozor baci koncertinu, razumiješ, kao baci će na bučara, bit će dobro. Bit će valjda dobro, znaš. Ne, odmah je skontao da nije to treba da uradi. Nije toliko smotan, nego nije znao u sekundi šta da uradi.
Nego je poremećen.
To je ono što sam ti ja rekao, da nije u stanju da prizna da je pogrešio, znaš.
I wish. It would require it's a long-term change. So, what I missing right now, and why we skip like here? This is how much. Where is?
Da.
Ispod televizora uglavnom.
Dobro.
Ti to što kad dođe, nazvat ćete ja.
Za laptop šta?
Kad dođe ovaj ćete ja nazvati.
The video game industry, where the market was saturated with crappy games and a ton of consoles that consumers really didn't understand or know anything about because they were all so similar yet so different. You couldn't play games on different consoles and the games kind of sucked anyways. Literally, the industry had a drop in revenue of 97%. Essentially, it was a video game bubble that popped because everyone and their mother was putting out crap consoles and crap games, and it pretty much squeezed out or made it difficult to find anything that was good, so people were just like, nah, the hell with video games. And then the NES happened. It was fantastic. It acknowledged all of the problems. Nintendo implemented the Nintendo licensing system, the Nintendo seal of quality, which actually miraculously somehow worked. And games were all of at least a baseline standard, and people loved it. It was a terrible thing that, like, when you see 97% of the revenues in an industry disappear, you usually expect that industry to be over. And thankfully, it wasn't, because, I mean, video games are what they are today. Awesome. Despite all their flaws. There are a lot of flaws. But as I said at the very beginning, you have to see the bad to really appreciate the good. That's all for today. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications. And as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on. Some games are meant to be experienced in bite-sized chunks, and some can give you tons of worthwhile stuff to do. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 10 games worth spending 1,000 hours in. Starting off with number 10, it's No Man's Sky. Whenever anybody talks about No Man's Sky, they always have to kick things off with the standard preamble. The game was very disappointing when it launched, but the developers managed to turn it around. You know the whole story. You've probably heard it 100 times already. I mean, we made not only a good video about what was wrong with it when it came out, but we also made a good video about how they turned it around. The game's been out for years, and at this point, it's been good much longer than it's been bad. The team's been giving the game consistent and substantial updates for years now, and it's all been free the entire time. What started out as a relatively bare-bones, procedurally generated space exploration sandbox has turned into a game with so much to do in it that you could easily spend thousands of hours playing it. And although it's still not the most mechanically complex game out there, it's a fantastic experience to chill out in, explore, build a base, play a role. It's one of those great worlds to inhabit, even if a lot of the mechanical things are relatively simple. It's not the bad kind of simple. And number 9 is Warhammer Total War. Pretty much all the Total War games are the best kinds of time vacuums. It's so easy to lose hours playing these things. But at least in my opinion, the Total War game that really steals the hours out of the day is Warhammer Total War. Based on the old world Warhammer universe, these games have long campaigns, a metric ton of unique and fun to play armies, and an all-around insane amount of content, especially if you've got all 3 games, which unlocks the ridiculous Immortal Empires campaign that combines all 3 maps from all 3 games into one massive campaign. Throw in all the fun alternate campaign modes for certain races and generals, and the many different ways you can play as each race, and it's easy to imagine spending hundreds, if not thousands of hours with these games. The general consensus is that Warhammer 2 is the best one, and if you just want one game to spend a ton of time in, that's probably your best bet. But in general gameplay, all 3 games are about equal in quality, so there's just little changes made here and there that bug people, or in some cases, people actually really like. But speaking of, the 3rd game is still pretty buggy. Another hurdle is that getting into these games has a price. Like I said, Immortal Empires is huge, but if you want to play, you gotta have all 3 games, and the 3rd one still isn't going on sale, so that's probably gonna be full price on top of all the DLC, and a lot of it's really, really good, but it's also really damn expensive when you add it all up. And number 8 is Monster Hunter World. If tactics and strategy isn't your thing, you're more into action, then you really can't go wrong with Monster Hunter World, an action game all about grinding. Like, the series is literally all about grinding, and if you're obsessive enough, then you can spend a whole hell of a lot of time with it if you really want to. Just finishing the main campaign can easily take over 100 hours, and that's just scratching the surface. There's always something like a new set of armor or a weapon upgrade that'll keep it going, but unlocking this stuff can feel like a merciless grind on top of being incredibly challenging when you're getting into the end game. But for a certain type of player, there's a high skill ceiling combined with a gear chase, and it can be exhilarating. It just depends on who you are. There's more than enough content to keep you playing for thousands of hours, but you gotta be willing to suffer a few setbacks here and there. To get to the really high rank stuff, it requires some serious dedication, but when you finally get the required crafting materials to upgrade your equipment to the next stage, you immediately see its effects in the next hunt, and you can see why it's such an addictive gameplay loop. And number 7 is Path of Exile. There are plenty of action RPGs you can play hundreds, if not thousands of hours in. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if I've logged at least 1,000 in Diablo 2, just from playing it so many times over the years. But in terms of content complexity and constant updates that keep players coming back, you really can't top Path of Exile. Big thing here is that this one's free to play.
Nove misije, novi bounty. Nove bosseve.
Imat ćete nove bosseve, imat ćete novi skin. Tigar, ljubičanstvo, ružičanstveni na plave tufne, jebi ga, znaš.
Da, bre.
Nove pedeske.
To je Call of Duty.
Možeš mi tuki.
Ako ne ubacim ružičasti skin, mama će da se ljuti. Ha 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 ha.
Nije PUBG.
Ne viš, još gori. Još gori. Enkrat.
Ja.
Enkrat.
Schnell! Schneller!
Los, schnell!
Čemu vozlic? Vi to sprahate neki strani jezik.
Ja.
Tu mi je najjači Schumacher u filmu.
Sprachen Sie Deutsch?
Asterix i Obelix na olimpijadi, pa kad idu one trke trokolica onih.
Dobro.
A Germaniju predstavlja Michael Schumacher u crvenoj koči ko Ferrari i viče šta? Znači, suze su mi išle od smeha to kad sam vidio.
Pa njih mogu da tuži.
Što mogu da tuže? Zbog čega?
On je igrao u filmu.
Zbog čega? Predstavlja germanska plemena neka
mislim
tamo.
Mislim da oni nisu platili licencu, to što će Ferrari točio.
Nije on tamo slučajno zalutao, on je to za lovu radio s njim. To je sve dogovoreno.
Ali to kaže,
A evo, kod mi ona u Fejzenu.
Bičuje one jadne konje, los, šnela!
U Milanov prison.
Milanova opština, Milanov Fejzen, Milanov ovo, Milanov ono. Ima Milan sebe.
Moj Milan. Ne magišta nema bre.
Play, and it doesn't have any of the attempts to bilk people that free games often have. All the stuff you can buy is specifically only cosmetic. The only thing a serious player would probably actually want to spend some money on is to expand their stash so they can share equipment between multiple characters. The thing that keeps Path of Exile players on board, outside of the ridiculously complex skill tree, which you can spend hours on just thinking about your character build, is the constant updates. The devs have been super consistent following a 3-month update schedule for years now, and the amount of stuff they've added to the game is almost overwhelming. This stuff is primarily endgame, so you probably won't be aware of it the first 100 or so hours, but it's a big part of what keeps players, well, playing. It's a game that rewards dedicated players like few others. It requires a lot to get into, especially for an action RPG, but if you enjoy crunching numbers and collecting loot, Path of Exile is probably right up your alley. Or it could send you away, running, screaming at the top of your lungs if you take one look at that skill tree and don't want it. You just nope out right there. It does have that effect on a certain type of person. And number 6 is RimWorld, billed as a narrative engine. RimWorld is just as much about the stories that you can tell as much as it is about the gameplay. It's a heady mix of Dwarf Fortress and The Sims with an added sci-fi twist that makes the game very easy to get lost in. Don't let its very basic visuals fool you. The game has a ton of depth. It's not quite as deep as something like Dwarf Fortress, but the potential for chaos and storytellers might be even higher here than in that game. RimWorld is a colony survival game that's as much about keeping your people happy and comfortable as it is about building a sustainable settlement. Most of the time these things spiral into chaos, but even when things are going well, there's always kind of an air of uncertainty with your little NPCs. Characters can snap in an instant when you go on a killing spree, or become a drug kingpin when you're not looking. All kinds of crazy stuff can happen, and so much of the entertainment of the game comes from these wild swings away from what is supposed to happen. There's a ton of content to experience from the base game, and so much so that the few DLCs aren't even really necessary. Oh yeah, and I can't forget the many huge game-changing mods there are out there as well. RimWorld is a game that can take a little bit of effort to get into and fully understand, but once it clicks, it's really a game that you can spend tons of time with. And number 5 is Crusader King / Europa Universalis. Really just the Paradox Grand Strategy games. Everybody has a different idea about which Paradox Grand Strategy game is their favorite, so I'm just going to say all of them. The most popular seem to be Crusader Kings 2 and Europa Universalis 4, and they're certainly the biggest, just counting the metric ton of expansion packs and add-ons they have. But really any of these games will do, with one big word of warning. If you thought RimWorld looked impenetrable, run away from these games. They're massive strategy games with some of the most complicated and dynamic game worlds out there, and you could be anybody in these games. To a lowly duke with a small territory, to a king of a world-spanning empire, it's all under your control to the smallest detail. These games are really daunting to get into, and even veterans struggle with certain aspects of the game, but what makes them so playable is that you never actually have to do anything. There's no end goal, you just pick a year and a sovereign and you're off. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, so it's really up to the player to set goals for themselves, and that's what a lot of the fun of these games really comes from. Like creating ridiculous ahistorical scenarios through pure force of will, or playing as inconsequential characters trying to survive. It's all there. You can start in the lowest position and scheme your way into making your family into the new sovereigns or undermine a country from within. It's another game about stories, and while the intrigues you can set up are depicted fairly abstract, like seriously, sometimes you really have to think about what's supposed to be going on sometimes, but the way generally things play out feel like you're messing around in a pretty real and reactive world. Paradox games are complicated as hell, but you don't actually have to learn anything. Sometimes it's actually more fun to fail than it is to succeed. Beware though, this is another of those games that can be expensive to get into. There's tons of DLC, and a lot of it is considered essential. At number 4 is Fallout 4. Interesting thing about this game is that while the core game is really long with a lot to do, it's not one of those games you'd be able to spend 1,000 hours playing unless you get into the settlement stuff. Don't get me wrong, the entire Boston Commonwealth it's massive, there's tons to explore, but the thing that keeps players coming back is the extensive crafting and construction system where you can build your own settlement. People have built some really ridiculous stuff with this system. Not exactly Minecraft, mind you. There is a limit to what you can eventually build, but if you're playing on PC, it's trivially easy to mod and just go as crazy as you want. People have built entire new towns with this system. They've constructed massive structures and devised these crazy elaborate Rube Goldberg machines with the game's physics. All this stuff can be done with the base game, and it's easy to dump hundreds of hours into it without even thinking, if you really want to go nuts. However, like I said, take a look at the game's extensive modding scene. It's been tweaking and making improvements to Fallout 4 for years now. I mean, it's par for the course with pretty much every Bethesda game. Fallout 4 is a game that's designed to get lost in, and it's crazy with the amount of stuff that's just there, as well as what you can factor in with mods. There's so much to do in this game. At number 3 is Final Fantasy XIV. For me, if you're going to get into an MMO right now and really want to sink your teeth into one, this is probably the one to play. People probably know that I'm a big Final Fantasy nut, but this has got a massive story campaign, tons of raids, tons of dungeons, lots of time-wasting side activities, and just a huge world to explore. It's a game that's been going strong for so long that its original disastrous incarnation is basically an afterthought. Nobody really cares how it launched because the current game is so damn solid. It still has issues. People generally didn't love the newest expansions as much as some of the previous ones, and the housing situation's still kind of a mess. But as far as MMORPGs go, these are kind of minor issues in the grand scheme. This is another game that's not super cheap to get into, though. On top of the cost of the game and the multiple expansions, there's also a monthly fee you gotta pay. And yeah, there is a free-to-play version, but it's more like a demo than the full experience. So for people wanting to spend hundreds of hours in the game, you're gonna have to drop some serious cash for this one to get everything. But I will also say, if there's a case for the monthly fee version of an MMO, it's Final Fantasy XIV. There's just so much to get into, and all I ever hear is how welcoming and positive the community is. I may be wrong about it these days, but that's the impression I've always gotten from it. If you're the type to get into MMOs, Final Fantasy XIV is just top-notch. At number 2 is Stardew Valley. Sometimes when you turn on a game, you're not looking for intense action or in-depth strategy. You just want something chill to veg out to. And few games do that as good as Stardew Valley. I put it in the same tier as games like Farming Simulator, American Truck Simulator, except it has a really...
Ti si je rekao bio i ne znam ko još za mene.
Dobro, Spičanović je rekao.
Jeste.
I došlo na taj dan, kaže, onaj momak, rekao mi da si ti njemu zeti ili on tebi, nisam ih razumela, da? Rekao, je li našao posao? Rekao, nije. A šta ste rekli?
Pa ono da je treba radnika, da otvori sad drugu liniju, a mislim da tamo gdje ti otprilike treba radnika.
Na zamisli,
Da, ne treba im tamo na onoj traci, nego im treba...
Pa najviše tamo. Ja sigurno će...
drugu liniju da napravi. A valjda treba da naprave sad i, sad je par mjeseci, da bude ta, kako beše, da u 4 smene napraviš štale i onda ćeš se menjati onda po nedelju dana ili na mjesec.
Nedelju. Ma dobro, znaš koji je tamo priča, te ovako. Jesi jučer sam stigla mašinu? Jesi jutro sam.
To sam čuo. 18. 19. reći da treba počnem da radim, a javit će mi
počneš tamo, nemoj da žuriš. Ali tamo su, ja sad prvi dan, gaći su mi mokre bili. Sve će stipiti, verujem. Da niko ne... Jel, ako je tamo prvo ćete na vagu, da vam razumeravaš to, ono...
Da.
Proći ti bukaciju.
A nije...
Ali nemoj da žuriš, verujem, ja sam prvi dan nisam otišao. Nije cita dana od pol dana dok sam vidio da to može da se ne žuri.
Pa dobro,
dok se ne ukosi, znaš.
Da,
je, Nemanja je žurio prvi dan da sprema tamo miška, znaš ko.
Od tu znam sve. Ništa ne kaže. Ja se zavagu, ja počeo vagu, ne znači.
Ja, isto ti pričali da ustojiš, ali sam sve... Poslije mislim da kasni.
Šebe ti mater.
I tamo morate se kad vrati. Sve i onda posle polaka.
Šta će biti s kućom? Biti s kućom, šta će?
Šta će s kućom biti?
Kućom biti, šta će? Patronik će. Idem poljaho da opljačim, pa idem da... Petam neke... Zapam pičku mater.
Imate 2-3 dana slobodno za par dana.
Mačo, prvi dan sad je bio ovako lulja čovječe. Isto žureo. Samo noći.
jebat.
Where's Charlie?
Elysian. Welcome to my channel.
Super žena.
really charming pixel art style. It's a farming simulator, pretty abstract version of farming though, where you can pretty much grow whatever you want. There's a big focus on building relationships, expanding your farm, and a surprising amount of exploration you can do. It seems like a small game, but like with Binding of Isaac, it's a game that's been getting updated for many years now, and there's so much additional content and goals that'll keep you playing for a really long time. It's a perfect, easygoing game to play, whether or not you're fully engaged with it. Everyone's got to have at least one game they turn on, just take it easy, and Stardew's probably one of my favorites. And finally, at number 1, it's Factorio. This top-down factory building game is one of the most satisfying and addictive games out there. It's the ultimate Tetris effect game, where you turn it on just to play for a few minutes and you look up and it's the break of dawn. Basics, super simple. You're on a hostile planet. You got to build a factory, including defenses. What makes it so satisfying is the factory. Everything is connected by cables, conveyor belts, and there's just something really fulfilling to just watch your factory chug away. And while it starts off small and simple, the complexity ratchets up to almost baffling levels. Like, just look at some of the factories people have managed to build. This stuff gets totally insane at the higher levels. And because there's always room to optimize, improve, and build a better factory, there's always something to do. It's super addictive for people with the brains to handle this kind of thing, and one of the easiest games out there to lose thousands of hours playing. A quick bonus for you, like Skyrim, it's in the bonus section because it doesn't really require a lot of explaining. It's obvious. People can and will dedicate hundreds of hours just screwing around in the base game, but if you really want to spend some time with Skyrim, there's an almost infinite amount of mods to try. Sure, you end up spending most of that 1,000 hours just trying to configure everything so that the mods actually work, but when everything finally comes together, it's super satisfying for at least a few minutes before you get back into the mod manager to try out something else, you know? The Binding of Isaac Repentance, ton of great roguelikes out there that are easy to put tons of hours into. But if you want to play one of these games for the long haul, probably the one with the most stuff is this game, The Binding of Isaac. It's an action roguelike that's sort of a mix between top-down shooter and one of the old 16-bit Legend of Zelda games. Concept very simple. You wander around randomly generated dungeons, get money, get upgrades, take on bosses. Sounds like a game that wouldn't have a lot to keep players hooked, but this game has been getting updated for years at this point, and every big update it includes a ton of new characters, upgrades, levels, bosses. At this point, the amount of stuff to do in Binding of Isaac is just crazy. And that's all for today. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications. And as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter at Falcon the Hero. We'll see you next time right here on Game Ranks.
Resident Evil 4 never needed a remake. But here we are. As soon as rumblings of this remake hit the rumor mill shortly after RE3 Remake's less than stellar release, myself and a lot of other fans weren't as excited at the prospect of Capcom redoing their already legendary and very playable 2005 classic. Despite the warranted trepidation, RE4R's reveal and subsequent trailers really lit up the internet. A lot of worries I and many other people had seemed to fade away as this very confident game announced itself with its release date front and center before ever showing any trailer, showing off a very faithful yet darker looking version of that classic game running effortlessly and beautifully on Capcom's space-age RE engine. I've been really excited for this game ever since we got those trailers, and I'm so happy to say that after a first playthrough that lasted me 17 hours, and 100 total hours of hardcore, backs-against-the-wall gaming, I can with confidence say that Resident Evil 4 2023 is something truly phenomenal. Thank you, Capcom, for sending me this game in advance and giving me so much time to formulate this review. So without further ado, let us return once again to the world of action survival horror. Resident Evil 4 Remake is a tough game that's mechanics take a lot of getting used to, but once you do, you'll be executing targets stylishly. One of the first things I noticed after playing this game for about 10 minutes was how smooth and tactical Leon felt to control. Leon's animation system is pretty realistic in how he moves. A multi-layered patrolling walk that revs up into a fast sprint, and sudden skittering stops make Leon jerk to a halt. It might sound rigid in my description, but it's very loose, if that makes sense. This looseness creates a fairly uncanny vibe, seeing Leon headshot Ganados, then seamlessly roundhouse kick them into finishing them off with a grounded takedown. Seeing such tactical animation work happen in sequence is incredibly satisfying, and also serves as an amazing visual and gameplay upgrade from how Leon moved and played in RE2 Remake. You really feel like you're playing as this version of Leon who's undergone 6 years of military special forces training. It's super cool to see play out and master. There's so much charming subtlety to Leon's animations that I could talk about all day. If an enemy gets too close, Leon will perch up into a center axis relock aiming style. If Leon makes it through a battle effortlessly, he'll scoff the fight off confidently. If he struggles, you'll see him wringing his muscles out in pain. It's these little touches that connect you to the character better and kind of acts like a rankless ranking screen after each battle. I know something a lot of people were worrying about were Leon's iconic one-liners not making a return due to the game's darker tone, and without spoiling anything, rest assured, Leon's got quips for days. Some really good ones too. A lot of the dialogue in this game is also just from the original game. There are a few moments I know will get memed to death in the best possible ways, so yeah, look forward to that. Leon's combat kit is quite expansive this time around. Along with all the classic RE4 guns you can unlock, you've got a very versatile knife that can slash, poke, and parry. Tons of context-sensitive melee attacks, including a flashy suplex, and a few throwable grenade types. 4 Remake feels like Classic 4 on steroids. Movement options are insane compared to the original game. Moving and shooting is the tip of the iceberg, as you'll be vaulting, crouching, stealth killing, parrying into roundhouse, and blasting everything as you protect your president's daughter. Leon's stealth doesn't play a big role in the basic combat formula, but there are a chance few encounters that can be bypassed by staying quiet. I never felt the need to do this, but it's fun how it is an option at your disposal. The crouch button also doubles as a context-sensitive dodge, like from RE3R. It's funny seeing Leon hit a clean backflip in the middle of normal gameplay, or do that very identifiable RE6 hitting the floor dodge under attacks. By the way, every single gun sounds beefy. More than most RE titles, RE4R's guns clearly got special treatment in their design. Looks and sound aren't everything, and thankfully each tool in Leon's arsenal really pack a punch. The starting Silver Ghost, my favorite RE4 pistol, is still a monster by the end game, and equipping it with a laser sight makes it even more pinpoint accurate. That's something a lot of people have wondered about, and I can confirm that some weapons do get laser sights. It's another thing that feels like an offense upgrade as you and Leon become stronger as you progress. One thing that always annoyed me about the original RE4 was how you can very often find yourself having to spend more than one shotgun shell getting a critical hit on a basic villager's head. In RE4R, no matter the power level of a shotgun, for example, it'll always perform consistently. So if you're at close range, your shotgun will be picking apart villagers. Your rifle will always critical headshot basic enemies, too. The only thing I don't think is as good as classic RE4 are the reload animations. No longer are you stuck in place while firing, so Capcom made each and every gun reload more realistically rather than stylishly, because you can do this while standing still, in the middle of combat, or while running. Which I think is a little lame, but also a massive nitpick on my part. Farewell, broken butterfly reload animation. I will miss you. The best thing about the guns in RE4 is that all of them are viable in combat. One thing that really held back RE Village's player expression was the very clear emphasis on replacing your guns as you progress through that game. RE4R's guns can all be upgraded to be good as you play, just like the original. I had the biggest smile on my face realizing I was at the end of the game, still using the starting Silver Ghost. In my 100 hours of playing, I tried out basically every firearm, and yeah, they're all good. Leon's knife is also very cool. Taking damage with every use of this blade, Marvin's trusty knife in Leon's more experienced hands is a real tool of destruction. One of the first things I maxed out was this thing's durability. Having access to parries is important, since Leon can parry most things. Ganado melee and ranged attacks are all blockable, if you're fast and brave enough. Larger kill shots like chainsaws, head-eating Plaga, and Garador claws are also parryable, but at a big cost. I gotta be honest, it was so incredibly jaw-dropping parrying the chainsaw for myself, and hearing the music and the saw's engine stop dead in its tracks, to Leon's disbelief. Larger attacks will break your knife, and if this happens, you can repair it at the merchant. You'll also be finding smaller kitchen and boot knives that help you get by. You probably noticed I called this game Action Survival Horror in the intro, and that's because every offensive option you've got is finite. Ammo, heals, and your knife don't last forever. Careful use of each will spell the difference between life and death. And it's this careful balance the game strikes that really makes you feel like you're on the razor's edge in most battles. Everything is a resource this time, so that's why I call this game Action Survival Horror. Leon is a lot more capable in this remake, but so are his adversaries. If you've played the recently released Chainsaw demo, you'll know how aggressive each basic villager can be. Much like RE2R, where in that game, a single zombie could take you out. It's the same thing here. There's nothing funnier than seeing an old granny two-piece Leon before pushing him into Dr. Salvador's chainsaw blade. It's like, damn, okay, that just happened. Again, like RE2R, you can really mangle these possessed fools. One detail that really blew me away was seeing a dismembered villager's gaping wound showing protruding Las Plagas tentacles. This time, Capcom's pushed the parasite to the forefront, in more ways than one. As you might know, Las Plagas only shows up at night, but evidence of their activity is also partially seen in the form of the broken neck Ganado. These half mutations are insanely disturbing. It's an in-between stage where the parasite is puppeting around the shell of the body, with neither party being fully in control. These guys are also really difficult, like basically every other enemy in this game. I guess RE Village really tempered my expectations on enemy difficulty for this title, because I was genuinely surprised at how hard all of the enemies are in this game. You really have to be on your A game or risk just dying outright. I finished this game on easy, normal, and hard, and for the first time since RE7, normal, the standard difficulty as it's called, was my preferred difficulty. Hardcore is really hard, which is great, but it does require very careful planning of things to come. Without going into it, pretty much every enemy from the original game makes their return besides maybe one on the island. The updated castle has some of my favorite fights this time around. The Garrador here is legendary. The added stealth mechanic really fleshes out that boss fight in particular. The enemies will also mangle Leon too. I got many a decapitation death scene in my multiple playthroughs that shocked me just like the original game. Shocking decapitations aside, there are some classic enemy death scenes that don't return, and obviously I was disappointed by some of the deaths we actually got in their stead. It's not a game killer by any means, but I can't help but feel this remake has lost a bit of the original game's edge, if you know what I mean. I get that times are different and big companies might want to change things like outfits or how certain subject matter is handled, but gore in a horror game not being completely there is pretty weak in my opinion. Again, not a massive problem that affects the fun of the game, but something that is sorely missed with some of these creatures. I'm gonna put this out there and let you guys know, do not pass up any files as you play. They often go into enemy backstories, and a lot of the time they'll recontextualize the thing you've been fighting for hours, and you might actually feel things for these crazy-ass beasts. It's just really cool how a lot of thought was clearly put into everything in RE4R. Escorting Ashley around can still be stressful, but also entertaining when you figure out how she works. This time, she can't be told to wait in a certain spot. Loose and tight formations are how she follows you around, one being right next to Leon at all times, and the other following farther behind. Switching between these two states is what you'll be doing depending on the situation. It's really awesome facing down a horde and telling Ashley to stay back, clearing out a few guys, and then telling her to move in, getting her away from other enemies on your 6. There will undoubtedly be frustrating moments with this version of Ashley, just like in the original game, but this time she enters a downed state after taking some damage, instead of dying outright. You can still harm her by accident if you're not careful, and enemies no longer go down in a single shot if they're carrying her. It can make for some pretty exciting chases to get her back by your side. Ashley and Leon also talk to each other a lot more during gameplay, so basic actions like her helping you open a door or find a small small treasure feel meaningful and fun this time around. It's not just in the beautifully acted and directed cutscenes where these two bond now. Wherever Ash is by your side, you're growing that connection to her, which is exactly what I wanted out of this remake for her specifically. Their chemistry is really good. If you've watched the trailers for this game, you've already seen a few of the bosses. I won't be showing you any of them right now, but needless to say, they're all mostly back. I say mostly because one of them actually got cut. If I'm being honest, it was my least favorite boss from the original, so I wasn't too broken up about it. Every boss has at least one new thing they do, and some of them are entirely redesigned for the better. The ones that stay the same are like the epic version of the fight from 2005. This was kind of a personal problem I had with the game, but I ran into a major issue that might hopefully be resolved with the upcoming Day 1 patch. When I played the game on hardcore difficulty, the Chapter 12 boss was totally broken. This monster wouldn't get stunned hitting its weak point, and it just didn't die by regular means, resulting in me dumping all of my ammo into it to no avail. After dying maybe 13 times in a row, wasting about 40 minutes of my time, I decided to sell everything I had in my inventory and ended up killing the creature with a rocket launcher. I think rockets operate on touch of death logic, so I was able to get past this thing, but it felt horrible, like a bug in the game's code. I really hope this gets resolved, but maybe stick to the normal standard difficulty on your first playthrough if this is still an issue. Other than that, every other boss fight felt like a legendary encounter to overcome. The merchant is back and serves the exact same role as he did in 2005. This very talkative, grumpy old pirate will buy and sell items from you, upgrade your weapons, and now trade you special items like treasure pieces, whole weapons, maps, and a variety of other items that help you on your journey. These special trade items are acquired via Spinel Crystal. Remember those things you were constantly picking up in the original game? Well, now they're retooled as very rare items that drop inconsistently and are awarded through completing new optional side request missions. Since every chapter has you exploring a lot more, Capcom littered the environments with fun optional things to do. Requests like finding and selling a golden chicken egg, hunting a megafish at the lake, and of course, shooting those pesky blue medallions help break up the tension of the constant Ganado battles and keep the game's loop fresh as you progress. I really loved the request system, and I actually completed all of them on my first playthrough. It's something that I didn't expect to enjoy as much as I did, but after doing each of them, it made me feel like this aspect of the remake should have always been in the original game. Exploring the world in front of you is now more rewarding. RE4R's combat takes a lot of getting used to, but once you do master the mechanics, you feel like a smooth operating government agent here to covertly or loudly take down whatever stands in your way to rescue your target. A new breed of action survival horror is here, and I really hope Capcom takes some of these systems into future games and expands even more on them. And speaking of expansion, when it comes to how Capcom remade each part of RE4, careful consideration in redesigning was clearly taken to make each of these classic environments make way more sense than they did in the original. The village, castle, and island are all still here and come equipped with various changes. So the most important thing I feel for RE4 was its downright amazing pacing. A lot happened in that original game, and it's a miracle how all of it just works from a fun factor perspective. I'm glad to say that the remake's pacing is also amazing. The village plays out nearly identically, with maybe one or two areas getting completely overhauled, one set piece in particular getting cut entirely, and most importantly, the village doing its job of easing you into the title's gameplay formula with hard enemies, exploration, and amazing boss fights. The castle has the most changes, and while it does play out a bit faster this time, I much preferred its new, very dark design over the bright original. You'll be walking through its beautiful marble hallways and be like, wow, this room looks so amazing now. I can't believe Waterhall's still here. And then open a door expecting to know what's on the other side and be like, oh, where am I? It's really cool for returning fans. I don't want to show you any of the island yet, but I'll say that in 2023, Capcom has taken one of the most complained about sections in this series and made it so much better. This place looks more lab-like, which fits the progression of the narrative better than, you know, suddenly arriving at the original's very 1980s action movie sets. Don't misunderstand. More lab-like does not mean Nest 3 like many a meme would have you believe. The island feels like the original while delivering brand new fun combat and exploration scenarios in redesigned rooms and areas that make more sense. That's the magic pair of words for this review. By the way, things make more sense now in RE4R, can you believe it? The game still has puzzles, and none of them are hard, but none of them are as brain dead as RE4 classics. There are tons of surprises that I won't spoil, but just know what makes this game great as a remake is that the biggest and smallest things that happened in OG RE4 are treated with such respect and feel like legitimate moments now. While some set pieces and scenarios from the original were cut, this game doesn't do the RE3R thing of cutting an iconic moment or area and then just moving on from said omission. In RE4R, if something gets cut, it's always replaced with something else, be it a combination of two set pieces creating something that feels fresh and familiar, or just a whole new thing altogether. There isn't a single part of this game that doesn't feel like thousands of dollars weren't injected into it to make it more fun. Like, even the shooting gallery is back, and I don't want to show you it because you just won't believe how cool it is. My favorite thing about each part of the game is that all three environments have so much exploration now. From new rooms, treasures, enemy encounters, and merchant requests, there's a lot that you can do now that increases that sense of adventure through these haunted locales. The village being the opening hours of the title, railroad you into set pieces and battles that lock you out of previously visited areas, but the castle and island feel much more open. The last two levels I just mentioned both have moments where you can backtrack through both of the levels in their entirety, and actually find new events, enemies, and items. It's on a smaller scale by comparison, but like the Dead Space remake, these two particular environments just feel more alive, like that game's Ishimura. The original RE4 maybe had one reason to backtrack through the castle, that being to get the broken butterfly. That type of thing is so greatly expanded now and worth doing to upgrade your stuff and find cool customizable treasures. I never thought I'd actually get real folding survival horror level design in RE4, but again, here we are. So I'm not going to go too deep into the story because this game's narrative, I feel, is very important and I want you guys to enjoy it to the fullest. That being said, I think this is probably one of the better written, performed, and cinematically directed Resident Evil games out there. One thing Shinji Mikami, original series director and producer, wanted from this remake was RE4, but with a better story. And that's what you're getting for the most part. If you've been following my coverage on this game, you'll know what I personally wanted was a story about
Ne znam da li neko troluje u chatu, ali...
Zašto bi to?
Šta je para? Kažem, osim ako neko ne trole, čini mi se da je jedan developer u global chatu. Ne vidim point u trolovanju. na toj skali, ali
Ti bio pojechał. Utrzemiony. A? Що? То може за тебе. Então não é copel.
Yes?
Take care.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yes. Take care.
Fire. Shazam. Meh.
Leon dealing with his trauma of surviving Raccoon City while facing down and overcoming his inner struggle alongside Ashley. Well, without getting into it, I got exactly what I wanted and am extremely happy about it. Ashley and Leon's dynamic goes from an untrusting one to a real team by the end. Ashley's overhaul will have you falling in love with her. She's not an overly confident, angry, cursing female character that we so often get nowadays, as if that's the only way to write a good lady character. She's hella cute, caring, considerate, and has a true bond with Leon and the player this time around. She also helps out way more in the cutscenes and in some gameplay situations, but obviously within her means. I was honestly cheering for her as an original Ashley superfan. The writing staff and cinematics direction did her real justice, as well as her actress. The other character who got the characterization upgrade is Luis. Luis is not only more present in the story, but again, I'm a broken record, everything he does now makes sense. The less said about him, the better, but yeah, him and Leon basically go through a game-long bromance. I did not say gay-long, I said game-long. But speaking of the gays, Krauser and Leon's partnership from the past is explored a bit more through new dialogue, files that you can find, and a quick flashback right at the start that many of you have already seen in the Chainsaw demo. These additions are great, but I would have loved to see at least one more flashback to really fill out their dynamic. With that said, this version of Krauser is more human than the original, and like I mentioned, the added info justifies his role in the story a lot more this time. RE4R also has this really cool graphics option called hair strands, where every character and monster with fur has realistically rendered hair. This option for some reason wasn't advertised at all in any trailer, but it really makes the character models look amazing. There are moments where the game just looks like a CGI movie, no joke. I've been playing the game on PS5 and haven't turned this option off once. The game ran perfectly. I highly recommend this option if you can run it. It's a world of difference from the default polygon hair. Sadler and the Los Illuminados are also expanded. This crazy cult leader comes off super religious and more menacing. The culture of the village and castle are more present in the files, and very worth exploring to its fullest. Sadler's stuff is mostly new stuff, so I'll let you experience him and the cult all on your own. Even though pretty much every character and plotline has been improved, there's one that is undeniably worse than the original game. That unfortunately being Ada's role in the story. Her appearances are as limited as her acting and writing capabilities. Her story is basically absent, and it really sucks because like Leon and everyone else are just perfect in this game. And when Ada shares a scene with anyone, it's like she, as a character, is so disconnected from reality. She also sounds really bored. I remember when RE2R came out, some people thought that Ada was a little too mean to Leon in that game. But I always thought that was a weird take, because her progression in that story is her essentially using Leon in ways that were meaningful to him at that point in his life. So it hits really hard when the betrayal happens. That being said, you still got the feeling she actually cared about him under the surface. Here, I genuinely believe she doesn't care about Leon at all, and it makes her appearances feel unnecessary in a weird way. Like, okay, Ada's here now. Okay, she's gone. Back to business, I guess. I think Capcom will pay this off with Separate Ways DLC, but why does her entire character have to be sacrificed in the main game with such poor everything? The biggest positive is that she isn't really in that much of this story, so she never brings the overall quality of the experience down, unless you're like a die-hard super fan of Ada. It's an unfortunate mark on this mostly perfect game that I hope gets fleshed out way more in Separate Ways DLC. And that's all I'll say about RE4R's story for now. It's a much better take on the events of the Los Illuminados incident in Spain. All of the characters except Ada get such amazing overhauls. I'm not lying to you when I say there were 3 parts of this story that made me tear up, legitimately. That's how good some of the character moments are. I'll be making a larger story spoiler analysis video after launch, where I'll talk about everything that happens on Leon and Ashley's wild escape. So please look forward to that. So yeah, did RE4 need a remake in 2023? No, but I'm glad it got one. I can see myself sinking even more hours into this phenomenal game, with tons of unlockables, replayability, a story that'll tug at your heartstrings, and of course, the free Mercenaries update confirmed just over the horizon. The base game content alone, I feel, is worth it. I mean, I intentionally replayed the game over and over for this review and managed to log 100 hours just unconsciously. I checked my results screen and was like, oh my god, I've been playing this for 100 hours? What? I just had so much fun replaying the story. It makes sense too, because that's basically what I did with the original RE4 for like the past 18 years. You're definitely getting your money's worth out of this title if you're someone that loves replaying games over and over again, which I think most Resident Evil fans are like that, so you're in for a treat. With the way the story plays out, I believe we'll get separate ways at some point, and the idea of that is really exciting. Playing as Ada with all of these new mechanics and systems in a game-sized remake of her side of the story will be fun regardless if her acting isn't the best. We've been on a roll for the past few years with RE. To be honest, I hope whatever comes next is something wholly original. As much as I loved these recent remakes, I would be lying if I said I didn't feel the fatigue setting in. So I hope Capcom gives it a few more years before they decide to remake anything else. That goes for other IPs too. That being said, I'm really happy with this game, and the dev team's passion is just clearly on display in every facet of what's present here. RE4R is a masterfully created game using years of built-up knowledge and game design philosophy from a variety of developers. It genuinely had me smiling like an idiot fangirl as the credits rolled. So the ultimate question I have for you is, do you have the heart, guts, soul, and parasites within you to return to the haunted Spanish countryside and save Ashley once again? Face your fears and overcome in the heart-racing dark world of RE4 Remake. Hey everyone, thanks for watching. RE4R is great, what a surprise. I just want to say again that I've got another RE4R video coming down the pipeline once the game actually releases. Look forward to that, as we'll be discussing a lot of the story and character motivations that I think are genuinely great. If you liked this particular video, please consider subscribing and checking out my Patreon in the description. I've got one hell of a video schedule this year. We'll be branching out a bit with some different genre titles that I am so excited to talk about. But yeah, I hope you guys have fun with RE4R, and I'll catch y'all very soon in the next video. Later.
Marketing is an important part of any video game development cycle. It's how you let people know that your game exists and what to look forward to with your game. And I feel like Arcane, as much as I tend to enjoy their games, their marketing has always suffered. Their last title was Deathloop. I don't think the marketing for that game was particularly great. And now...
Oh yeah, that was the one where you, it's like the time thing.
With their upcoming Redfall, I feel the same way. The first trailer that they showed off, I don't know, it was kind of hit or miss. Interesting concepts going on there, but they didn't show enough to really wow us. And then there was a whole situation where they confirmed that the game will be online only, but recently they did allow media to play the game, and those impressions fortunately have been...
I'm gonna have to say, guys, again, every game from now on is pretty much gonna be online only. They can say it's because of patching, and I think that's a big reason, but also having games that are online only makes them a lot harder to pirate. Like, that's just how it is.
more positive. Here is a basic summary from Okami Games. The bullet list includes things like strong single-player experience, Arcane's best gunplay yet, many comparisons to Far Cry, great level design that's very immersive, still has Arcane's DNA, working to remove always online requirement, a big plus, no in-game store or microtransactions, so on and so forth. For my part, I'm not fully sold on the game yet, but it has potential. The idea of essentially what is a cooperative hero shooter style gameplay, but with more of an open world single player experience a la Far Cry, where you get to hunt down vampires and combine powers to that end. It could be fun. I don't know, I have to get my hands on it. But what doesn't help is a recent gameplay that Arcane released through IGN First, which is...
I love how every game gets really hyped up until people get to see it. And then I think like 9 out of 10 games, after people see what it is, they're like, oh, okay, never mind then.
Is this feature that IGN hosts where they get exclusive access to a game and promote it heavily, and Redfall happens to be the next big featured game for IGN First, except if you look at the likes to dislikes ratio, you'll see a whopping 5,700 dislikes versus only 1,100 likes. So what exactly went wrong? Well, what gameplay IGN showed here is pretty awful. When it comes to marketing, I think there is a spectrum of like, you can go too far and show gameplay that is really exaggerated and artificial looking.
Does he show the gameplay? Because if not, I'll go watch it right now. He does show it? Okay.
Or that is just clearly fake, whose graphics and gameplay are spruced up and are not representative of the final game. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you can show gameplay that maybe has elements of what we'll see in the final game, but is so poorly shown that it almost does your game a disservice by not showing.
Absolutely. This is what happened with Ashes of Creation, is that as soon as they actually showed gameplay, it hurt the game, because the gameplay wasn't on the same level as Elden Ring. And the truth is that pretty much every single game, there is like the ultimate game of that category, and if you are not at or very, very close to that, your game is garbage. So for example, like if you're playing an FPS game, it's got to be as fluid as COD. If you're playing an action RPG, it's got to be as fluid as Elden Ring. And that's just how it is.
Showing how it's played properly, and that's where this IGN gameplay sits at. A good middle point is just showing us gameplay that definitely looks realistic and achievable, and that is played proficiently. With this Redfall gameplay, man, it is frustrating and painful to watch, and it's a detriment to the game. And this is not me trying to make fun of the person who's playing this game. It's just like if you're IGN and you get exclusive access to gameplay for a game and are going to show that game off, there's a certain responsibility that comes with that to show the game, not necessarily in an artificially good light, but
Kad sam ga ukokao, skontao sam da je to boss, mislio sam da je malo jača, ali tamo bio boss.
The majority of players who are playing the game proficiently will experience, so we can get a genuinely good idea for what this game will actually play like. It's frustrating when I want to get a genuine idea for the gameplay, and then the gameplay shown is just something that looks a lot more underwhelming, not because the game itself is that underwhelming, but because the person playing the game just doesn't really seem to be doing...
He must be watching my stream. Yeah, basically what he's saying is that the person doing it plays the way I do.
The gameplay justice, and so I don't know, I wish they would have either re-recorded this gameplay video or just found ways to just make it closer, more representative to how more people will play this game. You'll see what I mean. But before we delve into the gameplay footage, you know what isn't painful and is in fact the complete opposite, offers relief? These earbuds right here, which for how affordable they are really high quality. Bringing us to the sponsor of today's video, Raycon, whose earbuds are as high quality as they are affordable. Raycon is setting out to prove that...
Are these like AirBuds? Or not air? No, that's a dog. AirPods? Like well, it's like the same idea, right?
You don't need to break the bank to get great audio
Stumas.
right into your ears in a convenient, portable, and premium form factor. And from my experience, they're definitely up to something here. Having used these earbuds at home, on the go, in the gym, you name it, I've been really happy with the crisp, balanced, and bassy audio they produce. Sound quality that's comparable to that of earbuds from other more prominent big tech brands. Beyond that, these earbuds are incredibly feature complete, with the buttons on each side allowing you to control media playback, selection, and volume, activate voice assistant, answer and end calls, turn on sound isolation, and even change...
Holy fuck. That's actually crazy. Like, so you can do all that just with those 2 buttons? Bro, this is some... this is like a Konami code. Yeah, I feel like I'm putting in a cheat code. What is that?
Between different sound profiles. They're also super comfortable, lightweight, and out of the way by being flush with your ears, with multiple tips to choose from for the perfect fit. For added peace of mind, they're not only water and sweat resistant, but they also offer a whopping 8 hours of playback on a charge, with a charging case offering an additional 32 hours of battery. For all this, Raycons are so affordable you can buy a second pair and still pay less compared to big tech brands' offerings. And you can...
What they mean by big tech brands' offerings is Apple.
Get yours now at an even better price point if you click the link in the description box, or go to buyraycon.com/yongya to get 15% off your Raycon purchase. So let me play this 3-minute footage for you guys and react along the way. Here we go.
This game looks okay.
So starting out, it's fine enough, but as the gameplay progresses, you'll see what I mean, why this is so frustrating for people to watch.
Okay.
The amount of running away that the player does. So right here, some shots hit. And then all the different cuts that happen throughout this footage. Yeah, this is... out here is where things start degrading. The player, for some reason, just runs...
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning there, I didn't think that was very bad. I don't know, I mean, like, cause... Like, I don't know, it seems fine.
Away from the encounter.
Wait, okay.
But alright, let's see where the player's headed next. Right here is an enemy.
Okay.
Gets shot, very low health, but the player doesn't finish him off, runs away.
Wait, what? So he just... So he runs away from the guy he unloaded a full clip on, and then he turns around and runs into a void zone? He runs into an AoE? I think they've got ChatGPT playing this game.
Frantically running around the field. And it's just like hard to figure out what this game is from this footage, you know what I mean? And the marketing of a game should
Pa
aim to give
svaku
players
noć
a good
ide.
idea for a game. And then, I mean, a lot of silly mistakes.
Pa ja mislim da svaku baš ide.
Low health, I get it, but... Okay, heal up, and then... I don't know where that
Đape
went.
sam igra Call of
It's just
Duty već
running
sat
around.
vremena, ali je mutiran.
Not doing a whole lot. And then... a bunch of cuts. That makes this all more disorienting.
Why didn't you shoot? Wait, where's this going?
Kom je tišao za Crnu Goru?
When it comes to trying to figure out what's
Milan
going on.
ode za Crnu Goru. Kaže da mu Milo Đukanović dao državljanstvo.
Može ako glasaš za njega. Čini se dobije državljanstvo, znači se proda.
Man,
Samo prodanim glasima.
what is there to say?
Znači ti ipak voliš tvoje srpsko državljanstvo zato što si
And right here, a bunch of shots
Ko ja?
missed.
Holy shit.
A Milan kaže da voli srpsko državljanstvo i da je veliki Srbin.
Did he just try to quick skull?
I repetitore voli.
Bro, this guy's about to phase up.
Tako kaže.
And you can see
Look
right
at this,
here.
watch.
Oh man. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, he missed, right? But like, he was trying to.
The boss was at low health, sniper rifle in hand, cuts away. The boss is still alive, or I don't know if it's a boss, but the tougher enemy's still alive. Runs away again, doesn't just finish him
Wait,
off.
did he throw a bomb?
Throws more stuff, kind of.
Why did he do that?
Once again, just fails to finish the enemy off. I don't know.
Državljanstvo.
Why not just
Kad se meni to nosi državljanstvo.
Oof, yeah, that's...
Neće ti javiti.
Turn around before he
Stani to
dies.
da...
Valjda na kafu kad bude došao, onda će se razgovarati o tome.
Milane!
The finisher's cool, I guess.
Kaži mi to.
That's good, bro. He
It
killed him.
really, this really was a very disorienting, frustrating gameplay bid to watch.
Samo odpoješ zabi.
Not just likes to dislikes ratio, but also the comment section. See how this footage is getting torn apart.
To nije džabe. Mora da mu nešto treba.
Jes, džabe.
Ma nije džabe.
Garantujem ti da je džabe.
Ti ga ne poznaješ. Nešto treba da mi se napravi.
Džabe ili ja.
Nije to džabe. Naivan si moj ruč.
True though. Fucking true.
Nešto treba da se napravi.
Gaming journalism, ethical journalism, Gamergate is back. I see that.
For making any game they play excruciating to watch. Honestly, the fact that IGN chose to show this gameplay perspective instead of anyone else's genuinely makes me wonder how they all compare to this guy. When you give your little brother a controller, there's no way this is the best footage of this game that they got. Here's somebody highlighting all the mistakes that they saw. Why are you fighting a giant boss inside a cramped house? Why are you now running away from the boss and shooting?
I thought fighting him in a house is a good idea because you just kite him around the rooms. You just shoot him until he's fucking dead. Like, you know, a lot of times they have like problems like collision and turning. They're gonna slow down. Yeah. You don't, so you can just. I thought that was a good idea. At the beginning, I'm like, wait, what are people upset about this? But apparently,
Ona ođi do njega, kaži.
This is a special occasion, okay?
Šta sam ja?
This one is really, really bad.
Ili ja, evo ja ti garantujem da mu ne treba ništa, nego hoće nešto ti pomoći.
Glup si, Nenade. Kao što sam ti rekao i tebi i Drakuli. Ono što njemu treba je prilika da se revanšira, kapiraš. On neće nikad biti kvit dok ja ne odem kod njega i dok ne poljubim vrata, znaš. Pozvano kao izlazi, znaš. Da on se revanšira tako što će meni da pokaže vrata. Kapiraš? Takav je tip. Egomanije. I kad se on revanšira meni, onda možemo da budemo, znaš, ono, ravnopravno.
Nisam preko si dano vrat. Milane, pošalji ti meni broj tamo da ja popričam s ovima da napravimo mi ovamo, taj, kako se zovem, po kakve veze ima Beotel, može doći ovdje. Kad je iz Beograda došao u Vojvodinu, može doći ovdje. Kaži. Pa ne znam, može, sve može urediti.
A?
Broj mi one.
Jesi išao, iđeš, nisi? Da je prosto.
A šta si sedio?
Govnaru.
A? Neću.
I jebote igraš Call of Duty, već par dana te gledam.
Da.
Pa šta igraš?
Ma ovaj Resurgence, onaj su onaj igrače, quadovi, random se i hoću, ali da nemam vremena, možda to. Pa ne, dok imamo vremena koliko hoćemo, hoću to tako han.
Aha, znači nemaš vremena, a? Znači nemaš vremena za drugove, jeli pičko, a? Jeli, tako dakle? A viš kako Milan? Milan se odriče seksa da bi imao vremena za vas. A ti tako, jeli?
Čuje, sine.
Dobri dolaz.
Joj, Hriste. Pa što nisi to malo prebacio, jebem ti make ti jebe mate.
Dobro.
Jebem ti sve metru i živo.
Si rekao da više neš da igraš Handshodan. Bar za jedan. Počeo kao Dr. Disrespect, znaš. Da fejkuje kao. Ok, brišemo i ono kao share ekran. Brišemo Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I kao ok, ja instaliraj. Sutra počinje stream. Znate šta? Kao Activision je kao čuo naše vapaje, kao stvari su bolje. Idemo kao da probamo.
Activision je čuo moj kurac.
Eto, boli uza nas.
Radi što hoćeš.
A... Kako mi Boba sredio biciklo, evo. Uf.
Ima, momci.
Gdje si? Šta ima?
Evo te zvezde, a vi?
No ništa.
Kantate više malo, a?
Mamu ti jebem grupu! Jebem te usred predio!
Zašto me ti smatraš?
Samo jebaš u tvar.
Ja mrzim ove ljude ovdje.
Milane. Pođi, brate, pođi, vjeruj mi. Znači, kad izađeš... Ne. Znaš kako, to ti je neka forma terraformiranja.
Forma idealna.
Forma idealna, jesi.
Jeste, to si ne. Da?
Pa to, do desetke.
To je fora.
Jer tamo ti je bukvalno tako, ono, znači dođeš na posao i izdrži do doručka i onda prođe doručak, izdrži do kafe i onda prođe kafa, ajde, to je to. Bukvalno je tako. A što ćeš tamo jada? A pa, dobro. Hoćeš da brneš volju za životom, a? Ima, mogu ti reći da ima, znaš. Dosta ti je smisleno to. Jest. To, biste zadovoljan sa šakom kerin. Aj, ne znam, ne osuđuje. Tu, bre, ba sa mnom je radio. Nemam pojma, ja sam tu već bio batalio, on je ostao. Ali on je došao, nemam pojma, neđe... Pa, možda mjesec dana. Došao je bio, jesi ti pričao...
Ima ljepše radno mjesto, pa zbog toga.
Ne, ima ljepše radno mjesto. A u stvari jeste. Mi smo bili non stop, kako se zove, Mišo njega, da, sad si sjetio, bravo Kešo. Bio je non stop na ovome, a tu su u suštini žene, nego to je na vaku mašini, to se tako zove. Znači, bukvalno samo ubačuješ, samo da si brz u ruke, ništa specijalno. Bačaš, i to je to, pa a nije na kraj trake, na početak te trake, mada je kraj, cijela ta traka gdje je on bio jebena je, to je možda ide.
To će moj drug Milan da se zaposli tu i Petartnina možda.
A, raspituje se.
Raspituje se.
Ne brini, idemo ja i ti zajedno, ja te vodim. Ja ću te zaposliti.
Evo, moguće ovo.
Ako treba postarati, nađem odmah.
A nemoj mi, jel te to mutira, Beke?
Ne, Bože, sačuvaj.
A nemoj mi sad da ja tu prenosim nešto, da pusti me toga.
Nemoj da se igraš gluvih telefona, verujem.
A bježi, ja da.
To nije dobra ideja. Nikad.
Brate, šta znam, ako si to odlučio, ja ću savjetujem nemoj, ti kako ćeš.
So sometimes they're not going to know what the fuck is going on. Like, I get that.
Bazda ima, bukvalno.
Mione, ako hoće da će paš pilići, ti jako ne.
Zove Nenada, Nenad će ti naći posao.
Ti hoće da probaš, viš kako je.
While your team gets killed, why are you lock-picking a door mid-combat instead of resing teammates? Why are you throwing your translocator and then not using it? Why are you sniping an enemy 3 feet in front of you? Why did you take the killing blow when you barely contributed anything? Others are frustrated at just the sheer number of cuts that were featured. There's a bad showcase. Stop skipping around. Show us the full fight. Look, I'm not saying that players aren't allowed to make mistakes. That's
Ali še zakucava čiplema. Šta su čiple?
Chick, stibbity tip tip.
Ja sam ga razumio.
I mean, so if they, if they wanted to, they could not make mistakes.
But when your whole gameplay presentation is just a sequence of mistakes, and you're constantly giving us weirdly placed cuts that doesn't allow us to get a full idea for what happened in this gameplay segment, then yeah, it is just not a good showcase. It just doesn't...
It's like for me, whenever I play new games, like you guys know, like I totally spurg out playing new games. I have such a bad time playing new games. But the reality is that I know that, and if I'm gonna make a video about a game, I don't record that and then put it out and say this game is really good or this game is really bad. Like, I give it a few days, I play through it, like Remnant is a good example of that. The first day of Remnant was a bad day. That was a bad day. But I played through it, and I learned the game, and that's it, and it was a good game. So Wulong was a shit. Like, that game was fucking garbage. I'm sorry, it's a garbage game. But the difference is that Remnant was not a garbage game.
Do the job that the video sets out to do. IGN being the biggest gaming news site, when they put out gameplay, it gets seen by a lot more people, and when that's what people see, it's probably gonna make them go, I don't know if this game is for me, which would be unfortunate if Redfall actually turns out to be a lot more fun than what that IGN gameplay shows it off to be. Now, there is other gameplay out there that seems to show Redfall in a better and more accurate light. Here is Colt Eastwood, for example, who tweeted, "Here's the Redfall combat montage. The gunplay is actually punchy, movement is swift, and combinations with power are satisfying. This gameplay definitely just provides a much better impression and a much better feel for how the combat will actually feel like. So this is the footage that this guy shows. Cool. This looks a lot more fun, the way this is presented. Show some weapon variety, shows what happens when you're able to, you know,
gotta get that pussy.
Actually hit your target. The kinds of cool things you can do with your powers. The way combat flows as you kill one enemy to the next.
Yeah, like that's the difference. Like that actually looked cool. That first game, I was like, what is this? Is this a joke? You know? But yeah, look,
even more prominent enthusiasts have been expressing similar frustrations, like Tom Henderson here, owner of Insider Gaming, covers a lot of like leaks and stuff. He tweeted that IGN first gameplay put me off this game, but this looks a lot better, referring to the Colt Eastwood gameplay montage. If I was a publisher, I probably wouldn't be using IGN first to show a first look at my game again after that. Not sure how that footage got approved, to be honest. I honestly have to lean towards that opinion a little bit of like how is this the impression you want to give? And on some of it, I think there is an agreement that, look, we're going to cover your game, but you're going to have to let us cover it the way we want. You can't just go in there and nitpick what we can put out there, because then there's a conflict of interest where you're kind of almost like sponsoring at this point if you're telling us exactly how to cover the game, exactly what we can say and what we can upload. It's like there has to be a level of freedom that a new seller has to be granted for them to allow to do honest coverage. But at the same time, it's like,
I mean, this is a two-way street.
Ne postoji lakat. Ne postoji lakat, samo ruka.
But like,
slušaj sine, igrao sam ja sa tim likovima.
Man.
Likovi cepaju kako igraju.
You know, like it really, like it probably wouldn't be that hard to hit a few more shots. People remember this? Yeah, it just makes them, and the thing is with IGN, like, fuck the publisher, who cares about them? IGN looks like a bunch of dumbasses. That's the reality. They look like a bunch of idiots. Like, remember that one dude that couldn't fucking do the Cuphead tutorial? So you guys remember that? And then somebody did a video of a pigeon doing it, and then him doing it, and then they put him on a fucking time trial against each other.
Nije to on vidi, nego to on da bi igra bila zanimljivija, znaš.
Ne. Palo mu je sa 150 frame-ova na 149.
Jeste, i tih dva frame-a, to je kao tih 0,1, da.
I watched this shit back like 3 years ago. So yeah, of course this is how it happens. Yeah, show us the video, y'all. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look, I'll show you real. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing real quick, okay? Don't worry about that. What is this here?
Ma, preko 5 sekundi.
Ja mu kažem, hoću vamo unutra s ove strane su. Neću s ove su. Dođiš i ubiju Peđu, pa neka je ubiju. Ali nisu bili s tvoje strane. Ne vidiš.
Ne čuješ.
Ne vidiš, ne čuješ. Ne vidiš, ne čuješ. Koji 200 metara, sine? 20 do 30 metara.
And you know what's...
Da.
You know what it's
Pa šta da spašavam? Peđu smo trebali da spašavamo, a ne mene.
Can't read? He gonna get it. Oh, look at that. See, that's a pigeon learning. Oh, shit. I forgot this video was so short. I thought it was 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, man, almost. I mean, for the pigeon, no. Like, this guy's got a ways to go before he figures it out.
Mnogo je OP skin. Pogotovo ako se krećeš po žbunjima i gdje ima više blata, to se jedva vidi.
The best part is like the pigeon wins.
Sa ovi novi skinovi.
By a long shot. Like it's not even close.
Ovaj mršavi aligator.
He made it. How about that? Good for him. Man.
Šta očekuješ
So
od
yeah,
Milana? On se nadio sa
this is not the first time that we've had this kind of a situation.
Take care.
There is a better way to show the game off than this IGN gameplay where the player is missing a lot of shots, just doing a lot of frantic things, a lot of running around, a lot of just not finishing enemies off, and it's just very unattractive gameplay that I don't feel really represents the game. It's the polar opposite of the, again, there's that spectrum that
And it sucks because people will see that gameplay and then think that's the game.
Talked about as the polar opposite of the Anthem style marketing of showing fake, spruced up, beautiful gameplay that isn't actually the game, but just this vertical slice that they build as a presentation, essentially, for them to build the rest of the game around, with that as sort of the goal. And then there's this, where this is actually the game. They're playing a build of the game. It's actual gameplay, but, you know, when you're not playing the game proficiently enough to, like, give us a better idea for the gameplay flow than this footage does, where the gameplay flow looks so off and it's just so cumbersome. Like, then that's a problem.
Well, it's not gameplay, it's just play. Like, he's not really playing a game, he's just walking around.
It just really puts down the game's true capabilities and potential. It just makes the game seem worse than it is. It is still inaccurate, even if that wasn't the intention. So yeah, hopefully in the future we'll get just better Redfall gameplay. Hopefully Arcane will like upload a match among developers who know what they're doing. 4 players, switch between perspectives. Don't try to like cinematize it. Don't try to add like fake commentary like some live service.
I completely agree with this. The type of games that I like was like the Nintendo guy, where he's like, hey, making Breath of the Wild 2. And so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna play the game. So here I am in the game, and as you can see, I'm gonna take this stick and I'm gonna hit something. See that? Isn't that crazy? Wow, look at that. Let's go over here. Oh, look, I went up there. Isn't that cool? That's crazy. Yeah, you can do that in this game, by the way. What happens if you put a rock on the stick? Yeah, you can do that. There it is. Yeah, it's just that it's not some massive fucking production. It's not some MLG montage with fucking Breaking Benjamin in the background. No, it's just, hey, this is the new game. Take a look at it.
Trailers do, where they very meticulously pick out how the gameplay is played, and then they add voiceover in the background of players pretending, or actors pretending to be players who are communicating with each other, which comes off really artificial and awkward. Don't do that. Just play the game and then like upload cool bits of that, and you know, show us genuine commentary among players if that's a thing, genuine communication. Just show us genuine gameplay that looks proficiently played. And that'll give us a good idea. At the end of the day, that's what players want. You know, they just want to know what they're in for when they're considering spending money on a game that they're interested in enough. Well, at the very least, that's one man's take. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on the Redfall gameplay that we've seen so far. And Redfall in general, do you think it has potential? Is it something that you're still interested in? Are you on the fence, or are you like, this is just not for me? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
So, he's completely right. As someone who has had extensive experience in playing games raw, whenever I played Wulong, I finished the game after like 3 or 4 hours, And I said it was complete fucking garbage. And the video went out, it got 500,000 views, and everybody was saying I was a fucking idiot. This is my Quantum TV moment. I don't like the game because I'm bad at the game. So I said, okay, fuck you. I'm gonna play the entire game. I'm gonna beat this entire fucking game. And you're gonna see that it sucks. And I sat there and I beat that entire fucking game. I beat every boss without any fucking exploits, without doing some weird leveling technique or some stupid fucking metagame bullshit. I played it without any help. And you know what? It sucked. But I fucking played the game. I finished the fucking game. I beat every boss. It was still a shit game. Yeah. But it's like at a certain point, sometimes you have to at least know what the fuck is going on. You know? And that's really all there is to it. Yeah, only to stand by your opinion. That's right, because I was right from the beginning. And that's what it is, man. So I don't know really what else to say. It's like there was that, there was, oh man, like how many other games have I had that happen with? Multiple times, yeah. You were actually right, the game is dead, less than a month? Bro, why did anybody think that I would be wrong about that shit?
Milky Way.
I can't believe anybody, like, people were just so fucking delusional that they thought it was a good game. I told them it was bad, they didn't want to hear it. And guess what? I said time will prove me right.
Pojedeš 3-4 kila palačinke I ne moraš da platiš 1.500 dinara palačinku.
I could have played a whole lot
Možda da sam gladan.
Da crknem.
Ne, da sam gladan možda.
Da se userem, a vi ga Snake. Znači ti Snake za tebe nema granice.
Pa ne Snake, 1600 dinara košta palačinka, ako je pojedeš imaš džabe.
Ako je pojedem platit ću.
And that's what's bad about reviews like this. But there's a lot of other people are just going to think that you suck. That's it.
Ako mi se svidi platit ću.
So, single player games die after a month, though even God of War does. Oh yeah, I'm sure less people play it, but are we really gonna pretend like anybody's gonna give a fuck?
To ne palačinke sa plazmom.
Pa to ti je puno Snickersa, puno badema, puno svega, znači ono, bukvalno palačinka da se usereš.
Ako nema plazme može.
I mean, for real, like, what are y'all, I mean, come on. And what's this here, they don't die? People just finish the game, which is intended? Yeah. I tell you that, I mean, sure, of course things go down in a single player game, but I bet you compare that shit to Elden Ring or another single player game.
Pa ne ozbiljno, palačinkarnica se zvala Milky Way.
You're right, there is a spectrum there. It's a dead fucking game, it's a bad game, but you know what? I played it and I beat it in order to find that out. I think that the people over at IGN should do the same thing.
Okay,
If you want to accurately and adequately review a game and give feedback on the game, you need to play the game at a high caliber, or at least at a moderate level. Like I've said this before, what do you call it? Wulong is Elden Ring isn't single player. Bro, you never played Wulong. Just tell me that you didn't play Wulong. It's fine. Like, trust me, like, please keep it that way. Yeah, please. I played the game. We don't need to go through everything again. Anyway, I'm just wasting my fucking time talking about that shit. The point is that I feel like for a lot of games, like for example Remnant, how can I play Remnant and then mauled about the game all the time, but then say it's a good game? How does that happen? It's because I know that I'm playing it on the hardest difficulty possible, making it as hard as for myself as possible. So, obviously, whenever I do that, I am going to have a completely different experience than a normal person that just logs in and plays the game. Remnant is a great game.
ostaje mi u ono...
Remnants can suck dick.
Grlo, muka mi
If
je.
you're playing
Zero
on the
keva,
hardest
brate. Zero
difficulty,
piju i
you've
ovi...
never played it
Zero piju,
before,
brate,
you
fiču.
don't have the weapons
Jesmo.
to
A
know what you're
Jesse
doing.
Kumara.
Yes.
Evo me, žena
Difficulty
vodi. Šta vi radite, jedni?
inside of fights.
Ajde.
A?
Da se rekao, žena loših muzičara.
However, I think that
Koga da
it's still a
prebači
very
jedan?
good
Što je beka jebote, što je beka jebote, vičke? Pa nema veze što igraš.
Samo neka se igra.
Samo nek se vrti, Nenade, nemoj slučajno si ih prebačio, Nenade.
To.
Nemoj da ih mičeš niđe. Koma ćemo gledati taj film? Komara.
Ovo da bačiš, što te?
Nemoj da nas bačaš niđe.
I mene da bači, a?
Slušaj, Koma ćemo gledati mi taj film.
Ajde, ako i, čekaj, gdje si ti vidio sam, nisam, pošto je s Milenom, vozim se. Šta je bilo, ponovim?
Shazam 2.
Gdje imaš Shazam 2, jesi ti normalan čovječ?
Ima, hoćeš ti pošaljem? Evo ti odmah.
Ajde, pošalji mi, evo sad, evo gledam, baš sad.
Tiš u Discord link.
Hoću u Discord, ajde. Da vidim to Shazam 2. Da vidim šta je to. U džep mi je, sve je vjerojatno ispala. Čekaj, drži ovo. Ajde, opet lik, bro. Evo ga ovdje. A ne znam, brat. Što će jedan? Shazam Fury of the Gods. Šta je ovo kome je?
Čekaj da ti pošaljem trailer.
Aaaa, Shazam! Može, brate, može, brate. Na šta sam ja mislio, brate.
Black Adam.
Da, Black Adam, bravo, pa slično je, jebote, slično je.
Pa i nije slično nego isto, zato što je kao... On ima istu moć, znaš, samo što ovaj je kao... Black Adam se kao nikad nije odrekao nje, a moć Shazama prelazi kao sa generacije na generaciju. Znaš, to je razlika.
Shazame, Beka te čuje sve to, znaš.
Nemoj Beka.
Ajde, čekaj, stani, ovo što će mi poslati, koliko ima sidera to me interesuje.
Vjerojatno ima dosta, to ti nov film, čoč. Nije to film od jučer.
Ma šta ćeš to iskida, gledaj live, imaš dobar internet.
To je Kešo reka, to mi je reka, danas je Ali kume, a to je upravo potpuno, znaš. Kaže, zašto imamo Beotelnet, brate, brzi ono, da skidam.
Da skidaš, a eto, ljudi vole da imaju kopiju na hard disku, jedino to.
A gdje, pa ja sa ovim internetom pa mogu da gledam live, jebo, a ne sa tim.
Koji kad ti dođe, Beka, što je s tobom, jedan?
Ko će kome da dođe?
Ko će mu dođe, ako ćeš ti bilo?
Grof Drakula.
Oj, njegove izraze.
Šta mi sprema čovjek, jebo?
Šta mu kuva?
Poseljen se u sve Drakule.
Volim i ja njega, bre.
Kaka je to ljubav?
A nema veze. Moj me kurac. I to prenesi. Hvala, žemče.
Kad ćeš ti biti doma ili hoćeš možda srati po meni?
Evo, pomeš za 2 minuta sam doma. Nije, brate, ne znam gdje ti je telefon. Dala si ga meni, evo ga kod mene.
Kreni!
Ne, mačke nisu kod mene, ne znam. Zovi.
Sirke!
happened to my dad?
Aiton. Welcome to my channel. Successfully lost. Welcome to my channel.
živim.
Hey, I'm Dennis Bateman.
I'm Gary Schwartz.
My name is Robin Atkin Downs.
I'm John Patrick Lyle.
Hey, I'm Dennis Bateman.
I'm Gary Schwartz.
My name is Robin Atkin Downs.
I'm John Patrick Lowry.
And I'm Ellen McLean.
Voice of the spy and...
And I play heavy weapons guy. And I'm also the demo man.
I am the voice of the medic.
I'm the voice of the sniper.
I'm the voice of the administrator. Mission begins in 45 seconds.
And today, I am going to be playing Team Fortress 2.
Riot join the game.
Am I killing spies too?
Yeah, but only blue ones. Only the ones that
Okay. Oh, hello. Spy. Ah!
Hello. All right, where are you?
I hear bullets.
Amos is dead.
Doc Medic is dead, oh my god. Other heavy. Oh no, doppelganger.
Mission begins in 60 seconds. I'm skipping ahead. Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What do you want to do?
Sniper, calling here. This contract is high priority. Stuff.
Hello? Is that the sniper?
Yeah, I'm a sniper. I don't see anybody else yet. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be going.
Time has been added.
How do I get out of this bloody building? I don't see anybody to shoot.
You failed.
Okay, let's get him. It's time to practice killing the blue guys. You're welcome.
I think people are being nice, so we're playing against people who have never played this before.
The control point.
I am red, right? Come on, guys. You're not even shooting at me.
Before the video continues, we want to tell you guys about the people who actually made this collaboration possible.
If you can't make it out to see us, you can always go to streamly.com/TF2 and get yourself a picture, an autograph, and we will sign it online for you. Auf Wiedersehen!
Make sure to grab one. The artwork is made by amazing artists that I've known for years. And by clicking the link in the description, you actually also support me. Now let's get back to the video.
I like my gun. I love my gun. Why did he turn to stone there? Got him! Sweet!
Let me see, got to practice here. Oh.
Let's go! Go on, kill the spy. Yeah.
That's right. Come on, boys. Medic, where is medic? You are a goner now! Ha ha! Point blank eye, you cannot hurt me! Little baby man!
These guys are red team. Why are they hitting on me?
It's a sign of respect.
This is a lot of fun. I should play this game more.
I don't know if this is timely, but I believe we have lost the control point.
I'm looking for a blue guy to shoot.
Uh-oh.
Headshot.
I can't tell who's who. Well, finally.
Headshot.
Ah!
Why do we have to shoot?
Oh. Oh my word.
Go on, Sniper, we believe in you.
Is that the engineer?
That was so easy, I think I'm getting worse. But it's really hard to tell who the blue guys are. There's a blue guy.
When does Poopy
Pyro.
Joe?
Sorry.
I want to see Poopy Joe.
They make those shirts in men's sizes.
Nice googly eyes. This is amazing.
Hello, Heavy.
Oh, you're playing some music for me. Oh my gosh, this is great. Oh look, the blue guys are behind us. Thanks, guys. This is so cool. I feel bad killing the medic. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help the blue guy. It's never been... Oh, I can't help you. Hi! Sorry, I tried... It's hard to kill the medic. I don't want to kill myself.
So anybody in blue, I'm after, right? My aim is not so good here. Which spy am I after? You blue spy bastard, you! Come back here. Haha, you are running away, I can see you. Ah! Oh, right. You think blue is the color of blood? No way. I don't know who you are, but I'm killing you.
Carnage, that's what I like. Oh, come on. There you are. Come on, come on. Come. This is so violent. I am mostly a peaceful fellow. Yeah, you bring out the beast and ah!
We're out of ammo, Heavy.
Get out of here. Come.
No one is the match for Heavy.
Where are you? I'm disoriented.
I can't tell who's blue and
This
who's
is going to be a
red.
piece of piss. Right, he's got some Girotte there. See, I just feel like I should be... Fortunately, my own wife is getting in my way of using the keyboard here. She's doing things that I don't want to do. So there, I'm back with the medic, and he's using his medic ray on me.
Oh, gentlemen, today we launch a monkey into space. Gentlemen, let's launch this monkey. I have no idea what that has to do with the game. I'm not a gamer. I'm only a smoker and a drinker.
I'm
Smoking and drinking is
Who's
bad for
hopping
your
around back there? Are you blue? Why are you hopping around?
Well, he's trying not to get shot. He's really good at that hopping. I'm going to go with this guy.
Well, isn't he on your team? He's wearing a blue jacket.
See, this is why I should be up somewhere high where I'm looking at all this stuff. I shouldn't be in the middle. See?
I don't want to kill Heavy either. I just want to heal.
What happened to the sandwich?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea.
Sandwich.
Oh, the sandwich. I don't know. We're still looking for it.
I suppose I will have to do hand-to-hand combat with my knife, eh? Let's try that. To get very close to you. This is personal. friend. Okay. Friend. Ah, there's a blue. They're very hard to get to.
Could you press the number 4?
Is that Scout? That is Scout. He must be my friend. Ah, this knife seems to be worthless. I want the gun. Yes. Death comes from afar. Stabbing them in the front is not so good. They don't like to die, but... Ooh, flamethrowers, haha. Try again. Ah, I'm a backstabbing bastard.
I ran out of bullets. Come on! Where is my team? Help me! God damn it! Who's going nom 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 out there? This is no time to get hungry. No time for lunch! You shithead! Come on! Ah! Weird hearing my recordings from 15 years ago. Come on! There we are.
He's a god.
Come on. Yeah, come on. Where's my gun? Ah! Ha, ha.
Press 1.
Oh! There you go.
There you go.
Ah! Spasiba! Ha ha ha! Holy crap! It costs $450,000 to shoot this gun for 12 seconds. I must be broke by now.
Now, why am I moving around? I'm not moving me. I'm just moving on my own.
I don't trust Shawk.
Yay!
Shawk is nearing the terminus.
What are you doing? I'm just moving on my own. I'm not doing anything. Okay, sure.
You failed.
You never say that like you mean it. I don't know, there's something. Can I pick that up? How do... A? H.
H.
Okay.
Damn. Why say that? Do I ever say damn in the game?
This is a really fun game. I'm going to be playing this more often now. Okay. Up.
I want to see the Australian. I've never seen the Australian. I've never seen any of this before. All I care about...
I'm getting some headshots. Huh?
I can't tell if the medic is red or blue.
Thanks, mate.
I love all this coaching.
Yes?
Oh, I think you shot someone. Oh, not the scout. I like the scout.
He's the blue scout.
Oh. Well, wait, I thought you were blue.
No, I'm the red scout.
Oh. No, you're the red sniper.
I'm the red sniper. I'm the red somebody.
Goodness gracious. This game moves too fast.
All right. There's lots of blood around. There are a couple of carts.
Oh, those are carts. I want to. Is there Australian in the cart? Where's the lift? I don't know how this...
Can I climb up this ladder?
No.
What's it?
No. Seems not. You're cutting us short, How dare you?
Well, I played for a while. And I think I showed everyone, you know, like, the level of play that I can engage in.
And indeed, I have as well. I've been so happy on Sniper's shoulder.
It's interesting to me how many times you have to shoot a guy in the head before he dies.
Thank you, Shaw.
Well, it's nice playing with you guys. I have to go back to the convention.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
How did you lose your medical license?
That's a very good question and a very long story. And maybe I'll be able to tell you one day. Oh, we lost, but you know, it's my fault, guys, because I was trying to save the medics, even the blue medics. But that was a lot of fun. Wherever you are, hope to see you soon. I will shoot you all to say goodbye. I salute you. Bye. Auf Wiedersehen.
Well, this was an amazing experience for me. I am an old school spy, and I have never played this game before in my life. It was exciting, it was invigorating, and I think maybe I may take up playing this game. When I talk to people who seem to have changed their lives with this game, it's an incentive. I will try it.
Wow, that was very exciting. The weirdest thing was I was like hallucinating that I was back in the studio, hearing every take I ever did of every line, and it was just in the back of my head. I now know what it's like to be schizophrenic. Whew.
How was it?
Did you enjoy the game? I mean, I shot a lot of people, which is, you know, normally frowned upon. But in my line of work, you know, it's something you run into from time to time.
Oh man, it was such a great time playing with whoever was on the other side. Sorry we lost, but I was trying to save all the medics, and you know, it's amazing to be a part of this game, and it looks incredible. Looks as incredible today as it did
Alicidra.
back in what 2007.
Welcome to my
when it
channel.
Came out.
Farewell, my friends. Au revoir. Your friend, the spy.
Thank you guys so much for watching, and make sure to subscribe because I have more videos coming out with the voice actors really soon. It's incredible to think that just 1 year ago I was talking to them for the first time, hosting an online Q&A with them, and now I'm moderating a panel at PAX with them. It's been an incredible experience, and I gotta say thank you to all of you guys. And also thank you to my friends. And for this video, I want to thank RSTV, Zenith, and Orange Glazer, who were a massive help in this. And we managed to make it together and make it all work out, which was great. And yeah, really just a huge thanks to Streamily for making all this happen. If they didn't start all the autographing stuff, the cast would have never realized how big of a deal the community is. And they love the community. It's amazing to see.
Yes. Take care.
Nope. Nope. Oh, that's fine.
Resident Evil 4 Remake is a phenomenal game. It captures the essence and mood of the legendary original while updating the feel and mechanics for a modern audience. Actually successfully backing up one of the greatest games of all time with a stellar remake is beyond impressive. Now that it's finally here, you know what that means. It's time to push this baby to the limit and find out just how far we can take this bad boy. Starting with one of my favorite challenges from the original game, No Merchant. The Merchant is an Australian bloke with a huge arsenal.
What are you buying?
He sells weapons, upgrades for those weapons, healing, resources, and even can repair your knife. But can you beat the game without ever talking to him? You can, at least in the original, but what about the remake? That's what I wanted to find out. So as my first ever challenge run for this amazing game, after beating my first playthrough on hardcore, then my second on New Game Pro, I set out on this little adventure. Here are the rules. I'm going to beat the game on a new game with no DLC items, no New Game Plus items, and on the standard difficulty. I'm never allowed to talk to the merchant. That means no buying weapons, no upgrades, and no repairing my knife. The goal is simple. Beat the game. Before we get any further in the video, I'm announcing that I'm doing a huge Resident Evil 4 Remake speedrun open tournament so anyone can participate. The prize pool starting at $2,000 and it's just going to go up from there. The next 2 minutes or so is going to be about a trailer for that tournament. So if you're not interested in the tournament, go ahead, skip 2 minutes. If you are though, there's some really important information.
Tournament in partnership with to be able to the qualifiers and on Twitch tools and regular.
You must be thinking, of course you can do it, but you can actually get that challenge on a New Game Plus save. Obviously that kind of defeats the purpose of this challenge, so we're not going to be doing that. But, you know, food for thought. I want to do the real OG No Merchant run. And that means starting from a new game. I started out my journey for my third playthrough, the first time I have ever played on standard. I dodged the first Ganado cleanly and make it out of the first house without a scrape. This was going to be easy, I thought. Then I arrived at the village, and I faced the greatest threat to life in this game. Regular Granados without a weapon, or as I like to call them, grabbers. More difficult than any boss, any mini-boss, or any regular enemy, the normal grabbing Ganado is the only enemy type that has no counter. You can't duck the grabs. You can't parry the grabs. You can't outrun the grabs. When they go for the grab, you go for the grave. Oh, I'm dead. I had planned for the bingo section to wait out the timer, just like the OG RE4. In this section, you can either eliminate 15 enemies to instantly end it, or wait out a timer for the La Campana. For No Merchant, I knew that I needed to collect as many resources as possible, so no wasting grenades or shotgun ammo on this fight. That would be a mistake. On top of that, I knew I wanted to save my knife for Frowser. Not being able to repair the knife meant I wouldn't be able to parry or save myself from a grab in the whole game. If I got grabbed, I just had to wiggle free, or die to a chainsaw. Not the feathers! I died once in the bingo section, but the second attempt I was able to collect a ton of resources, including 2 grenades and the shotgun that's upstairs, while using minimal ammo and heals. The next room introduces a new enemy. I don't know his real name, but I like to call him Utters. Otters carries a huge hammer, and I'm trying to get nailed. But he's not really my type. So I take him out after doing a little skip by shooting the lock off the door through the window. I get tossed a bit, but eventually beat them. But chat made me realize something. Why was I fighting these guys? The shortcut let me get to the cog, and I could climb the ladder and use it to open the door, all without having to fight anybody. So that was a big waste of time and resources. Why kill otters? Yeah, I guess you're right. There's really no point, huh? What do you get if you beat it with no merchant? Internet cloud. I just needed to get out of that casual playthrough mindset, you know? This is ultra serious gamer mode. No showers, no grass, no girlfriends. Just gaming. Once we run past a bunch of enemies, we arrive at chapter 2 where we wake up naked in a bathtub with one less kidney. Thankfully, we find a kitchen knife and we can use this to give this guy the dental exam. No cavities, but it seems like they won't be waking up from the anesthesia anytime soon. I get my stuff back and I am greeted by my worst enemy, the merchant. Alright, not using the merchant. Goodbye, sir. This smug motherfucker thinks that he has the solution to all of my problems, that he can fix me. Well, guess what, buddy? I'm beyond fixing. I'm a gamer. We are screwed unrecoverable. I'm a strong, independent gamer who don't need no man. That being said, I don't really need a gun for the next section, so I just run past all the enemies. Oh, gotta be quicker than that. By grabbing the crank to unlock the next door. Enemies on standard can be outrun most of the time if you run straight at them. Their attacks go over your shoulder and you just run right on by. Unless they're a grabber, of course. Grabber. When I got my stuff back, I got like 4 knives. These are just kitchen knives, so they aren't as strong or last nearly as long as the normal knife. But I can use them and don't have to worry about losing them, because I really only need my normal knife in a Krauser fight. The normal knife does more damage, so I want to save it for him. Thankfully, saving resources would be really simple, as just like in the OG RE4, you can run past a vast majority of the enemies. Once I finally get to something I have to kill, it's Magikarp. And he is upset about how things went down in the original. I must say, the only thing that doesn't look absolutely phenomenal in this game is the water. Just saying. But the fight ends quickly and I make my way across the lake collecting 2 required heads to get the key to open the church. I always forget these exist, to be honest. But when I got to the puzzle, I have my solution scarred into my brain. Booty Cheeks puzzle and Booba puzzle. Before I move on, I grab my second free gun. In the original No Merchant challenge, you could only get the shotgun, the pistol, the free rocket launcher in 3-4, and the broken butterfly. But in this game, the challenge gives you completely different sets of weapons. For one, you can get the Red 9 for free in the middle of the lake after the Delago boss fight. This is great because it gives you a direct upgrade to the starter pistol for No Merchant. I would argue the starter pistol is better when fully upgraded, but since this is No Merchant, the Red 9 is just a straight up upgrade. Unfortunately, No Merchant means no stock, so it's super inaccurate, but we need that damage increase. Mined out of the gutter and into the boss fight, I arrive at Gigante. This is where a bit of a problem occurs. I've been stockpiling knives and flashes, and with the extra gun in my inventory, it's now tighter than Ash's pants. So I'm running out of inventory space. In the remake, you could do something called sending a gun to storage. Basically, there's a storage box that's attached to the typewriter, and when you choose to store an item, it can be picked up from the storage at the save station. In the original RE4 No Merchant challenge, inventory is a huge issue because there is no such system. I felt it was kind of cheaty to use the storing system and be able to get your weapons back. So what I decided to do is use the storage system as a discard. You can't actually discard weapons in this remake, but you can send them to storage. So the new rule is I can send a weapon to storage, but if I do, that means I can never get it back. I decided to box the basic pistol in favor of the Red 9. Bye-bye, my trusty steed. Well, I could send it to the storage and then never use it. That's basically the same. This newfound inventory space would come in handy for El Gigante. El Thick Boy is pissed off, and his Paga plops open early, and he walks around with that thing and just hanging out. I try to slash it with a kitchen knife, and it broke super fast. Apparently, the durability and damage on these bonus knives is way lower than the original. It was screwing my cycles and wasting my resources. So I decided to switch back to my main knife just for this boss fight, and I really wanted for Krauser. I didn't save the dog because I'm a speedrunner, not because I'm not a terrible human being. I was on my own. I stand under him like a child asking his dad for a candy bar and blast him in the nuts over and over again for safety. A well-placed nade then downs him for the last time, and I stab his ass dead. I save Ashley, and she is the goth girl of my dreams, the cute anime waifu I've always longed for. We run together through the rain to the cabin, but on the way, I swear to God, these villagers teleport when you stop looking at Ashley. Well, who are you? Literally, who are you? I didn't even see you. You just materialize? So I stare her in the face, making stronger eye contact than I have in years. This was the hardest strat in the entire game. I normally walk around the grocery store looking at the ground. In Cabin, Lewis is as useless as he is in the original, but thankfully I have saved a ton of nades and flashes. About halfway through, downstairs there are a bunch of plagas. I wait till there is about 3 of them, then use a flash. Hold my beer. I was then waiting for others to show up again so he could kill everything for me. His spin move has insane damage to his teammates, so I would just dodge him over and over again and he could kill the enemies for me, saving my resources. Or at least that's what I wanted to do. It didn't really end up working out that way. The standard is so easy that I could just, you know, kick people and they would all die. Immediately after the cabin is an entirely new section that is honestly one of the hardest rooms in the game. It's a narrow hallway that has udders, some archers, some flame guys, and of course the hardest enemy in the game, normal ganados with no weapons, the grabbers. Having Ashley in this section is so brutal too. Eventually, I figured it was just worth it to use a flash here, but Ashley also gets blinded by flashes now too, so I have to find a setup that doesn't hit her. The CSGO is coming in handy finally. It took away the choice for what path to take after cabin. Now you're forced to the left path with the Chainsaw Sisters. This room has you kill one sister to get the crank, and then you have to crank the door open to leave. The room is pretty hard, but eventually I killed everything with the shotgun and the Red 9. Upcoming is the Grilled Big Cheese. This section some people in chat were scared about. At first, I was too. My strategy was to stand on top and hit his weak spot, but this baited an attack that you're supposed to parry with the knife. I don't want the knife to break. I don't want to use my knife for this at all. You actually can outrun this attack, fortunately, if your movement's good. So with a bit of practice, I was able to reduce my knife usage to basically 0. Just run to the side. The hardest part of the fight was actually not jumping off the ledge on accident and getting myself killed. God, I hate that you can just run off the edge. Like, I just want to run to the edge. I don't want to run off the edge, man. Like, why does the movement have to be so bad? Like, why can't you just fucking, like, not make the movement bad? I don't like. The second phase was simple. I just blasted away with the Red 9 until he died. This fight took me quite a long time, but I feel like I learned the boss a lot better than I did before. Now that the cheese has been grilled, we head into the castle and the Red 9s, well, actually the entire shooting mechanics in this game starts to really show its weakness. I meant to shoot these explosive barrels to kill the catapult dudes so I can use the cannon to blow open the door. But the Red 9's accuracy is not good, and the game has implemented a new mechanic called Bloom to its guns. I love this remake. It's phenomenal. But man, Bloom is such a shit mechanic. Essentially what Bloom does is make it so every shot has a random chance of going inside your crosshair in any spot. So while you may be aiming dead center on a barrel, if the barrel's only 20% in your crosshair, you have a less than 20% chance to actually hit it, even if standing completely still. The point of this mechanic is to add some variance to the gunplay and create random outcomes for things. But when shooting long range, especially at things that require a lot of precision, it makes for an abhorrently feeling experience. Nothing says fun like shooting a barrel dead on 5 to 10 times before actually hitting it. Bloom! Look at this. Look how good this game is. Look, I'm so glad they removed the laser sights so that I can miss half my shots trying to shoot this fucking barrel. It's not a game ruiner. In fact, it didn't even bother me on my first 2 playthroughs until I did the shooting gallery, where it drove me absolutely mad. But in a challenge like this, when you're using a gun with low accuracy and you can't upgrade it or switch to one without bloom like a laser sight has, then it can be insanely tilting. Regardless, the cannon does not have bloom, so I dead on blast these villagers' boy holes worse than Isabel did on Doom Eternal's release day. Me and Ashley head into the next section where I fight off some cultists and kick my way into the Carador room. I cut him around and get a bit shocked by the quality of his ears. He must have taken OG Ashley's ears. Those things could fly him right to the island. Okay. I thought you were deaf. I thought you were blind. Hello? What the fuck was that? But ultimately, it's not that hard of a fight. What would be a hard fight, though, is Waterhall. Ironically, I think this room is easier than the original variants. But because of the bloom on the Red 9, I basically can't shoot the archers. They absolutely destroy me as I try to kill them from afar. Half my shots hitting the ceiling and the other half hitting the ground. Can I tell Ashley to crank this one? I don't think I can. No, I can't. Why not? OG was better. Dude, the bloom is so bad. I can't kill the archers. It's impossible. The bloom is too bad. I head back to the save station after clearing the bottom section to make a save in case I die. It would be necessary too, as I can't have Ashley crank the stairs herself. I have to do it, which means that I also have to kill the archers first. Once I killed them though, we headed into the second phase where I have to protect Ashley as he cranks. Bloom is also a problem here. Thankfully, the enemies have less health when up by Ashley. Unfortunately, Ashley is way more passive here. So you have to kill everyone or she just won't move. I actually ran out of ammo and crafting resources trying to defend her here. So I had to resort to bribing the Ganados to carry her to the crank. I have no resources and can't kill the last Ganados, so I have to make a desperation play. I actually just nade Ashley killing the Ganados. But just like the new smokes in Counter-Strike 2, she regenerates and gets back up, so she can crank the crank. You'll be fine. Get back up. Ashley was not grateful for me nading her and became the yandere waifu of my dreams. Little does she know, the more deranged she becomes, the more invested I get. I need me a hot, evil goth Ashley in Japanese to stab me. Bro, if you're over the age of like 15 and you don't already like goth girls, I think you're locked in. You're a normie. Next up is my Las Plagas room. The red zealots in this game are far and few between, but they are much more influential in the way combat works in the rooms they are in. Now, they can trigger every enemy in the room to pop a plaga. This is why he is target number 1. I run past everything in the room, right to this deer-headed fuck, and assassinate him like he's a democratic leader of a second world nation and I'm the CIA. This guarantees my safety and the suffering of his disciples, as I suplex my way to a 6-figure paycheck. I then get a brand new part of the remake where you have to run across the tops of the castle towers, and then use these levers to adjust the doors and progress. The enemies are everywhere, and I am really low on resources, not to mention patience after Waterhall. I made this section really fast by doing some skips that Spicy found where you need to open the doors, skipping some backtracking. Well, I would if I could fucking get there without the whole castle trying to climb inside my asshole. Yeah, well, you know, let's run it back. Where did you even come from, my guy? Who invited you? This is an exclusive party, you bitch! I shoot the cannon a few more times and we regroup with Ashley, and I convince her to be my girlfriend. This new couple takes on the rest of castle, including the Knights room. Ashley helps out by stunning the Knights with the blue fire stuff, and just in time too, because I'm nearly out of ammo. Kicking the Knight instantly removes its helmet without having to do any damage. Then you can use a flash to kill him instantly. Ashley only has about 3 lamps total though, so kiting multiple enemies into the lamp fire is a really useful strategy. I have to be a bit careful with my flashes because I can't craft them. The crafting recipe has to be bought from the merchant, making this challenge a little bit harder. Next, I go to the goat head, and there's actually a really cool speedrun trick you can do here. Normally, you cross this bridge, and halfway through, a guy comes out and pulls a lever and brings the bridge down. Then you have to fight your way through a pretty hard room to get the bridge back up, then collect the goat head and leave. Fortunately, Capcom is goated, so you can just pre-throw a flash or grenade right before you hit the cutscene trigger. This will stun and kill the lever guy during the cutscene, stopping the bridge from ever lowering, basically skipping the whole room. Next we play as Ashley, and this time it's a lot more involved. We have a blue lamp that can stun armaduras, and we have to solve some puzzles. The puzzle solution for the clock at the beginning is actually the same every run, so if you remember it, then you can just put the code in and skip the run around, and go right to the end of the puzzle section. But we don't want to do that, at least not right away. There is a weapon that Leon can grab here, but Ashley has to unlock it in her section first. By unlocking the staircase behind the bookcases, we can backtrack to this location as Leon later and grab the M4A4. This thing shoots sniper rounds and has a huge damage output with a crazy rate of fire. I have been saving all of my large crafting resources to use here to create sniper rounds. But before I can do that, I have to solve the clock and run around some armors as Ashley. Once we save Leon, we go back and grab the M4, and I have to squeeze it into my inventory. Well, get in there. Get in my inventory. Get in. After crafting everything, I have 60 sniper rounds and 3 large resources to spare. 20, 50, 60 ammo for the sniper. I ran out of gunpowder to make any more. This solves a lot of problems, namely the boss fights. No Merchant has always had a problem in the original, killing bosses with low damage weapons. This is mainly resolved by using the rocket launcher for free and getting a broken butterfly. But in the remake, these are not options. The M4 is our new answer. I would save this massive hoard of ammo almost exclusively for the Salazar boss fight. Then I would make my way through Novies, and I found a good strategy for them, I think. If you look at the ground, they seem to be less aggressive. Novies in the remake are much easier, but also much more fun to fight. They're basically invisible, but not in the same way. They're now camouflaged. But it's actually more effective while feeling less cheap. Right after this is the hardest room in the remake for sure, the double Garrador room. The original has a pretty sweet broken butterfly strat to collateral the Garradors, ending the room quickly. But this version of the room has approximately 6 bazillion additional enemies, or as we like to call them, ads. The Garradors are also much more tanky. They do love the friendly fire more than a matchmaking teammate when you won't drop them an op though. So my main strategy was to bait them around and have them kill the ads. The Garrador's weak spot is also very small, and has much more precise hitbox than the original. So the Red 9's Bloom was actually trolling me a bit here too. I love Bloom. I managed to kill them both, but the true final boss finished me off before I could find a heal. The Grabbers strike back. Why is everything in this game random? Random stun, random accuracy, random death. The random aiming mechanics aren't the only thing that's random either. There are far fewer static item drops in this remake. The original had plenty of fire, flash, and frag grenades that were guaranteed around the game, but the remake has very few of these, making the challenge like this a lot harder than it would normally be. Making a route for something like this is way more complicated when you're dealing with a ton of random drops. I ended up using some of my sniper rounds as it was too painful to do without, but I cleared the room eventually, as brutal as it was. Still really fun though. The game is phenomenal, but it's one of those things where it's like, holy shit, dude, like why is it like this? Next we got a Verdugo, and this should look pretty familiar. Verdugo is insanely tanky in both the OG and remake, so killing him in No Merchant is not an option. After you trigger the cutscene to start the elevator, it's on a timer, about 4 minutes before it shows up. Until then, we stall. And fuck it, we ball. The same strategy used in the original still works here in the remake. What a faithful remake, good game. Running around this square shape, baiting attacks on each corner. It's completely free. There is essentially no risk as long as you don't run too fast. With that section done, we head into the mines and meet up with Lewis, who is in theory helping us, but in reality, he's just kind of standing there as he watches me run past the enemies and lower the bridge, obtaining the dynamite. Then we fight the double Gigante fight. Unlike the OG game, this fight is pretty simple in No Merchant. We can actually dunk both Gigantes in the lava, so we don't have to use too much ammo. I was unfortunately informed though that the lava dunk is a scam. You can only dunk the Gigante if they are stunned on the grate. Even if they're standing still or mid-attack while on the grate and you pull it down, they just teleport, scamming you. So I had to dump some Red 9 ammo into his face and get him to stay still so I could dunk him. Then Lewis runs away and makes a hero play, grabbing some dynamite and sticking it to the armored Gigante's back. You could then blow that up and dunk him too. After that monkey business is over, we head into the minecart section. And while there is no skip for it yet in the remake, it is way more fun than the original. It's goofy as hell and I love it. On replays, it overstays its welcome a bit much, but the wild minecart jumps remind me of Donkey Kong Country, so I have gotten into the habit of playing this music every time we get there. Once past some Novies, we end up at the Krauser, where he kills Lewis, and I exact my revenge. I use my original knife here because it does a little bit of extra damage, and I absolutely destroy him. No barrel in this cutscene though, so I'm a bit disappointed. The lift section has some red zealots who turn everyone into plagas. I was not ready for this, and I got destroyed. Please let me shoot the shotgun. Okay, or not. The second attempt, I used the sniper to kill the zealots when he showed up, ruining his plans. Also, if they're alive, you can kill the enemies before the plagas plops to eliminate the chance of them getting a plaga out. There is a second one at the top, and I do the same for him too. I leave the lift with 0 HP and 0 heals. So you could say things were going pretty well. There is a bridge that I can't run on or it'll break and I'll die, and there are archers shooting me on it. I can't even
Let's see. Crafting.
How does crafting work in Last Epoch? If you're familiar with crafting in Diablo 3, credible items. Therefore, it's always better to craft from the bottom up to maximize your chances of success. Any critical success you achieve while crafting, or you can click the plus symbol to bring up a list of all the suffixes which you could apply to the item. Every time you craft, a random amount of crafting potential is consumed, and the higher tier of mod you're crafting, the broader the range of random consumption is. So it's advantageous to craft lower tier mods first and then higher tiers. For a simple rule of thumb, craft your item evenly. This also maximizes the benefit of any critical success you achieve. While crafting, there's a random chance to get a critical success. In the case of a critical success, you'll get a free tier added to any other affix on the item, at least assuming there's an open affix below tier 5. Should you get lucky with a few critical successes, you'll make some incredible items. Therefore, it's always better to craft from the bottom up to maximize your chances of success. Well, I say always, but I'll get into one exception a little bit later in the video. The Rune of Shattering destroys an item, creating random affix shards based on the mods. This is useful if you want crafting shards to make something else, and the item has stuff you need. Next up we have Rune of Refinement, which you can think of as a Divine Orb from PoE. It rerolls the modifier values of everything on the item, or at least all 4 explicits. Then we have Rune of Removal, which removes a random affix on the item, returning a number of shards equal to its tier. This can be useful if an item has 3 mods you want and 1 you don't, or it can also be useful if an item has a fairly rare modifier and you want to maximize the shards returned. Then we have Rune of Discovery, which adds random tier 1 affixes to all empty affix slots on an item, and has an increased chance of rolling rarer affixes. It's mostly good for grabbing crafting shards in my opinion, even if it doesn't cost any forging potential, so sometimes picking up white items and using them can be beneficial, especially in a solo self-found playthrough. Rune of Shaping works exactly like Rune of Refinement, but for your implicits rather than your explicits. Rune of Ascendance changes an item into a unit, but for your implicits rather than your explicits. Rune of Ascendance changes an item into a unique. Think of it like a Chance Orb from Path of Exile, but with a guaranteed upgrade, and the rules for using it are explained quite nicely on the item. If you want a very rare unique, your odds aren't great, but more common things aren't that bad to get. Then finally, the extremely rare Rune of Creation acts much like a mirror in Path of Exile. It creates an exact copy of an item, but sets both the original and the copy to 0 forging potential. This can be good if you get a really good ring, or better yet, it can be great for copying a really rare item base which you want to turn into a legendary. Because of the way the crafting system works, setting up your loot filter to highlight items with 2 or 3 good mods is a really easy way to get crafting bases. In general, you don't want to make things from scratch unless it's a weapon. Next up, I have a few advanced crafting tips. Before I do though, a quick reminder that if you're enjoying the video, you should leave a like. And if you want more Last Epoch content, do be sure to get subscribed. Especially because I'm almost done with this build, and after I release a video on it, I'm going to go on to something else really powerful and super fun. And if you're not subscribed, you might end up missing it. Now with that said, what are some advanced crafting tips? First off, Rune of Removal for items that have rare shards. It's pretty easy to get something like increased damage over time shards, but often class-specific skill level shards are quite difficult to obtain. They don't drop too often, and it can be a pain to shatter a bunch of items. So if you get a T5 or even T6 mod which you're not going to use, I suggest using a Rune of Removal rather than a Rune of Shattering. And another specific crafting tip, again, normally you want to craft from the lowest tiers first. The exception is when you don't need the mods to hit tier 5. Like the weapon I mentioned earlier, or another more niche example would be if you're using a specific resistance for a suffix, and let's say you need T3 to cap, well, you're already capped at T3, you might as well take all the other mods on the item up to T5, so that you have no risk of running out of forging potential before you hit your goal. Because if you're stuck with a T3 resist, it's already giving you everything that you need. Also, it's sometimes well worth it to use a Glyph of Chaos over a Rune of Removal. This won't free up a modifier slot, but it can very well give you what you want. A good example of this is if you have something like Dodge as a suffix, and you can use pretty much any resistance, health, or endurance. There's so many good outcomes that taking a random chance is definitely a gamble you're willing to make. Another example might be a prefix for boots. The amount of boot prefixes are fairly limited, and if you already have something like movement speed on your boots, rerolling that last prefix gives you pretty good odds of hitting what you want before you run out of forging potential or Tears on a modifier, since you can't use a Glyph of Chaos on a Tier 5 mod. And finally, you can make legendary items by combining a unique with legendary potential and a 4 mod exalted item. Mod sealed by Glyph of Despair will not be taken into account when doing the legendary crafting process. Instead, 1 to 4 of the existing modifiers on the item will randomly be transferred. 4 LP legendaries are among the most powerful items to exist in Last Epoch, but they're also exceptionally rare. So more often you're going to be transferring 1 or 2 mods, maybe 3 if you're greedy. This means you have to think carefully about what the bricks could be and what your desired outcomes are. Ideally, you use a base item that has 4 mods which you'd want to see on the final item, but that also means destroying a rare and potentially valuable centerpiece of another build, so legendaries should always be crafted with caution. Though in the case of things like boss drops that are fairly easy to target farm, it can also pay off to just throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks, which is exactly what I did with this pair of gloves. And so that's a beginner's guide to crafting in Last Epoch, and a few advanced tips and tricks. But I'm curious, are there any questions this video didn't answer? Or, if you're a veteran crafter, what are your tips and tricks that you'd like to share with everyone else? Do be sure to leave them down in the comments below. And of course, before I go, a special thanks to my patrons and channel members for their continued support. For as low as
and how to craft them. This is that video. This is legendary unique that's already probably adding affixes to them. Now, how do we add affixes to uniques? That sounds great, but you know, we need to actually do that, right? Let's talk about that. So to make a legendary, you need 2 components. So the first one you need is a unique with at least 1 legendary potential, and you can see here on the left side we've got Urzel's Pride. And in that little like orange bar under the armor, it says it's got 3 legendary potential. That's great. That means we can make a legendary out of this. Not only can we make a legendary out of this one, we can make a pretty good legendary because it only goes to 4. So it goes all the way to 4 because there are 4 affixes on any given item. So in a 3 strata, we can definitely slam these together. And what will happen is we will get 3 of those 4 affixes: vitality, strength, health, increased armor. Be distributed as the non-exalteds are. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Drops and have a matter of uniques dropping in the world, and some of them legendary potential that are a little more targeted, but they're not great options. So generally, it's really just trying to get uniques to drop and seeing if you can get one that has at least 1 legendary potential. And then there's a bunch of ways to get exalted items. Just see, you just need to find 2 that work together. Okay, so let's see here. Is there anything I didn't cover? Some things to know about the unique. Legendary potential unique determines how many affixes will be out. Yeah, we talked about that, right? Then the roll ranges. I did not talk about this, I don't think. Roll ranges of the affixes already on the unique will remain on the legendary. So do not re-roll. Getting unique with high rolls is desirable. So what I mean here is this 15 vitality. If we slam these together and I pulled that off, it would be exactly 15 vitality. This would be exactly 72 health. This would be exactly 22% increased armor. These are not going to change. These numbers are going to stay the same. So you can craft on this and try to get those numbers the best that you possibly can get. And that will be main. By same type, we mean it fits in the same gear pair kind of gloves. It just needs to be gloves. Outside the number of affixes on the 6 is moved that one. Exalted affix is no more or less likely. So keys, we also have that too. Uniques will go through. Actually pretty likely to get at least 1. So make sure that whatever you're hunting is realistic as far as legendary potential, because not everything is. All right, also if you're going to hunt legendary potential, zones with the higher area levels, it's like the area level of the item, the enemies that are in that area, increases the chance that you'll get legendary potential on your uniques. Level 100 being the highest. Once you've hit that, you've maxed it out. You can't get any more likelihood.
My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of
He's trampling out the vintage where the grapes are at the stone. He'th loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible Swiss sword. His truth is marching on. I've seen in the watchfires of 100 serpent camps. They have builded him an altar in the eve of do's and damps. I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps. His days is marching on.
Holy is the died to make men free. Our God is marching on. Our God is marching on.
Hey YouTube, welcome back. We had a great question. So, LP, if you don't know what that is, if you're in Twitch chat, !LP. So in LP, you would go to the Temporal Sanctum, go to the dungeon, kill the boss. Hopefully you're doing the boss of the correct level of the item itself. Alright, so what's it look like? An LP item looks like this. You click this, you put some crit multi on it, and all of a sudden your unique item. What's it look like? An LP item looks like this. You click this, you put some crit multi on it, and all of a sudden your unique item is even better than it used to be. Okay, that's what an LP item looks like. Legendary item. Hot item. Like find the LP of the talking potential 90. So it has the word level in it, which is confusing. The word level has nothing to do. This is void.
Oh my lord, these people.
All right, hello. Increasing corruption item rarity to improve your odds is a
Outstanding, Private Pile. I think we finally found something that you do well. Sir, yes, sir.
Hello, everyone. Items. Now, if you have lightless arm, this in a second, okay? If you beat the dungeon boss, you get access to the eternity cache where you can create a legendary item. And of course, we're gonna make one together, right with the red little door for the dungeon. Boom. Pulls up Lightless Arbor and the little dungeon, Temporal Sanctum, which we are gonna go to right now. And this is the, all right, you're gonna enter the Sanctum. 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, or Tier 4. And it shows you the increased enemy damage and health, but you will have much better enemy drops depending on which level you go in. But since we're building a legendary item, okay, you need to look at this box on the left. As you see, at Tier 1, the Eternity Cache will accept unique items up to level 50. At Tier 2, it'll be level 4, any level, okay? So what you need to do, and I've done this multiple times, you go in to make your legendary, but you didn't pick the right one, is you need to look at your unique. So we are going to be making a legendary Smoke Weaver, okay? So this unique item is 52. The item level is 52, which means we cannot make a legendary items on Tier 1 or 2. I'll see it. We're going to go right here to the Eternity Cache, okay? Now this is how it works. Click on it. We are going to take our unique item that has legendary potential, and we are going to put that on the left side. And then we're going to take our exalted item. Again, exalted means it has a tier 6 or tier 7 affix, and we're going to put that on the right side. Okay? Now, what this means is that since this unique has 2 legendary potential, 2 random affixes from this dagger are going to transfer to it. Now, obviously, we hope that critical strike multiplier, and more specifically 52 melee physical damage, transfer over to it, okay? But who knows? We can get the suffixes and not the prefixes. We have no idea. Obviously, the dagger I am using is really good. It's got a tier 7 melee physical damage and a high roll on it. All right, so we are now sealed. We are then going to push D, which is going to transfer us through time, and we are going to click on the cache, and our legendary item has now been made. Let's see what 2 affixes we got to transfer over, and we got critical strike multiplier and 14 health on melee hit. So unfortunately, we did not get the tier 7 affix to move over, but we did get the critical strike multiplier. So basically we added a tier 5 and a tier 5. So we added 10 tiers to this item, and now we have a legendary dagger. Now that you know how to make a legendary item, let's switch gears, and I'm going to talk to you about sealing affixes. Then we will move to actually creating uniques. That's going to be a lot. Move our wand into the forge. Now, yesterday I showed you how to use chaos. This is a way to roll the dice, and hopefully you have a time. But there is a better way if you have them. So again, I'm just going to showcase right now. I don't want this spell critical strike. I want spell damage. Let's hope I don't get spell damage. Nope, no spell damage. Nope, no spell damage. Dang it. This item is now bricked. It doesn't make sense. Elemental damage with necrotic damage. All right, let's get rid of this. Man, I wish there was a better way. There is. Now let's transfer our 2-handed sword into the forge. Now, this melee cold. Let's say I didn't want melee cold. Let's say I wanted crit multiplier. Okay, I want crit multiplier on this sword. Instead of chaosing it and just praying that we get the affix we want, why don't we just remove the affix? We're gonna go right here, click on Glyph of Despair, okay? Click on Glyph of Despair. We've got the correct affix selected, and we are gonna upgrade it. And bam, that affix is now gone. It's actually moved down here. So this item will always have a tier 1 melee cold. Now I can click on this. I can type crit multiplier, put it in there. We're going to click on Glyph of Hope to hopefully retain our forging potential. And we are going to craft, 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 craft. Just like that, we took our melee cold off and we moved it down, and now we have crit strike multiplier with our cold damage, exactly what we wanted. All right, what else do I want on here? We will put less crit. And the item is now bricked. Unfortunately, that last one took 15 forging potential, but the said item right now, tier 5, that's tier 10, plus a tier 1, tier 3, and tier 6. We now have another tier 20 sword. Okay? Happens that we just keep making somehow tier 20 items over and over again. But you see how I sealed that affix. Now, we do have more to talk about when it comes to sealing. Because when you go to seal an affix, all right, the tier matters. If I tried to seal this tier 1, I think it's like 100% it is going to move down. But every tier higher, you lose chance. So if you're trying to seal a tier 2, a tier 3, a tier 4, you have not as good a chance of that happening. Let me show you. We're going to try and seal this chance to find potions, and it's tier 3. Upgrade affix. So we got really lucky in this case, and we were able to seal this tier 3 affix. I'm having really good luck on these videos. Now I can go spell damage.
Okay. That's interesting. I am washed through the blood. Is your soul all spotless? Is it clean as snow? Are you washed in the blood of the Lamb? I am washed in the blood of the Lamb. I am clean and spotless. I am pure like the snow. I am washed in the blood of the Lamb.
shoot them because I have no scope, and the sway from being so hurt makes it impossible to aim. This one was on me, not Bloom, I swear. I get some heals and head into Salazar once I finally get there, though. The Salazar boss fight is completely reworked. He now flies around the arena instead of being stuck to the wall. Unfortunately, I never beat Plantera in Terraria, so I'm definitely at a disadvantage here. I found a great spot to fight him from though. The pillar on the left side of the arena has perfect coverage for every attack. I duck and dive under it, and wait for him to expose his face. Once he does, I start blasting with the M4. Even with 60 plus sniper bullets, Salazar is still alive. This man is tanky. Faithful remake, I guess. I knife him after doing as many shots to the face as I could, and then when I run out of ammo, I switch to the shotgun. I grief the ending a bit, but it's all good. After about 30 minutes, I finally beat the boss and receive the Jungle Temple key. Finally, we make it to the island, and it is much better than the original. But they didn't quite cut enough content for me. This first room is still pretty bad, but the changes from it being a laser puzzle to having some turrets that you have to turn off is a great change. It also makes it much less annoying and no merchant, funny enough. Once you know what to do, it's pretty simple. Now onto the regenerators, I have a realization that I cannot unsee, so now you must be cursed with this knowledge too. They look like single mothers. They have the hip to waist ratio of someone who drives a Honda Odyssey. And god damn, these single moms can throw it back. So good it's scary, I swear. Fortunately, I can equip the bioscope with the M4 and see which one has the wrench, then use the gun to blow up the blockers. From here, I save Ashley and head into Chapter 13. Chapter 13 is really interesting because I'm reunited with my girlfriend Ashley, but there are lots of regenerators in the next few rooms. If she sees me staring at single moms the way I stare at single moms with all that cake, there is going to be a lot of drama that our new relationship cannot just take right now, so I do what speedrunners do. I cheat. Not with the single moms, I meant glitches. Even though RE4 Remake just came out, there is already a great new skip to skip the single mom encounters and the Wrecking Ball room. If you have a gun with a scope, you can aim it and look down. This puts your model further back than normal. If you then walk backwards into a door, your model clips into the door. While inside of the door, you can then unscope and spin around and spam the open button. If you do it correctly, you will teleport Leon to the other side of the door, opening it. We have just skipped it, and this trick is actually really easy. I couldn't do any of these skips earlier because the bioscope is the only scope you can get without using the merchant. Even so, I get this just in time to do this amazing skip. Speaking of cheating, I'm gonna steal now too. This is where I'm going to introduce a new segment into my videos that I actually already introduced into a video, but that one won't be public before this one. So I'm re-premiering it here. The comment of the day. So I'll be reading one of the comments from my previous video and responding to it in the next video. Please leave a comment saying something insightful, something funny, a question that you've always had for me, and I will answer it if it's good in the next video. Please don't post the entire Shrek script in my YouTube comments. This week we have a comment from 4130 who says, "So you just watch what other people figure out and copy that. What's the point of this?" This one comes from a video of me and Dante Ravioli learning the RE5 speedrun. This is actually a really interesting question because I think they fundamentally misunderstand a core concept of why people speedrun. From my understanding, the presupposition here is that speedrunning is fundamentally about routing strategies and figuring out how to go fast for yourself, using what other people have figured out being a shortcut of sorts to get a decent time. Therefore, invalidating the time you got because you didn't come to those conclusions for how to get that time yourself. If I had to guess, this thought process comes from watching a lot of YouTube content from people like myself that highlights primarily the discovery of new strategies rather than the pure grind of a speedrun. In reality, speedrunning has a wide array of appeals for many different people. Some like to route, some find glitches and time saves, but don't actually enjoy the act of doing the speedrun itself as much. And others don't care to route at all and just want to enjoy trying to grind out a better time with the currently known strategies. For a game like RE5 with relatively little mechanical depth, it's hard to find a new time save or glitches. Me and Dante specifically just wanted to be able to finish the game in one sitting with a decent time. The community makes tutorials and resources to help people get up to speed and learn because that's how you get more people to compete. Competition drives innovation, and innovation is learning new things. If everyone had to start from zero, you would never have a community, and you would never progress. It would progress much slower because information wouldn't be shared. Learning the information and getting a good time are two very separate parts of speedrunning, and both are cool and valid. But this information that is gathered is useless unless someone sits down and grinds the game to try to execute it perfectly. I hope that answers the question, and if anyone else has some thoughts, please leave a comment down below. Back to the challenge, this skip basically sends me right to the Krauser fight, who I kill with mostly my main knife. It's already half broken, so I need to be a little careful with how much I parry. The first two phases were quite simple, but after that it was a super brutal final phase. My knife is the best option for damage, but it isn't upgraded at all, so it's not all that great. I tried many different strategies, but inevitably I just had to get good. In preparation for future runs, I committed to learning him knife only. It seemed like my best option. There was just a small issue. A skill issue. I was really bad at the fight. What was that? Me dying, that's what that was. And I needed to grind out about an hour or so of attempts before I could really get a feel for it. Once I did though, I gave Krauser a taste of his own medicine. A trusty knife I carried through the whole game finally breaks on Krauser's face. So it's gone. Effin' chef. But Krauser gives me his knife instead. I discard the original knife to make room and head into the final island rooms. Thankfully, Mike is way more helpful in this version of the game, so he basically kills everything for me. There's an anti-aircraft turret that stops him from doing his job, but you can actually kill it early by throwing 2 heavy grenades at it. This skips one of the worst parts of this room, and I'm doing it literally every playthrough. Then Mike breaks open the door and I just have to deal with the triple turret room. I make it through and it's not so bad. Then I sneak past the single moms one more time and make it to the Sadler fight. We finally make it to the Sadler fight, and I have some thoughts about it. Sadler's like really big. This dude is huge, and the skill of this fight is super fun. But I'm not so sure how I feel about having no V's as ads. Either way, I finish the boss on the first attempt and get into that second phase. This is where I do the epic strategy of just standing there doing nothing. You don't actually have to do anything. Eventually, Ada will just show up and give you the special rocket. It does speed up if you do extra damage here, but not by a whole ton, and I just wanted to test to see if it actually worked. Then I give him the blicky, and it's off to the jet ski with me and Ashley. Bam! It's said and done. My first of many challenges in the new, phenomenal Resident Evil 4 remake. This game is amazing, and if you don't have it yet, I would suggest heavily considering getting it. There's some great stuff to come from me and many others in this banger of a game, so look forward to that. The challenge itself was quite fun. It's refreshing from the OG RE4 No Merchant, and this one being so different. Having no free rocket really spices things up. The bosses are built much better for normal combat this time around, so using this kit is really fun. The kit is also way different from last time, so that's a great change of pace as well. It's very, very cool that you can do this island skip on Chapter 13 as well. Shout out to all those single moms for lending me their scope. This run was completed in just under 7 hours. A long one, but it was only my 3rd finished playthrough. There are many, many more to come. Shout outs to my patrons, thanks for all the support, thanks for watching, and stay stylish.
Yes? Take care. Yes? Take care.
Last month, we had the pleasure of getting a brand new MMO revealed.
Imagine
this
that.
happens very rarely, so when it does, it's
What was so crazy about this one was the fact that it just kind of happened out of nowhere. And also, it was so good.
quite the event for fans of the genre. The game was called PAX Day, and according to its developer, it is a